live. We should be live everywhere. I think we're live, and we've got audio everywhere where we need audio. And I see audio on TikTok working. I see audio on the YouTube working. And I think everything else is working. I think we are ready to rock and roll, friends. Hey, welcome in. It's Wednesday night. It's Bible study night, friends. Should be a lot of fun. We have quite literally Jesus here with us. I gotta turn my phone off before I forget. There we go. Jay Steele, welcome in. Jay Steele's always like no, first in here. I don't know how you do it, Jay Steele. Meek, welcome in, friend. Good to see you. Josh, welcome in. Great to see everyone here. We should have a guest here. You guys know the routine. We should have a guest here in just a minute. I see T-Maz filing in. Vinny's with us. Good to see you, Vinny. Denise, as always, with us. Our crown moderator. And we also have some nerds coming in. We got Nerd Unleashed, Shelly. My friend Chet just dropped in. Good to see you, Chet. We should be ready to rock and roll here in just a moment. I think I forgot to, sorry, 1 second. I forgot to set up my super chat box. We're probably going to need one of those to get us through here. There we go. There's one. And let me grab the other super chat box. I always forget to do that till like the last minute. There we go. And there's the other one. And then bada bing, bada boom. Now the super chat boxes work. And Connor, you're number one, buddy. Thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, got the Bible. Fine. Oh, Connor, that's great to hear. I wasn't sure how fast the Bible would ship to you. I knew you'd get it eventually, but I didn't know how fast. Anyways, thank you so much for sending it out to me to get signed, and I hope you enjoy it. That was really cool. I didn't read through any of your notes, by the way, though. They're all your personal notes still. Bad Religion, thank you for all the hearts. I appreciate that, friend. And we've got a new member of the Kraken crew. Let's welcome in Humble Evidence Acceptor. I think it's a good name, actually. And Germs, my good friend, just sent out 5DZ memberships. Big W, Germs. I super appreciate that, friend. And we also have more coming in from Larry Beck. Larry, thank you so much. Remember, everyone who gets access to the Deconstruction Zone memberships at the Kraken Crew Elite level is also accessing the Deconstruction cheat sheet. So big W. And also big W for Dexter, my friend. Thank you for sending out 5DZ gifted memberships also. I never thought I would be doing so much with the Deconstruction cheat sheet, but I love it. I think there's a lot of good information on it. I'll be adding more to it this week. It should be a lot of fun. And Hard Work coming in with a $5 super chat says you should organize a meet and greet with us fans. Actually, I just had a conversation with somebody about this. It says maybe you do presentations on some counter-apologetic topics and we all hang out in the evening. So I have tossed this idea around. I would like to do it. I think it'll have to be post-summer. My summers are kind of booked because I'm with my son. But post-summer, when he's in school, I probably have some time for that. I actually would love to do that. So eventually we're going to get to that point. It should be a lot of fun. And Coach says, quick question. I hope, why did the book of Enoch not get canonized if it's quoted in the Bible? So this is a good question. Goofballs like Wes Huff will tell you that it wasn't directly quoted by Jude. It was a direct quotation. Now, and they might say, oh, well, that part of Enoch was written after Jude. Bullshit, it was. It wasn't written after Jude because then Jude wouldn't be quoting anybody. It was actually written hundreds of years before Jude. We have manuscripts that predate the New Testament with this quotation. So it's just, it's crazy. Now, why did it not make the canon? I'm going to tell you why our Old Testament canon is a little bit narrow. The books that were the most useful to the early church were the ones that got kept around. There was a lot of useful books that didn't quite make it because they weren't as useful. And there were some books that didn't make it because they said things that some of the early church fathers found to be offensive or heretical or just wrong, right? And so you'll find even some of the early church fathers will push back against the Deuterocanon, but that's not until Jerome and later. Nevertheless, it seems like the pushback against the Book of Enoch, the biggest pushback against the Book of Enoch, is that the Book of Enoch was written so much later than Enoch himself. Enoch theoretically lived at the time of Adam, but the Book of Enoch was written like 3rd or the 4th century BCE. And a lot of the early church fathers that were against Enoch being canonized made just that argument, that it seems to lack authenticity. The problem you have is, of course, if you think that Jude is canonical and Jude says that Enoch is prophetic, well, seems like the brother of Jesus. If you think Jude is the brother of Jesus, that they should have kept it. They should have left it in the canon like the Ethiopians did. So good question though. LA Silver Surfer, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, friend. Oh, I need to change my background. Hold on. 1 second. I apologize. I did not change my background. I meant to change my background and then I forgot to do that. Let me get my background changed up. My goodness. A little bit of a mess today, but give me 1 second and we'll have it fixed up. Don't worry. We'll have it fixed up. Oop, that was the wrong one. That was the wrong one. Sorry, let me get the right one this time. There we go. That should take care of that. There we go. Okay, the horizontal background is up and working. And let me grab the vertical background, get the vertical background set up. This is what I get. I started the stream late today too because I was in a hurry, but okay, now we got the right background. And thank you for the super thanks. I appreciate that. And Biter says, saw Hebrew Hymen emoji last night. What a band. I know, right? I do. The emojis are getting pretty wild, but I'm having a good time with it. All right, we've got a guest in the box, so let me grab just a couple super chats and we'll get them in. Siphus says, hey, please explain how Exodus 1:11 is not right. So Exodus 1:11 is the reference to Pharaoh Ramses, if I remember correctly. Oh, our guest left. They must have been in the box by accident. All right. I'll put up on the screen for you. Yeah, it's the passage about Ramses, right? So it says, therefore they set taskmasters over them to oppress them with forced labor. They built supply cities, Pithom and Ramses for Pharaoh. So most people will point out that, well, this kind of makes sense unless you read 1 Kings chapter 6. 1 Kings chapter 6 states that the timing's wrong. Right? It says, in the 480th year after the Israelites came out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of Solomon's reign over Israel, in the month of Ziv, which is the 2nd month, he began to build the house of the Lord. Okay. So 480 years to Solomon beginning the temple, it says that the Israelites left Egypt. Well, that would put the Exodus in the middle of the 1400s, but Ramses wasn't alive yet, right? So he didn't rule until the 1200s. So it's off by a little bit. It's off by about 200 years or so. And so that's why it's just not a good reference because the Bible contradicts it. And Kyle, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says 2 Kings chapter 3, God's power is defeated by child sacrifice. So much for that mighty Lord. Yeah. So the war with Moab, not only did they receive a prophetic word that they would win, they'd be successful, but the thing that beat them was not the Lord undoing his promise. It was literally the king of Moab sacrificing his eldest son on the wall. And God couldn't deal with that. That was too much for him. Austin says, let the power of Doug be your rock, solid as stone. Let him be the solid foundation you put your pots on and pans on. Let's get cooking. Well, Austin, we are cooking. The pots and pans are warming up. We're quite literally on the precipice, and literally Jesus is with us. Good to see you, Jesus. Says, Justin, are you a believer? Guest, I'm a Christian. Justin, cool. Me. Yeah, you don't like that? It's okay. We have to talk to believers. That's what we're doing around here. All right. We'll get Relentless Romanian in the guest box. How you doing, Relentless?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Relentless, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, on both.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I mean, I definitely believe in the God of the Bible.
Okay. What'd be the most convincing evidence or argument for the God of the Bible being real?
Well, I mean, can I ask you a question?
After you answer mine.
Sure. Um, well, I believe that Jesus literally rose from the grave after 3 days.
Why?
I believe that the transformative power amongst believers all over the world can testify to what he has done.
Well, the transformative power is not a testimony to anything. That's just placebo effect. I think whether or not he rose from the dead would be like if there's evidence for that, that'd be really cool. But I don't know of any evidence for that. I do know that there's like a lot of people from roughly Jesus's time period that claim to have risen from the dead, and uh, I don't believe that they rose from the dead either. Do you?
Yeah, there were a lot of so called messiahs in that time, and there were a lot of people that had the name of Jesus too, right?
Sure.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that the one that I'm talking about specifically is false. But I do believe that.
Well, I guess why would I value the resurrection of Jesus any more than the resurrection of Aristeas or Zalmoxis?
Right. So I don't believe that any of their followers, unalived for their belief in that particular God,
How
did
could
they?
you possibly know that?
Was it in history? Do we have manuscripts of people doing that?
I don't think it's even relevant, and even if they didn't record it, it certainly isn't an admission that it didn't happen. That's crazy. People gave their lives for
Well,
their religion in basically every religion, no matter what
well,
it
people
is.
people don't unalive for a demonstrable lie, do they?
No one said it's a demonstrable lie. You can be deceived and give your life for that. The same way that the 70 people that died in Waco, Texas, for David Koresh, they didn't give their life for a lie. They gave their life because they were deceived.
Sure. I actually do have a customer. I'll drop down, but I'll be back on another time. I
All right,
apologize.
no bars. Cheers. Wow, live and at work is wild. I don't know what kind of work he does, but hope he doesn't get fired. Cheap Snack, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 616. Hail Nero. It says, I just prophesied through Doug that there will be a Christian crash out this evening. I don't know much, Cheap Snack. I don't, but I do know this. There's going to be a crash out. I agree with you. You've got two prophets saying the same thing. I think it's going to happen. And Frank, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I wasn't going to say this, but then you mentioned Deutero Isaiah. Well, I said Deuterocanon, but it says, because of how my brain works, I will forever think of it as dude bro Isaiah, and Deuteronomy as dude bro Ronomy. Listen, Frank, unfortunately, now that you've said it, my brain will think of it for the future. So your curse is now my curse. I think we probably have roughly similar brains in this respect, so I appreciate the curse. It's going to be a fantastic time now. Nightman, my good friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, I had some delicious Vietnamese hot pepper pork for dinner, but I always have room for barbecue. Hey, the Vietnamese have some type of barbecue, but it's not quite the same as what you had. But Big W, I love me some spicy pho soup from like the local Vietnamese restaurant. Very, very good. Very, very good. Let me grab just like 2 or 3 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We've got a super chat coming in from the Christian Atheist. Says, you're a gem among stones. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words, and I appreciate the wordsmithing on what you did there with gems. And Matrix, thank you for the super chat. It says, first live, love your work. Many thanks. Well, Matrix, I really appreciate you taking the time to be here at the live while it's live. Personally, I think lives are fun. I think they're like going to a sporting event. So if you can make one live, I think it's pretty cool. I think it's a good time. Nevertheless, if you can't make it, we always do have playbacks. So anyways, let me get our next guest in here, and we'll keep things keep things rolling. Looks like Rod, as far as I can tell, Rod was next in the queue. Oh, never mind. Rod dropped. Rod is not next. I assume he didn't mean to actually be up here. All right, we'll get Remy. I think I talked to Remy at least once before. Welcome in, Remy.
Justin, how are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good.
Remy, we've spoken before, right?
Actually, I don't know. Have we?
Well, there's only one profile I've ever seen with a mouse holding a spoon on TikTok, and I've spoken to that profile before. So I'm pretty sure we spoke at one point.
I don't know. Maybe we did. I did change my profile picture recently, maybe like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, it could have been somebody else using a similar picture, and my brain is doing like a false memory.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all good.
That certainly happened.
I won't take up too much of your time. Oh, by the way, I'm 25 for the TikTok TOS. What's your thoughts on? So I'm kind of leaning towards. So I'm an ex-Christian, but I'm kind of leaning towards the Gnostics believing in an evil God created this realm. What's your thoughts on that?
Okay, so
yeah, in the Cathars and all that believe in it.
Yeah. Okay, so my understanding of like the Gnostic Marcionite view that there were essentially two gods. There was like the good God, and the good God had to send Jesus to like fuck up the bad God, which to me it complicates things because then Satan becomes irrelevant. And so like there's a couple different views on Satan like within Gnosticism. So like to me, I don't know if Gnosticism solves a whole lot of problems, but it does a few things, right? It does sort out this nonsense of the fact that the God of the Old Testament seems so damn evil. And we're like, what do we make of this, right? Because at some point you have to look at what he's doing and be like, that's some bullshit, right? Or you have to twist yourself into pretzels. And so the early Gnostics, they did exactly that, right? And I think one of the reasons was because Marcion was reading the Old Testament pretty much like we were, fairly straightforward and literal. Whereas like the earliest Christians weren't doing that. They look at the laws of Moses and like, no, these are metaphors, right? There's a deeper meaning here. There's a hidden meaning. It's not what's on the outside, right? So there, a lot of early Christians, some of them didn't even believe that these were true events in the Old Testament. They just thought they were stories that had like metaphorical meanings, right? So Marcion is like, fuck that. No, the Jews think that this is real. The Jews think this really happened. So if this really happened, we have to deal with the text as it is. And so that's where they came up with this idea of like, well, if this God exists, well, obviously he's evil, right? But Jesus doesn't seem that bad, right? But in order to make that work, they had to get rid of a lot of texts, right? Like Marcion and other people in Marcion's camp were removing texts from the Bible that disagreed with this Gnostic framework. And so for them, it only worked if you picked and chose like what text you wanted to leave in and what you took out.
Yeah, like, that was one red flag with the Bible, like when I was a Christian, like all these, removal of books and everything like that. And I do hear that there were some Gnostic texts and stuff like that, or, along the lines that were taken out and kind of, stuff like that. But yeah, just, if there is a God, I definitely do not believe in an all-loving creator. I mean, just like, I know we have like good things in life, but look at like a lot of suffering around us as well. So it never really added up to me that, like, well, especially now the last couple of years. But that's just one thing. And then the Gnostics talk about, the demiurge, which is like the false evil god that could actually be the God of the Bible because he's so, relentless and narcissistic, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, and then, they start talking about the whole reincarnation soul trap thing on top of it. So that is another loophole that I'm still kind of looking into as well. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, I've been like that for the last couple of years because I was pretty, I thought I was a real Christian, like we all said, right? And then you start breaking it down. You start, like, even that verse, there's been a couple of verses that I've seen from atheists that have really, like, switch a light bulb on as well. Like, and this was after I left Christianity. So, a lot of verses, even the one you showed about I think it's Second Kings with the bears. Like, I didn't even know about that one. So, I do try to take in a lot of, knowledge from, all aspects, atheists, even a couple Christian things. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
Well, let me ask you a question, right? So, like, if we've already come to the agreement that the Bible isn't, it doesn't seem to be preserving a completely accurate record of events, and it seems like your conception of God is based more on like logic and experience, then I guess, like, what are we holding on to the Bible for? Just throw the Bible away. And like, if you want to be like an agnostic deist or a theist of some nature, like, you can do all that without the Bible. You don't need the Bible for anything.
Yeah, yeah, and I agree. Like even when I was a Christian, I didn't even read the Bible much. Like I only took like Genesis and Revelations into account really, because I thought most of it just didn't add up. Like you said, it's all like they just read it literally,
Right.
and and there's so much that just seems pretty far fetched, like slavery and everything like that. So yeah, like you're right. You don't really need the Bible. Like I mean, I don't use it every day or nothing like that.
Right.
Like I know there are some decent passages, like nice ones, like love thy neighbor and that. Like I get that, that's fine, but it's also mixed in with a lot of bad stuff. So that's why I can't take into account that it is God's true word. That's never added up to me. Like, even when I was a Christian, I just thought it's just a man that's wrote the Bible, manipulated it. So
Yeah,
yeah.
but you can get all that good stuff outside of the Bible too. Like we find, like minus the God concepts, we find like almost all of the other precepts in like the 42 Confessions of Ma'at. We find them similarly in the Babylonian literature, and we find something very similar in the Confessions or the tenets of Buddhism. It seems like there's a lot of good, like nearly universal principles that you can find in the Bible, but then again, you can find them outside of the Bible. So if that's the case, right? If it's not unique to the Bible, then what do we need the Bible for? Again, let's just pitch the damn thing. Let's get this show on the road. We don't need to hold on to the faith of our forefathers just because it was meaningful to them. When it stops holding meaning to us, it's time to move on.
Yeah, 100% agree. And like, I feel like if you don't need the Bible, right, well, then obviously, you're going to rely on faith and stuff like that. And I always just thought, if God was like, well, a good, loving God was real, he'd at least, show his face. And like, I feel like that would just, wake up everyone, right? But he hasn't done that. And that's why we have all this speculation and, divide and conquer and all that amongst each other. But yeah, you're right. Like I don't like. There's no need for the Bible anymore. I feel like it's just created more harm than good. So like I said, I know there are a couple good passages and stuff, but it doesn't take away from the fact that there's also a lot of evil verses and stuff that just does not make sense if it was a loving creator, like his word.
Right.
But yeah, but I guess that's all I had to say. That's yeah. So I love your work and I watch your content a lot. It's 9 o'clock here in Australia, like AM. So I just woke up and gonna enjoy the rest of the live. So yeah, thanks for having me up here. I really appreciate it.
All right. Well, have a great morning. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you. Catch up.
Cheers. Nice chap. I hope he gets what he wants out of his deconstruction experience. Parker, thank you for sending up 5 subs on the TikToks. I really appreciate that, friend. We've got a couple guests waiting to get in now, so we should have some backlog. Mister, thank you for the super chat. It says, are you aware of the Texas SB 10 law recently passed? It mandates all public schools in Texas shall display the Christian 10 Commandments and teach portions of their Bible. Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, that's basically what it is, right? It's indoctrination into a religion. Is clearly a violation of our Constitution. Whatever. We expected it. We knew it was coming. But listen, at least if we're going to force them to read the 10 Commandments, they can at least make them read it from the book, hopefully, and they can learn that God said it's okay to own slaves in the 10th commandment. And Flanker, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Recently, I came across your quote from our atheist prophet Carl Sagan. Oh, you call it a quote, not my quote, from Carl Sagan in Demon Haunted World. He absolutely nailed the current times we are in, I think you mean. Exactly why we need this content and conversation. Well, Flanker, Carl Sagan is a prophet. He's amazing. I'm glad you're watching some Sagan. But you're right. I think he kind of I think it kind of nails it, right? And the more people doing content like this, I think the more we let normal people know, like the normal people that are doubting, we are letting them know, like, it's okay. It's okay these are normal thoughts. And Kant says, when Christians say, but all the violence and misogyny was in the Old Testament, what they mean is those people's lives and suffering didn't matter. That's actually it, right? They're like, listen, it doesn't affect me now. Why should I worry about it, right? Like the people that it affects, I don't have to care about, right? They're not my people. It was a long time ago. Therefore, it doesn't matter. But it actually really does matter. It really does. And St. Barnabas says, how do you keep your cool hearing the same ignorant arguments day after day from Christians? Every time I hear I believe, I just turn my brain off because belief means nothing to reality. Yeah. It's hard. I think you come to expect it though. Like when you hear it so much, at some point you're like, well, you already know it's coming. So like it's not annoying. You're just like, yeah, just hurry it up and get it out. I already know what you're gonna say. I already have the rebuttal loaded. Just say the thing. We can move on. John says, you said the other day you didn't remember who suggested the cooking with just an apron. I believe it was me. Cheers. John, thank you so much. Actually, I tried to put together a new shop item that someone requested the other day, and my shop rejected it. They wouldn't let me sell it because it's too controversial, apparently. So send me a DM on Discord. I want to get the apron going. We need an apron. We're going to make a cooking apron. And Johanna says, just take God out of all the holy books and incorporate the good parts into your life. I think we can. I think we can just say, hey, here's something in a book that sounds reasonable. Let's put that into practice. Like we can pick and choose if it sounds good. It's subjective to us anyways. And John, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, longtime lurker among the atheist channels. Your voice and knowledge is much needed and appreciated. Keep cooking. John, thank you so much. And your support is much appreciated. It's supporters like you that are keeping these channels running. We run on the support of the viewers. And Bucky, my friend, thank you so much for the $55 super chat. Big W, my friend. He says, listening, Doug prophesied, thou shalt receive $5 for every time my Christian friend refused to answer the same question. Praise Doug. You know, that's exactly how these conversations go, Bucky. That's precisely how they go. Ask an easy question. Evade, pivot, evade. Just answer the question. Like, you're not going to get in front of the question. You don't know where I'm going. Just answer it. Shreshko says, keep cooking, Justin, and say hello to Doug for me. I will, actually. Doug's here with me. Doug and Sharon say hello back, and they love and care about you, friend. And Matrix says, first live, love your work, many thanks. So I think I read this twice, but you know what? It's your first live. You get 2 read-throughs. And Fry says, I made a Doug meme. How can I share it? The best place to share it is on the Discord. If people like it, it'll eventually just get pinned. And Oruchi says, if God intervenes, does Christian have free will? So good question. The real thing is, if we pray, right, for God to do stuff, then it seems to be that God doesn't care about anyone's free will, because answered prayer is a violation of free will, which means the whole free will nonsense argument for suffering falls apart. Good question, though. And Big Sank says, would Ezekiel 45:22 mean the Messiah isn't supposed to be sinless and therefore not divine / God in nature? So yes, that seems to be the case. So the prince in Isaiah 45:22 and elsewhere is, according to Ezekiel, going to give offerings and sacrifices, even a sin sacrifice, with the nation of Israel in the New Jerusalem. That's in there. That's in the book. So I'm glad you actually read Ezekiel. Christians aren't reading it. But yeah, according to that text, the prince, the Messiah, is going to give sin offerings, physical sin offerings, not a metaphorical bullshit. And last one from No Cakewalk says, apologists say we must engage with the fact that Christianity exists. I think we're doing that right now. What's your best explanation for the genesis of early church and New Testament stories? Do you like Apologia's minimal witnesses hypothesis? So I do like his minimum witnesses or minimal witnesses hypothesis. The only thing I would change is I don't think it was from a hallucination. I think the minimum witness was an imposter rather than a hallucination. So we agree on basically everything except for what led to the first witness. I think the first witness was just an imposter, which we have lots of historical records for, that this was a thing that was happening. So anyways, that's my view on it. That being said, yeah, I mean, I think what you're asking is, how do we contend with the fact that Christianity grew? Well, I would say the same thing about Mormonism, or the same thing about Islam. They grew at a rapid pace. The reason why they grew so rapidly is because people want to live forever. And these were two religions where right at the onset was, you can live forever. Here's how you can do it. People love that kind of stuff. And then once it got accepted by the broader people in power, they spread it by the sword, which is a pretty good, effective means. Welcome in, Roger.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Doing great, bro.
Roger, can you get a little closer to your phone? You're a little quiet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got my fan on. My bad. What's up, man? Can you hear me better?
I can hear you right now. Yeah. So, Roger, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 30 years old. I'm a believer. Yeah, I'm 30 years old.
Okay. And what God do you believe in?
The Creator.
Does he or she have a name?
I don't know. I don't know the name.
So you don't know. Okay, fair enough. Does it have a religion? Does it have a religion or a book?
What do you mean by that?
Does the God you worship, is he or she associated with a particular religion or a particular book?
Yes.
Oh yeah, which one?
The Bible.
You guys go through a lot of trouble just by avoiding admitting that you are either a Christian or a Muslim. Why do you do that?
What'd you say?
Why do Christians and Muslims spend all this time of evading the fact that you have a religion? How do you not, if you believe in the Bible God, how do you not know he has a name?
Bro, I don't have a religion. Where did I say?
We'll just make this very clear. You said you believe in the God of the Bible, and the God of the Bible does in fact have a name, doesn't he?
You're lying. I don't have a religion. What are you talking about?
Just pay attention. You said that you believe in the God of the Bible. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Does the God in the Bible have a name?
There's a name for him. Yahweh. I heard Yahweh before.
Does the God of the Bible have a name?
Yahweh.
Okay, but you said you didn't know.
That's what. Well, I don't know. Hey, you could call it anything. I say Yahweh.
So now you do know.
I say Yahweh. I can't tell you a name when it could be anything. It could be a number. I don't know.
Okay, so you started the conversation by lying. Good start. Really put your best foot forward. So
point out my lie. Point out my lie right now.
You said you didn't know if your God had a name, and then you proceeded to tell me what your God's name is.
Okay, let me rephrase. I'm not too sure 100%. Right?
Okay.
If Yahweh, if he wants me to call him that, okay?
So
what I know, that's what I call him.
So you're not sure what the Bible says about the name of God?
Yes.
Fair enough. So what would be a convincing evidence or argument for this God existing?
The smartest man on earth proved that Jesus Christ is real.
No, he didn't.
Explain yourself.
I don't need to. You made a lie. I said no.
Look it up, buddy.
He didn't.
Look it up.
There's a guy with a fake. There's a guy
right now. Search it right now.
There's a guy with you gonna let me talk, or do I have to mute you? There's a guy with a fake IQ of like 270 that said that he believes in Jesus. He didn't say he proved it, and he doesn't have a real IQ, by the way. IQs of over 200.
A fake IQ. You hear yourself? A fake IQ.
So IQs of over 200 are almost always a load of bullocks. And the reason why, the way the IQ tests work is they're all relational, right? So the standard measure within a population is supposed to be an IQ of around 100, right? So like even like the smartest people that have ever existed, you know, think of people like Einstein and whatnot. We're talking about IQs in the range of like 150, 160. The idea that somebody would be like 200 and 70 is absolutely preposterous. And anyone who actually does IQ work knows that anyone claiming with an IQ of over 200 is just lying and trying to make a name for themselves, which is why the goofball that you cited, every time he refers to anything, he's like, well, I have the highest IQ and this is what I think. People that are smart don't have to say that kind of bullshit. They just say what they believe and then they substantiate what they believe. So the guy you believe in is a fraud, and it's also just an appeal to authority. He has no expertise in the Bible or religion. So even if he was really smart, I don't give a damn. So he would actually have to prove it. You can't just say, I'm smart, therefore I'm right. You have to actually prove your claim. And I can tell that you're not too bright because you're still muted. You haven't figured out how to unmute yourself. Well, we were right. Those of us who prophesied there'd be a crash out. It happened pretty fast. It didn't take very long. I mean, I can give you time if you're still shouting over there into the void. I mean, obviously the conversation is not going to be very fruitful, but oh, there you go. You figured it out.
I mic myself off.
Okay, so do you have an actual argument or just some nonsense you heard in the news?
I didn't hear that from the news.
I don't care where you heard it. It's nonsense. Do you have an actual argument?
What's your argument?
For what?
The creator?
I don't believe in your God. I'm asking you for the evidence that your God is real.
Oh my gosh, bro. We have the same creator. Are you stupid?
Prove it.
I mean, I'm human, you're human, dummy.
Prove it. Prove that it came from your God. That's it. That's the best he could do. He's real, dummy. His mom is proud. It's amazing to me that these people exist. It's crazy. I'll never get over it. Listen, I know the world is full of less intelligent people. I get it. I really get that. But some people are a special kind of unintelligent, and he's definitely among the ranks. Stephen, thank you for the super chat. It says God reverse this and add a you, Doug. Praise Doug. God reverse this and add a you. Reverse thus? Stephen, my friend, I really appreciate the super chat, but I don't know what you're saying. Someone in the chat will probably fix me up, though. Ehud, the leftist, good to see you tonight, my friend. Thank you for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I really appreciate that. The memberships, guys, are the backbone of the channel. That's really what helps keep the channel afloat. I appreciate all the members and all the people gifting memberships. And Unashamed says, is Doug's favorite band the Rolling Stones or Stone Temple Pilots? Asking for a friend. Well, Doug has not revealed his favorite band, but he does love the Rolling Stones. He does like Stone Temple Pilots. He crazy about Petra. Petra was actually a band about Doug. People got confused. They thought it was about Yahweh. It's not. It's about Doug. They were wrong. And Angelo, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Chef JRD, can you say whether or not the sons of God were considered siblings the way we think of it, or do different rules apply? Wouldn't it make sense Yahweh, Baal bros? So actually, Angelo, you're correct. Let me fill in the gaps for you, Angelo, because when we look at the Ugaritic literature where this idea of the sons of God originated, they were all siblings. There were 70 sons born to Asherah. She was named Athirot at the time. So Athirot, or Athirat, and El, we know him as Elohim, they had 70 sons, a couple daughters too, like Anath. And they were, in fact, actual offspring. And they were the Elohim. They were the smaller gods. But when it gets translated into the Greek Septuagint, they translated those sons of God as angelos, as angels. And now we've just forever has thought of angels like they were just created entities. But they don't seem to be, because the angels were singing and praising. In the book of Job, they were singing and praising when God created the heavens and the earth, which means they must have pre-existed everything else he created here. I think the best explanation is they originated from ancient Canaanite culture, They were literally sons and daughters of God. And Kyle says, I listened to a small video about a book you have on your wish list, the one with Dr. Herth D. Well about child sacrifice. Do you agree that Moab wasn't a god but a type of sacrifice? I don't think so. Okay, so in the book there's a discussion on whether or not Moab, but whether or not Molech is a name of a deity or a type of sacrifice. Now, I've seen arguments back and forth as to whether or not Molech is an actual deity or a ritual sacrifice. And I personally don't have an opinion. I think the Bible has an opinion, but when you read the ancient literature, it's not clear. So I personally don't have an opinion, but what I do know is that it seemed as though there was some minor practice of child sacrifice in the ancient Levantine region. I don't think it was common, but it seems that it does exist even a tiny bit. And remnants of it even find its way into the Bible through the practice of cherem. Amelia says, Muslims with Aisha, no problem. Christians with PDF priests, no problem. Then they attack each other on the same thing. This is the funny, yeah, you're 1,000,000%. So these men will touch altar boys, do other things to them, and then Christians will go around condemning the Prophet Muhammad for what the Muslims are doing. Meanwhile, the Muslims are doing the same thing. They're ignoring the madness in their own religion and saying, well, what about this other stuff over here? Steve Nash says, I think I may have coined a new term for your cooking. I humbly suggest calling the next victim of your logic a rotisserie Christian. Praise Doug. That might be the first time we've heard rotisserie Christian, Steve. I do appreciate the rotisserie Christian coinage. That is a good one. I do appreciate that. And Mr. coming in again says, Justin, I want you to create me a masterpiece in the dark, then turn the lights on 4 days later or 4 million years and show me how you did. Thanks. Mr. I don't know if you want me to do anything artistic. I am not good at art. It wasn't my gift. But listen, if you want me to draw you a picture in the dark, I'll draw you a picture in the dark. It's not going to be pretty. And Lou says, Justin, as a prophetess, can do or say anything testable. Prophetess Hadassah, I can take a shit. I can take a shit. So Hadassah's not here with us to defend herself, but if I know anything about Hadassah, Lou, it's that she will not give me a prediction. So she refuses to be tested, but I'm hoping she'll come back and give me a prediction. And last one, Small Johnson says, what makes you believe Jesus was a real person? What evidence would you need to convince you that he was not a real person? Good to see you tonight. Small Johnson, my friend, great to see you tonight. And to answer the question, the reason why I feel like Jesus is more likely a real person is because there's so many people that attested to him being real, even his enemies. So it doesn't make sense that people from so many various backgrounds, even people who didn't like him, would be writing about him as though he's real. And there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that's like super inside baseball. Like who's ever making the mythology up, they're either real Jewish people that were there at the time, or or they're just like the best storytellers ever invented. I personally think that within the writings of Paul, within the writings of the letters, like the letters to the churches, and also into the book of Acts, I think there's probably some actual history going on. The problem is it's hard to differentiate between what part is real, like how much of it is the kernel of truth, and what part of it was added on later. That's the difficult thing to figure out. All right, let me grab a guest from our YouTube queue. We've had some people waiting to get in on YouTube. So let me grab our first guest. Looks like Johnny is going to be first in from our YouTube queue. Johnny, are you with us? Johnny, it says your microphone's muted. Do you have a hardware mute on your microphone? Johnny? No? Oh, maybe I guess he fell asleep on us. Okay. Well, we'll take Johnny down, and we'll move on to the next. Looks like Romans 5 is next in line. How you doing, Romans?
Oh, hey,
Yeah, welcome in, Romans.
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Romans, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes, sir. I am 19 and I'm a believer.
Cool. And can you get a little closer to your phone? It's kind of quiet.
Can you hear me better now?
Yep, that's good.
Okay, thanks.
So, which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God. So I would say my worldview is Orthodox Christianity.
Sure. And what would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
So, okay, so I would approach it in this way as a comparison of worldviews. So I think the Orthodox Christian worldview, or I think that would apply also to the general Christian worldview, does a better job at okay, let me put this in a logical format. So the premise would be that God is the necessary condition for the existence of objective morality.
I don't believe in
of
objective morals, so
logic.
that's going to be the first problem.
So no, I would have to prove that objective morality exists. So that would be
Right.
a step in my argument.
Yep.
So God is the necessary condition for the existence of objective morality, of logic, of the self, of our ability to trust that our senses actually graft on to what reality is. So my second premise would then
Well, you have to
be
support
that
your
these
first
things are
one.
true.
You can't move the number
Yeah.
two yet. What's to support for your first one? So we've got two problems. The first
Okay.
part of premise number one is objective morals. Why would I believe that morals are objective?
Because in order to have any working moral system, you have to have objective morality. Otherwise, it just
No, you don't.
crumbles to relativism, right?
No, you don't. You don't have to have objective morals.
Okay. How?
Why would you need them?
Okay. You were talking about, I heard you a lot talking about the good. So you had this idea of taking the good parts out of the Bible.
Mhm.
So I would ask you, what is your idea of the good? What is the good?
A good is inherently a subjective word. Like if you look it up, it's clearly a subjective word. Like what I think is good is not always
Okay.
the same thing that you think is good. And what you think is good is not always the same thing that the Bible God thinks is good. Because the Bible God thinks that slavery is good and handing out little virgin girls as spoils of war is good. You certainly wouldn't think that's good. So the problem with using
Maybe
words
someone
like
else would think that's good.
I know, yes. Some people think it's good. That's the thing. So
Are they
we
wrong?
have pretty clear evidence that morals happen to be subjective because nobody can actually agree on like what actually is right and wrong, what actually is good and bad. Everybody seems to have a different opinion. And if there was an
So-
objective code, I would need evidence for it.
So then how do you criticize the Bible for endorsing slavery if you can't even determine if it's wrong or right?
And first of all, I never did. So keep in mind, I'm saying that I have a subjective worldview. When I say that the God of the Bible endorses slavery, I'm saying that the God of the Bible endorses slavery. I don't have to say it's wrong. You think it's wrong, don't you?
I do think slavery is wrong.
Well, there you go. See, this is the fun thing about this argument is it doesn't matter what I think. I can use your own subjective moral systems to demonstrate that the God of the Bible is not good because the God of the Bible tells you, in fact,
Well, no,
that he likes things that
Sorry.
you don't.
But you said you're demonstrating that he's not good.
No.
So
I'm
whether or not-
demonstrating in your framework that he's not good. Like in my framework, he's not good either. But I'm admitting that mine's subjective.
I can interpret the Bible in a way that makes my view commensurate with the Bible, and I have done that. So
then you're pro-slavery.
I'm not pro-slavery.
But the God of the Bible is.
Well, there's a passage I think it's in the book of Matthew. They ask Jesus why he had permitted Moses to allow people to divorce their wives.
Yeah, Matthew
And Jesus
19.
says, yeah. And Jesus says that because their hearts were hard. So
Why would you think that
God,
that applies to anything but divorce?
why would I think that applies to anything but divorce?
Yeah,
So we have a
did
lot of
Jesus say
moral.
that that
Whoa, whoa,
applies
whoa.
to slavery?
He didn't explicitly say that.
I know, it
And he applies a
explicitly
lot of
says
wait.
marriage.
No, but there's an answer. That
It's not
the
an
answer is the
answer.
most important thing.
The answer
No, he says
is
because
you
your hearts
lying.
no. He says your hearts were hard.
Yeah, I know.
Right? So he says that he had to progressively lead them to the right path because they wouldn't accept it before because they were too far gone.
On divorce.
So for me, that's the principle. Not on only divorce.
Did he say anything other than divorce?
No, he didn't.
Okay, then how are you arbitrarily putting it on slavery?
I'm not arbitrarily doing that.
You are. You're saying that what Jesus said about marriage must also apply to slavery. That's not connected. That's a non sequitur.
I think you're being a bit disingenuous, but I'll explain.
I'm not. I'm telling you why your logic doesn't work. You're saying because God gave one command that wasn't his ideal command. Now, anytime I see a command of God, I can just say, well, this isn't God's ideal command. He didn't actually mean this.
Okay, let's see if we can apply that standard consistently. So when the woman is being stoned, right? Jesus says, let he who has not sinned cast the first stone. Does that mean in any other scenario they can just stone someone?
Actually,
or is he specifically telling them not to stone?
Well, neither.
Because they have also sinned.
It's doing neither. So you've got two problems with John chapter 8. The first problem is Jesus didn't say any of that nonsense. That was added in the 5th century. That's not in any of the ancient manuscripts. The second problem is Jesus didn't actually tell them not to stone the woman. What Jesus said was, guess what? If you stone the woman according to the law of Moses, you're next. And then they all decided, well, I guess we don't actually want that to happen.
Bro, come on.
That's what happened.
Let he who is without sin cast the first stone.
Yeah, exactly. Why would he say that? Is it because the people who were accusing her also had sins that were worthy of capital punishment?
Yes.
So so what he said was, if you stone the woman, you're next. That's what he's essentially saying.
No,
that's literally what he's saying.
That's based on your previous assumptions.
No, it's not based on my previous assumptions. No. It's based on what the text says.
My assumption. No, the text says.
Jesus says to follow the law of Moses.
Wait. Commensurate with the rest of the text, Jesus continually speaks about repentance, right? And not judging others. So your interpretation is completely removed from the rest of the text.
No, it's not.
I'm trying to make the text work with the text.
Wrong again. My interpretation is commensurate with the text. Jesus chastises the Pharisees in an actual original passage, not something added in the 5th century. In Mark chapter 7, he chastises the Pharisees for not stoning children.
What's your proof for that?
Proof of what?
That it was added in the 5th century.
Because it doesn't exist in a single manuscript until the 5th century.
So you're telling me that we have all the manuscripts from before the 5th century?
What I'm saying is we don't have a single manuscript before the 5th century that includes John chapter 8. It seems to be a passage that was added much later, like the ending of Mark. Mark chapter 16 has 2 different endings that were added later. It's not a difficult concept. Romans, you with us? Romans.
Oh, was I lost?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. No, I was saying that I don't really believe what you're saying about it being added in the 5th century. I'd have to research that further.
Then find me a manuscript prior to the 5th century that contains it.
But it also doesn't work because do we have all Are you expecting us to have all the manuscripts?
I never said we did. What I said is we don't have a single manuscript that contains that passage until the 5th century. So what I'm saying is that the evidence we do have shows that it was added
So
much later. If you think that it wasn't added later, you would need to provide evidence for it.
I don't think it was added later.
Then prove
Right,
it.
but I'll have to research that because because this is something that someone would have to come up with in a more formal debate. You know, you can't exhaustively prepare for everything.
Fair
Right.
enough. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, objective morals, right? You haven't
objective
you haven't come even remotely close to demonstrating that objective morals exist.
Well, I'm not trying to demonstrate it. I'm trying to say that no moral system can exist without it being objective.
Why?
Right. Because you have to have some positive direction that you're moving towards. And if you can't justify that, then it doesn't work. The whole system collapses.
No. So subjective morals are, in fact, something that people agree on as a collective. Like we come together and we decide what kind of laws we want. So like in the state of Ohio, I think it's been over a year and a half now, maybe like maybe a year and a half ago, the state of Ohio legalized electric lettuce. We came together, we had a referendum, and then we decided that we were going to legalize it. That's how subjective morals work. We come together as people. We say, hey, you want this? You want this? Yeah, we all kind of want this. Let's make it a thing.
Why? Why do your opinions have any value?
Because that's all we have. If there is objective morals, then you would have to know where they're at, and everyone would have to agree as to what they were, and then you're right at the starting block. Everyone using their own subjective opinion to determine what they think is objective. You didn't get anywhere.
Well, I mean, we have this belief that in Christianity that the law is written in our hearts. So
it's certainly
everyone
not.
imperfect come to the. No, we believe that
Certainly couldn't
every
be.
culture. No, we believe that every culture.
It couldn't be if your
imperfectly
God is
comes-
against slavery.
What?
It could not be if your God is against slavery, because both your book, the people in your book, and most of the people in history thought that slavery was okay. So it certainly wasn't written on their heart.
Well, not perfectly written in their heart.
It's not at
the point
all.
of- No, not at all. Not perfectly written in the heart. Imperfect. It's in the heart, but they choose to hide in the heart.
What's the
That's
point
how-
of
that's what
writing
we
something imperfect? How could you possibly prove that it was written on their hearts and they're just deceiving themselves by lying
It
about what's
wasn't-
written on their heart? The lies you have to
Well,
tell yourself is wild.
No, this is not an argument. I'm just telling you what we believe.
No,
I'm
I know
saying,
what you believe.
Because-
So Romans, just hold on one second. I know everything you believe. I was a Christian for 20 years.
You don't know everything.
I know everything you're going to tell me, right? So I'm not interested in you telling me what you believe. I want the argument for why you believe it.
Well, I mean, I think the tides and twists and turns of the conversation led us here. But I think I should clarify the point, right? We created the fall happened. Now the world is imperfect. That's a perfectly good explanation for
Not at all.
the moral. Well, within our system, it is. What do you mean?
Well,
not
the
at
fall
all?
of Adam has nothing to do with objective morals.
So
now you're just
No,
making
it
it.
has,
Now you're
because-
just
no,
making excuses why no one can figure out what the objective morals are.
exactly.
So what's more parsimonious, that God
It's not-
wrote it on everybody's heart and we just can't figure out what they are, or that they
Come
just
on,
don't
bro.
exist?
Come on, it provides a good explanation.
It actually doesn't. It's
Why?
a
It
Looney
provides a good
Tunes.
no,
It's a
but
Looney
you don't know what
Tunes
I'm saying.
explanation.
Listen to what I'm saying. It provides a good explanation as to why everyone has some sense of what is the good,
They don't.
right? What do you mean they don't?
They don't. Do you think what happened in World War II in Germany was good?
It was not good. It was
Yeah.
evil, and the world agrees that it was evil.
Yeah, well, a lot of people thought it was good.
Yes, they were wrong.
I know. I disagree with them
That's
too,
the-
but they
no.
thought they were right. So this is the problem with your
Yeah,
worldview,
no.
Romans, is because you believe that God literally wrote all the same stuff on everyone's heart, but nobody can figure out and come to an agreement on what that good stuff is, right? So you're right back
But
at
like,
square one. You're no better
but
than
I'm not
someone who
though.
believes in subjective morals because you
But
can't
I'm
tell
not
me
though.
with any sort of discernment what the objective morals are.
I can tell you what the objective morals are.
Or what are they?
But let me address the point
Is
about
every law of
what
God
happened in World
objective?
War. Every moral law,
No, every law.
not not objective at all times, not every law. Every
So then
moral
they're not
law.
objective.
No, the moral law is objective.
So, but morals don't change in time. Like it was never okay to do
Now I'm
something
talking about
then, and then now it's okay today. Like if it's objective,
no.
if it's objectively wrong to schmurder, then it's always wrong to schmurder.
Yes, that's a moral law. It's always wrong. It's always wrong to murder.
Okay, so then it is objectively moral to stone women that don't bleed on their wedding night.
Yes, that's wrong.
No, it's objectively very right. God said to do it. God commanded it in Deuteronomy 22. It's a moral law.
We know that. Well, look. I believe. This is what I believe.
Is it I know what you believe. I'm
No.
asking,
Let me
is
tell
it
you. You
objectively
don't know what
moral
I
to
believe.
stone a woman who doesn't bleed on her wedding night?
No, that's not objectively moral.
Well, then how come your God said to do it?
Well, a lot of the laws in the Old Testament are types of what the entire Christian.
God said to do
No.
something objectively immoral so that he can give you a foreshadowing. Foreshadowing of what? Do you hear yourself right now? This is crazy. First of all, objectives are moral, but you can't know what they are. Number two, God said to do things that are not objectively moral just so later you can have a foreshadowing. What's this foreshadow?
But listen to what I'm saying. All I have to do is make my system commensurate with itself.
No.
Now, you can
Answer
try
my
to
question,
criticize-
Romans.
wait.
What is Deuteronomy 22 foreshadowing?
What is foreshadowing?
You said
Is that
it's
sin
a
leads to
type.
death.
Yeah, what's it a type for?
It's that sin leads to death.
That's every law. Every law that has capital punishment would say the same thing. Then you wouldn't need all these laws.
Yes.
You would only need one law.
Why? What standard do you have for knowing what
It
you
also isn't true. That can't be what this means, right? Because all of the laws would therefore lead to death, which means all of the laws in the Old Testament would have to result in capital punishment, but they don't. So that doesn't follow.
Look, man. Let me tell you what you won't let me speak.
Look. All right, go ahead. Say what you gotta say. It's not going to help you.
What I'm trying to
so you
say.
know.
Yeah, man, you're really smart. Okay, what I'm trying to say is that all that I have to do is make my system commensurate with itself. But what you're doing, right, is you're coming from the outside, criticizing it morally when you've already admitted that you're subjectivist.
I'm not criticizing it morally. I'm pointing out the inconsistencies in your worldview.
Well, they're not inconsistencies.
They are.
In my worldview.
Because you believe that God is objectively moral and his moral laws are objective and unchanging. And then I show you one of the objective morals and you don't like it.
Well, now you just put words in my mouth. I never said unchanging.
No, you agreed with me that if it's objectively moral at one time,
no, I didn't.
You did.
Yeah, I remember you spoke
Romans. You can walk this back later, and you can watch yourself fly in real time. You agreed with me that if it's wrong to murder somebody, then it's always wrong to murder somebody.
Yes, murder.
Yeah, why? Because morals are what?
You're trying to sneak in
because in your worldview, morals are what?
You're being a sophist.
In your worldview, morals are what?
I didn't mean all the laws.
So murder is not objectively wrong.
Murder is objectively
Which
wrong.
ones? Which ones are objectively wrong?
Laws, there are certain laws that
which
are
ones?
meant for a specific time.
How do you know which ones?
Well, the church determines which ones.
So the church, that sounds subjective as fuck. You've got a bunch of dudes sitting around in robes saying, well, now this one applies and this one doesn't. Now this one doesn't apply and this one does. You're back at square one. You've got the same subjective framework as I have.
No, listen. I understand. You're very logical. You're very smart. I'm not being sarcastic, but you have to understand. You don't understand the ecclesiology behind the Orthodox Church. We don't believe that the Orthodox Church is a body of men. It's led by the Holy Spirit. It's the interpreter of. It's
Doesn't
literally
matter if
God
it's the Holy Spirit or not. It's
leading
still
us. No,
subjective
it's
and
still God. It's
changing.
not subjective. It's not subjective.
It is subjective, yes.
Okay, if the Holy Spirit
It's
is
actually,
leading
if it
a
comes from the Holy
conciliar
Spirit, then it is
to come
inherently
to
subjective because it's dependent on the mind of God.
how is that
So
subjective?
that's what subjective means.
No,
Subjective means mind dependent.
it means mind dependent.
Yeah.
But it's at a meta level though.
No,
So
it's not. It
no,
can't.
no, no.
It can't be
No,
mind
but
dependent
like,
and also be objective.
what does independent of mind? What do you mean?
Independent
Do you
of
know?
mind would be objective. What you're describing is something
Yeah.
that is dependent on mind. It's dependent on God's mind,
Mhm.
which means it's not actually objective, it's subjective. So you agree with
But
me
that
that
mind,
morals
that
actually are
the,
subjective. You're not a moral objectivist. You actually believe in divine command theory.
the mind is the basis of reality. How more objective can you get?
The mind is subjective. That's the definition of subjective, right? The minute anything
Okay.
becomes dependent on a mind, it is by definition subjective.
Colloquially, what do you mean by objective morals?
Not dependent on the mind. It doesn't matter what anyone
No,
thinks.
that's
It doesn't
no,
matter
no, no,
what
no. That's
anyone
not what that's
says.
not
It
what you
means
mean when you say objective
it's
morality.
entirely independent of anyone's thought process.
That's not even what you mean when you say
That's
objective morality.
100% what I mean. Don't tell me what
No,
I
no, it's
mean when
not.
I give you definitions that are in my head.
You've been doing that the whole time, telling me what I believe.
I know what you believe, and every time you said it,
You
I
don't
was
know what
right.
you don't know what I believe.
I
You
know
said the
exactly what you
Orthodox.
believe. You believe that if God
No,
says
you
it, then
said
it's good.
no. Yes,
Yeah, I know.
because
I know
God said
exactly
it.
what you believe. I don't know why you keep running away from it. So this is actually really easy. Okay, so you don't
Yeah, if God says it, it's
just
good.
follow, just Romans, just pay attention.
I'm
All right,
challenging.
I need you to pay attention for 5 seconds, right? Because these
Yeah.
are basic English definitions, right? If
Mhm.
God says it and it's be good because God says it, right? Not because it's good outside of God, right? If it's only
Mhm.
good because God tells you to
But there
do
is no
it,
outside of God.
Romans, listen. If it's only good because God told you to do it, that means it's subject to the mind of God. If it's objectively good, even if God didn't exist and the thing was still true, then it would be objectively good. But then you've got a kind of a double bind, right? Because if it's objectively good outside of the mind of God, that means God is bound by objective morals rather than the source of morals. So you've got one
Yes.
huge problem here, right? If you believe in
I like it. I like the line of thinking.
Romans, pay attention. If you believe in actual objective morals, then you can't believe in a God that is all powerful because he is bound by objective morals. If you believe that all good things, all moral things come from God, then you don't believe in objective morals. You believe in divine command theory.
I like your line of thinking, but you're coming to the wrong conclusion.
It's 100% the right conclusion. Plato came to that conclusion 2,500 years ago. It's not even a hard one.
Okay, like let me explain what I believe, though.
I know what you believe. I want an argument for what
But
you
like,
believe.
let me give you an argument. You're not letting me give you anything.
But you don't have to tell me what you believe. Give me the argument for why what you believe is true.
Okay. You said that, right? If that because the morality is dependent on the mind of God, it's subjective, right?
Yeah.
But I would say because all of reality in that system is dependent on the mind of God, right? Everything within creation is dependent on the mind of God. So within creation itself, when those moral laws are applied by God, they're independent. Inside the bubble of creation, they are objective because
They're
they
not
are true.
objective.
They are objective.
They're dependent on God's
Right.
mind. That makes them subjective. I don't know why this is so hard for you.
But,
all right, so we'll just try this again.
but it's
So,
it's at a meta level, though. It's at a meta level.
no,
It's at a meta level.
you have no idea what that word means. So, if something is objective, that means there are precisely 0 minds that are making it
But
objective.
then that would be self-refuting.
I know, that's why I keep doing it. You're self-refuting
Exactly.
yourself.
So you're giving me
So
a
you're
fallacy.
self-refuting
That's
your
a
own
fallacy.
objective moral argument. You're saying you
No,
believe in
that's
objective
not
morals,
my
but those
objective
morals
moral
are subject
argument.
to
That's
the mind
yours.
of God. So you don't believe in objective
No.
morals. You believe in subjective morals because they are subject to the mind of God. These are how basic definitions work. I don't want to explain it 3 times.
Yes, they're subject to the mind of God. The mind of God is not like your
That
mind.
means
The mind of God is the basis of all reality.
that means morals
within
are
the bubble of
subjective.
creation. Oh,
All
come
right,
on, Chief.
I'll lay it out in premises for you since you're not following. Okay. So premise number 1 is anything that is objective is not dependent on any minds at all. Follow?
No, I don't accept that premise.
Well, then you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. You know why?
No, you're wrong because that's what objective means.
No. Can I tell you why I'm not wrong?
You're wrong because you don't know English.
Can I tell you why I'm not wrong?
You're welcome to, but you're going to be wrong.
I'm welcome to. Please let me. I will. Right? So in the Christian worldview, we would say that all of reality is dependent on the mind of God.
Romans, this is not an explanation. I already know what you
So
believe.
is all of reality subjective
Romans,
then?
everyone here knows what you believe. You don't have to keep restating it, right? What I'm trying to help you understand is that what you believe isn't what you think you believe. The definition,
I know what I believe.
the definition of objective, that word means that it is 100% not dependent on any minds. 0 minds. Do you follow?
I follow.
Okay, so premise number 1, anything that is objective is not dependent on any mind. Follow? Okay. Premise number 2, morals are objective, right? Okay, so then the conclusion would be that morals can't be dependent on the mind of God because God's mind is a mind.
Yes, sir.
So then you agree with me that morals
Can I respond
aren't
to that?
objective, they are subjective.
Can I tell you why that's a circle?
It's not a circle, you agreed to it.
No, can I tell you why that's a circle?
We'll try this again. We'll do it backwards. Okay. So premise number 1.
Come on, Gene. Come on. You're silencing me.
Well, I'm not silencing you. I need you to focus. I don't want to have to explain this 15 times
I'm really focused.
everybody in the chat gets it. Everyone here gets it, but you. So I just need you to put your listening cap on.
Why you giving me a silence?
Put your listening cap on. Put your thinking hat on. We're going to go slow. Okay. So premise number 1, something or we'll say anything, meaning there's no limit. Okay. Anything that is dependent on any mind is subjective. Yes or no?
No.
Well, you're wrong. That's the definition of the word. So the problem is you don't know how to. No, you can't explain. It's definitions. You can't explain anything.
But it's not that simple.
It is that simple. That's what words mean. Listen, words have meanings here. I know they don't have meanings to you because you're a Christian, but words do actually have meanings here. Anything that is dependent on a mind is anything dependent on a mind is subjective. If it's
those meanings come with
not
dependent
on a mind, then it's in fact objective. What you're describing is dependent on a mind, which makes it subjective.
So let me tell you what you're doing. You're basically saying that the world is uncreated. Therefore, the world is uncreated.
This is definitionally true.
By God.
I didn't say any of that.
That's what you're saying.
I didn't say any of that.
Let me tell you why that's what you're saying.
I didn't say that. What I said was that what you actually believe.
But that's the logical consequence
it's
of
not.
it. You're basically
what you said.
That God didn't create the world. Therefore, God didn't create the world.
I didn't say any of that.
My argument is that the world is dependent on God's mind.
Romans, can you repeat my argument back to me? Because I didn't say a damn thing about the world.
I understand you didn't. But
Romans,
it
repeat
applies.
my
That's what
argument
I'm
back to me.
Oh, bro.
We're not moving
Okay.
on until you steel man my argument, because I don't think you heard it.
You said that the definition of subjective, right, is that it's objective, is that something that is independent of a mind, right?
Yes, and do you agree with that definition?
And yes and no.
Okay, so premise number 1, something that is objective is completely independent of any and all minds. We agree on that. Now,
I'm making a deeper argument here,
I'm
man.
not
You
Romans.
refuse to listen.
Romans, pay attention. This is so easy. I don't know why you can't grasp it. So, are morals
Okay. Look, man,
dependent on a
can I
mind or
just have
not?
can I have 60 seconds to talk uninterrupted?
No, Romans, I want you to follow the line of logic and stop running away from it. We're not going to move on. You're not going to pivot. You're not going to run away. We literally just started the live like an hour or something ago. I don't want to do this all night with you. Just focus up. Be an adult for 5 seconds. We literally, all we have to do is get through this one argument, and then you can pivot to any fucking thing you want to. Anything. We just need this one argument to be finished.
Why do you want to force me to accept your argument when I believe it's not that simple?
It is that simple, because we're not talking about anything. We're not talking about anything other than the word objective and subjective. That's all we're talking about right now.
Yes, definitions do not stand alone. They come with assumptions.
Romans, if you don't stop talking over me, I'm going to move on to someone who will have a real conversation with me. So,
okay, man.
So pay attention. We're going to have a singular discussion about the definition of words. You've agreed with me, and then you ran away from it 5 times. This is the last time we're going to do it. So the definition of subjective, anything that is subjective is then dependent on a mind, correct?
Yes, based on that definition, yes.
Okay. And based on the definition of objective, anything or everything that is objective is not dependent on any minds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, morals in your worldview are, in fact, a product of a mind. They are subject to a mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That makes them, by definition, subjective. Because if they were objective, they wouldn't be dependent on a mind. And since they are dependent on a mind, that makes them subjective. Do you follow?
Yes, sir. I follow.
Okay, so do you agree then in your worldview, using those definitions, the ones that are in the actual dictionary, that you actually believe that morals are subjective, subject to the mind of God?
Using those definitions, yes.
Well, those are the only definitions you have. I don't know if English is your second language, but it's my first language. That's what those words mean. Do I need to bring a dictionary into this?
Now, can I speak, please?
Do I need to bring a dictionary into it?
You don't need to, man.
Can you provide an alternative definition that's from a dictionary?
Can I try to communicate something, and if it doesn't make sense?
No, I need you and me to agree on definitions of words, or we will not be moving forward.
Okay, man, I concede your argument. You're right. I believe in subjective morality. Can I take another angle to this discussion?
Yeah.
Okay. So, right, as a theist, I believe that God created the world. So in a way, the world is dependent on God's mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
So would you say that things that exist in the world, like the earth, would you say the earth in itself is objective?
Objective wouldn't be the way I would phrase it, but you could say that, yeah.
Yeah, you could say that.
In my worldview, not in your worldview.
Yes, exactly.
But
right.
But objectively,
I would say that the earth is dependent on a mind.
Well, yeah, and I wouldn't.
Which would be a view of sort of divine conceptualism. I would say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I would say that the earth is dependent on God's mind.
I know.
So that's my view. So your argument,
I don't
in
know
my
why
view,
you're explaining
becomes a
that.
circle.
Literally, everyone knows that.
Yeah,
Like,
your
no
view
one's
in
questioning
my
whether or not you think God didn't create the earth. We know that you believe God created the earth. This isn't hard.
yes. So you see those assumptions that lead to my conclusion. So you assume
No,
that God didn't create the earth.
no, you didn't.
I assume
You
that.
didn't state a conclusion that's meaningful. No, like
Yeah, I'm leading to it, man.
no one's questioning whether or not you think God created the earth.
I'm leading to it. I know that.
You know we're talking about morals and not the earth, right?
Yes, but I'm making an analogy.
Well, it's not an analogy because one of them exists in the physical world and one of them doesn't.
Exists metaphysically, I believe.
I don't think it does exist metaphysically. Make the argument for that.
Yes, exactly.
Make
So
the argument for morals existing metaphysically, and keep in mind when you do it, you're going to give an argument for objective morals, and we're going to go right back to square one because metaphysically existing morals are in fact objective.
Objective.
You know, there's a way around this. You know, you could
they
just
exist in the mind of God.
If you actually read the literature, you know there's a way around this, right? You obviously don't know because you would have given it to me.
I don't need to read the literature.
Okay, so I'll give you a head start because I don't want to have this conversation. So the way you solve this, Romans. I'm fast forwarding the conversation because I've had this 5,000 times, and I already know I already know the better argument from your worldview. So the better argument from
you don't even know my argument.
I don't need to know your argument. What you're going to say is that morals exist metaphysically, and they exist metaphysically because of the mind of God. That was already the argument that you made. That's a shitty argument because if they exist metaphysically from the mind of God, you can't prove it. It makes it subjective. If you think that they exist metaphysically without the mind of God, then they're objective, and we're back at square one, and God is bound by objective morals. The better argument for metaphysical morals existing is not that they come from the mind of God. You're supposed to say that they come from God's nature. That's how you get around the nonsense paradox that you're trapped in right now. Do you see?
I don't agree.
Oh, fuck. Okay, whatever. You're just not good at this, I guess.
Yeah, you're good at talking
Romans,
over
I wouldn't have to talk over you if we were having a productive dialogue.
I tried to, but you kept talking over me.
No, you were dodging, so I kept redirecting you.
I wasn't dodging anything.
You were running away from the conversation.
My view is much more complex than you think.
I don't think it's complex at all. I've heard it 5,000 times.
No, you've not heard it.
What you believe is that morals exist and they are dependent on the mind of God, right?
Yes.
You think that's something new? You think you invented that?
No. You just kept
Buddy, I've literally had like, at this point, I've probably had like 3,000 debates. You can't believe that you're the first person who's got on my live stream and said, I think objective morals come from the mind of God. Please tell me you don't think you're the first person to say that.
Of course, I don't think I am.
Okay, so then you're not
the whole time.
Because you're not doing anything for your argument here. This is like really embarrassing for you. So the fact of the matter is, if you believe that morals are subjective, right? Then you no longer have objective morals, and you've now claimed.
I don't believe morals are subjective.
But you described morals that are in fact subjective. You just don't know that they're subjective because you don't know how words work.
You just don't want to hear my argument.
Romans, you told me yourself, using the actual syllogism we put together, that it is true that morals are subject to the mind of God. That makes them subjective.
Under your purposefully simplistic definitions.
Give me a different fucking definition then. Go to the dictionary and give me a different definition.
Oh yeah, go to the dictionary. You're still trying to control where I get the definition.
Romans, give me an actual dictionary definition of those words that are different from what I use.
Dictionary definition. I'm not going to sneak up on you. You're going to hear the definition and hear if it makes sense or not.
I'm not going to hear shit. If you can't agree on what words,
talking over me.
If you can't agree on what words mean in the English language, then we can't move forward. We're both speaking English. The two words, objective and subjective, have meanings in the English language. When we use those words, we use them according to the meaning of the words in English. If you think that they should be defined something different than what they're actually defined as, then you need to call up the dictionary, have them change it, or you got to use a different word. If objective and subjective aren't the words you're looking for, you need different words, Romans. Do you understand?
I understand you, man.
Okay, so if
Then
you don't like
I
those
think
definitions of those words, then what other words would you like to use?
okay. Now, what I was saying, here's what I meant. Do you remember when I said
Did you hear my question, Romans?
I heard your question and I'm
Romans,
thinking through it.
I don't know why you think I'm going to let you run away from just answering my simple question. If those words, the way they're defined in the English dictionary, don't mean what you want them to mean, then is there another word we can substitute?
I think the words mean what I want them to mean, right?
Okay,
I don't think the
then we'll start
definitions can be
here,
used
Romans. Give
simplistically.
me the definition of the word subjective.
Something subjective is something that's independent of a mind.
Wrong. That's literally the opposite. Did you? I said subjective, did I not? What does the word subjective mean? Is he Googling it? Where is he going? I never thought I'd have to have a half-hour conversation on the definition of two basic English words. This is crazy.
I'm literally giving you that. Oh, sorry, you didn't hear me. I said it's dependent on the mind.
Okay.
I mean, it's yeah.
So subjective means it's dependent on a mind. And objective would be the opposite, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So something that's objective is independent of any and all minds, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the identical definitions that you said I was using that you didn't like.
Yeah. But can I add
Which means
definition?
your definitions are exactly the same as my definitions, and you already agreed
exactly
to
the
the
same.
syllogism using my definitions, which means you're beyond help, Romans. All right, you need to try this again in a different language. You shouldn't be speaking English. This is not the place for you to be. We're not going to do this
dependent on the
anymore.
mind within a system.
Yeah, that's meaningless. Okay, I can't do that guy anymore. He's too much for me. You can only have the same circular argument over and over again before it's just too much. Ehud Leftist coming in again with a super chat says, I'll never understand why Christians come in and lie about their faith instead of standing 10 toes down. That's the crazy thing, actually. The fact that they'll stand 10 toes down and all kinds of stuff, but they won't just tell you what God they believe in. It's the weirdest thing. And Johanna says, so much for free will when you aren't allowed to logically refuse to believe. Yeah, so this is actually the funniest thing. You know, if you think that God values free will, then why is he making you turn or burn if you don't follow his commands perfectly, right? Because if you commit even one sin, you go to hell, right? That's not free will. That's coercion at best. Adam Brown, my friend, great to see you. We just saw Small Johnson earlier. It says, here's a 10 to piggyback on Small Johnson. Oh, yeah, he saw. To hope you read Dr. Carrier's book this summer when you finish penning your own. Can't eat the barbecue since surgery, but I'm definitely rock hard for Doug. Happy cooking. Well, Adam, I hope you're recovering well from the surgery. Best wishes to you. And I do have the book by Carrier, so it's on my hit list. We're gonna be getting it done sometime, hopefully sometime really soon. Anthony says, Doug fixed my erectile dysfunction. Of course he would. That's why you're rock hard. You're rock hard because Doug is rock hard for you. If you're having a little bit of trouble with ED, remember you needed the DOUG. And Urzmont, my friend, says, he's real dummy. Yahweh continues to send his best. I know. I will never understand how the most least rhetorically gifted people on the planet will get up here on a live stream thinking that they're saying things that are going to help their case. Space Lord says, smart people don't talk about being smart. Actually, yeah, I think that's obvious. I think that seems to be the case. If you're smart, you don't have to be told. You don't have to tell people. Josephus says 2 books battling the gods, atheism in the ancient world by Tim Whitminsh. Doubt by J.M. Hecht. Reverse the word God, dog, and a U, and add a U, and we have Doug. Well, actually, you could just pronounce God or Doug backwards. Pronounce Doug backwards, and you've got God, which I mean is just obvious proof, Stephen, that Doug is God. I mean, it's objectively true. And Peter says, hey, Justin, what's the steel man for the position Jesus didn't claim to be God in the Gospels? The best response to the usual versus Christian site. Well, first of all, I think your question's too broad, right? So I know that this is a popular debate. Did Jesus really claim to be God? I don't think it's a good debate. And the reason is because the Bible disagrees with itself. If you get rid of the Gospel of John, I don't think Jesus thinks he's God. At best, he's an adopted son like David in Psalm 2. But as soon as you add the Gospel of John, Jesus in the Gospel of John seems to think that he's God. So it's a difficult question because when you're having the argument, you can build a case for either position. And Flanker, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what is true, we slide into darkness by Sagan. That's pretty pretty profound saying by Sagan. But I mean, it's not wrong, actually. In fact, it's not wrong at all. The only crystal you need is Doug, though. And Johanna says, God is dog, add a U. Yeah, actually, God is dog. Listen, I do believe in dog, and I believe in Doug. So there's that. Space Lord said, funny that the best story about Jesus is a forgery. This is the great irony of John chapter, did I say John chapter 8 earlier? I think is it John 6 or John 8? Now I forget. I'm second guessing myself. But you're right. The biggest irony of the whole thing is that it's such a good story. It just also happens to probably not be true. I think it might be John chapter 6. Let me see. No, John chapter 6 is, yeah, okay, I think I was right. John chapter 8. Okay. Anyways, it's not all that critical. So, yeah, it is John chapter 8. I was right. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, it is a good bit of irony. And Frank says, not sure if you covered this, but can we track John 8 moving from non-existent to a marginal note, then finally into the text in the manuscripts? So we touched on it, but we didn't really cover the marginal note. So it does seem to be the first instance that we have of this passage shows up not in the text, but in a margin. Now, you could say that somebody was putting it there because they thought it was missing. You could say that somebody put it there because they liked the story and it reminded them of that story. You could say that it was put there for liturgical purposes. But no matter what you think of it, it eventually went from being a marginal note to sacred text. Johanna says, in which language does God write on your heart? Must be the one of 5 I don't speak. Actually, that would make sense. That would explain why no one can figure out what these objective morals are, because God wrote them in a dead language. He should have not done that whole Tower of Babel nonsense and kept everyone on the same language system. I feel like that would have made things a little easier. And John says, maybe God meant get them stoned, not stone them. So, I mean, that's what Doug preaches. I don't think Yahweh meant the same thing. He seems barbaric. Jay Schroeder, thank you for the $10 super thanks. I really appreciate that, my friend. It's super generous. And Mr. says, is there a top 10 list of BS Bible nonsense? One of my faves, when zombies crawled out of their graves and walked around Jerusalem. Maybe I like the first tab on the Deconstruction cheat sheet. There's like a worst of the Bible list. I think that's a good tab. If you don't have the cheat sheet, I recommend getting a copy. And Brain Damage Songwriter says, Justin's cooking at a high level tonight. Roman don't know if he's part of the sauce or on the grill as the tenderized main course. Keep cooking, rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Brain Damage. I appreciate that. And that's the crazy thing is not only did he not track any of what we just said, he, in his own mind, probably thinks he cooked me, which is wild. And 6 Go Fast says, I think we need a dancing goalpost emoji. Thanks for spreading the good news, Justin. I love to hear people lying to us and themselves in public. Isn't that the funniest thing? We do need a goalpost shift, though. We need like a goalpost on wheels. I need to create a emoji of a goalpost on wheels. Cameron says, can't stay long, but praise Doug. Thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that, my friend. Praise Doug. And Pat says, these live Doug studies always hit the spot. Pat, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being part of the team. I really appreciate that. And just a couple more super chats, friends. Fraggle says, love the show. Keep cooking them, Christians. And for the love of Doug, put a bouquet garni in there, or at least a tablespoon of salt. We always cook them with a pinch of salt. No bland theists here. And Cameron says, go U.S. team tonight while you're cooking, Justin. Shit, go us or U.S.? Is there an event happening in the U.S., like a sporting event that I'm unaware of? But yeah, go Doug at least. And Dr. Pizza says, Doug has changed his mind about slavery. He despises and condemns it even harder in the new covenant. That's because Doug's even better than the Bible God. And I mean, realistically, Doug is the Bible God. He's the Bible God concealed, you know? And Master Machete says, here's $1.99 for the kick fund. We briefly threw around the idea of a kick price. We haven't really solidified that. Jennifer says, kick fund, lying liars that lie. We don't really have a kick fund yet, friends. And Chip says, it's another Sadak Magbijtav. You're right. So I don't call myself a Christian, but I do follow the teachings of Jesus, but I'll never deny the truth of Doug. Big W, Chip. Great reference, by the way. That's for the prior guest. And Skywise says, prophecy fulfilled. Praise Doug. I know, we nailed it, didn't we? It's almost like these people are predictable and they don't have any good arguments. Sewer said, I ordered 2 of the Jesus stickers a month ago and haven't gotten them. Customer service is dicking me harder than your local pastor. What's up with that? So if you ordered 2 stickers from the website, and certainly couldn't have been over a month ago, but I can look on the website and see if it shows if they were delivered. It's possible they got delivered to the wrong address. If that's the case, I apologize for it. They should be ordered the orders really should be done like within like a week or 2. It shouldn't take that long. It's an automated system. I should be able to look. I can't do it right now. Send me a message in the Discord if you didn't get them. I will go into the system on Spring and I will see where they were shipped to, what the shipping code was, and see if there's a tracking number. We'll track it down, Sewer Slide. Don't worry, we will track it down. I'm not going to leave you hanging, my friend. And Acme Hero says, last caller is a crash test dummy in real life. Yeah, I think you're right. And here. And Mindy says, crashed out as expected, praise Doug. And didn't even take long. It was like an immediate crash out. Blind says, the IQ seems low, but defending a book you've never read must be tough. Well, listen, that's if all you have, right, if you haven't read the book and all you have to argue with is some smart guy thinks Jesus is real, I mean, that's really going to be your best argument. I think anyone with intelligence knows that that's not a good argument. And Derek says, would you summarize what the Bible says about Satan versus extra biblical ideas? I mean, that's a long summary. I mean, basically in the Old Testament, Satan starts out as like a member of the divine council who is there to accuse the brethren. By the time you get to the New Testament, he's basically the arch enemy of Yahweh and is like trying to devour people and is in charge of sending people to hell, something that's not really it's not at all in the Old Testament. Bitplane says, whoa, pet ra equals pet rock. I get it now. Petra equals pet rock. You're right, actually. Well, Petra just means rock in the Greek language. That's where it came from. And Snickerdoodle says, you're dealing with a real intellectual giant when they use the insult dummy. So 7 years old of him. Praise the Lord, Doug. Amen and amen. Snickerdoodle, great to see you. I hope you're having some Snickerdoodles for me. I'm being good. I'm trying to be good, not have any cookies here, but I love me some Snickerdoodles and some ice cream when the weather gets hot. Jennifer says, why isn't Elohim goddesses as the plural of Eloah goddess? Wouldn't the plural of AI be Elim? Hebrew letters go fracassa when I mix with Roman. So the problem with the ending of Elohim to make it feminine, you wouldn't add an A. It'd still start with like an E class vowel. It'd be Eloha, which is what you're suggesting, Eloha. The problem is that Eloha is actually used of masculine deities in the ancient world, right? So there is a weird grammatical rule that's being broken, Jennifer. There's probably a good reason for why the grammatical rule in Hebrew is being broken, but I know it existed before Biblical Hebrew. It also existed prior to it, right? So this actually might be a good question for Dr. Josh. Dr. Josh did his degree in this field of work. He does write. He's like doing lexicon entries. So he's really good with the grammar, and so is Dr. Kip. I would ask one of those two. They would definitely give you a really good answer for why this might be the case. I can only agree with you. It's a weird break of the rules. And Robin says, Theus, Google minister arrested and get back to me about morality. Yeah, that's the crazy thing is that like we have ministers. They're the most dangerous people on the planet. You know what I mean? Like your child is statistically more endangered in a church than anywhere else in the USA. But they've got all the morals, and we don't have any. I've got like 5 more super chats, friends. We'll get our guest in here. Matrix says Christian cousin says debating the Bible to within eyewitnesses' lifetimes has been done. What can I say to challenge a Christian college handle it? I don't know what that means when you say the Bible within eyewitnesses' lifetime. So the Bible is a big book, right? You have to take every individual book, right? Luke certainly is not dated to within the lifetime of Luke. Mark, maybe, if you think Mark lived during the Pauline period, which he probably did. But Mark wasn't an eyewitness to shit, so that's irrelevant. Luke wasn't an eyewitness anyways. Matthew, sure as hell, could have been dated within 100 years of the lifetime of Matthew. We don't know that conclusively. It also wouldn't matter. We've got other texts from the ancient world that are dated within 100 to 200 years of the events. It doesn't make them true, right? Like we've got the temple inscriptions of Ashurbanipal and Sennacherib's prism and all kinds of stuff, and they make all kinds of bombastic claims as well that we don't believe are true, even though they're written like within the lifetime of the events. So just being within the lifetime of the events doesn't actually make the claim true. And Jacob says, I hate when Christian family members around me tell me to pray to Jesus for help when my depression flares up, knowing I'm an atheist. Love the vids, by the way. Well, Jacob, thanks for being here. And I'm sorry to hear that your depression is flaring on you. It's certainly a difficult thing to deal with. And I would hate it too, right? But this is the nature of Christians, right? They feel like somehow deep down inside, it's true that you're just suppressing it, right? So like their argument is hinging on you being a liar, which is crazy that they would think that. Pat says Romans 5 brought a toothpick to a gunfight tonight. Actually, I think you're right. He was so mad I wouldn't let him pivot. All right, 2 more super chats. Bucky says, breaking news, alert the media. Claims require evidence. I know, isn't that crazy? I really appreciate the super chat, Bucky. Good to hear from you tonight. But you're right. It's amazing that people think that they can just say it and then it becomes true. That's not how that works. I am the cheese, my friend. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 1999 super chat. It says Jonah 3:10 kills the Jesus had to die claim. God, you're right, when they repented, right? It says God just sent some random dude to give a speech and a whole pagan city repented. God knew exactly what to say to them to change, then forgave them. No blood, just repentance. So this is something that Jews point out a lot. If you talk to the rabbis on this whole forgiveness nonsense, they'll point out like, no, you don't have to have blood. Literally the entire city of Nineveh repented. All you have to do is actually repent. Like you don't have to do all the blood magic. That's not necessary. All right, let's get our guest in here. We're going to try to get Johnny again. Johnny, we brought in earlier, but his microphone wasn't quite working. We've got him in here now. Let's see if we do any better. How you doing, Johnny?
Hello, mate. How are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Johnny, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 26 actually, and that's a good question. I might not be in the best place, because I'm I'm skeptic basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say. Um, And I have this. I'm not gonna take much of your time. I'm just, really interested in both sides of the, in both perspectives. The atheist perspective, and in the, you know, believer perspective.
Mhm.
I just feel like I don't know. I feel like something is pulling me towards this believing side.
Yeah,
But
like
then,
what? Can you can
yeah,
you can you pinpoint something that's keeping you in, and maybe we can fix it?
yeah. I liked how you said it. Like we maybe we can fix it. uh, I feel like there's just something. And hopefully I'm not gonna become too philosophical. I feel like there's something about this concept of holiness. I really feel like you know in in my mind there is obviously better examples of behavior than other um, you know um, examples of behavior. So I feel like there is like a hierarchy, like a progression of how someone's behavior could look to be better.
Mhm.
So there are obviously better ways of behaving. And my point is, where is this stopping? Where is this scale? Where is this trail stopping? Because it seems to me that this would stop at the concept of holiness. Though I might be wrong. I might be wrong. And in the opposite direction, if you go, you know,
Well, why
l-
do you think they stop?
I, because in some point, um, I don't think you can become like a better person, or I don't know.
Why
I,
not?
I know it sound. Um, I mean, morally speaking, not that you cannot learn things, because we learn things continuously, but I feel like morally you can be just, let's say you are, perfect, right? You have a perfect behavior. What comes after perfect? You know what I'm saying? It
Well,
just
why do you
doesn't.
think
Yeah,
why do you think there is a perfect?
I don't know. It seems to me that um there are um let's call them more moral behaviors. So if there is a
Mhm.
progression, there has to be a scale, and that scale must stop somewhere,
Why?
right? Because it seems to me that it doesn't follow logically to assume that you can
Well,
be
uh,
more than
I think
the best version
I
of
think
behavior.
the problem that you have is you're assuming that morals are objective. Why are you doing that?
Well, I don't know if sorry if I might have expressed myself wrongly, but that was not my point. I don't believe I don't think there is necessarily an objective morality, but I feel like someone can
But
exercise
but
and
that's what you
practice like.
but that's
Yeah.
what you described is what I'm saying. Like whether or not you realize it, what you're describing is objective morals. You're saying that there's like a scale of morality and that eventually you can complete all the steps on the scale. Well, that's objective morals. So in the atheistic worldview, like you have to prove that to be the case first. So this is actually, I think you're kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Yeah, I mean,
Right? Like why
yeah,
would you assume that there's a scale of moral perfection?
because for example, I don't know, let's say, um you can let's start from the uh, idea that you can be you can have good intentions, right? And then let's say you can be able to not harm people, okay?
Mhm.
So you don't do something bad, and then you can do good things, let's
Mhm.
say. um you can do like good deeds, for example. You can help, you can donate money or things like that. So it seems to me that when you do something for somebody, that's better than not doing bad things, for example.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that you do more. And where is this more stopping?
There's
what I'm
no
saying?
there's no stopping. I don't know why you keep thinking there's a stopping. There's no scale, right? You keep saying that one thing is better than another, but that's not the case. Like when you say one thing is better than another, you're invoking an objective measure, right? If you don't think that it's if you think that it's only subjectively true that one thing is better than another, then it doesn't stop because it's just subjective.
Sorry, can I ask you a question? So,
Mhm.
and I don't want to get too long with this because I don't have really a stance on this subject, so I don't want to be in the wrong place for too long. I don't want to waste your time. My point is that some people and I don't want to be judgmental or something, don't get me wrong, but some people can like hurt other people, right? For example, some people can attack other people.
Mhm.
So wouldn't you say that not attacking other people is better than attacking like people?
Yeah, but that's my opinion, is what I'm saying. Like in a world where morals are subjective, that's just my opinion. There's no scale I'm appealing to.
I mean, obviously, yeah, I understand your point, but it's like, it seems to me that when you attack somebody, you create harm, you create pain to that person. So we can have like some biological landmark in this situation,
But
which
that's
says, which
subjective.
told us, yeah, I mean, yeah, some people can feel more pain than other people when they are being attacked,
No,
but there is
no.
still some pain.
I'm saying that the datum point that you created is subjective. Like you just decided that pain is the objective measuring point, right? But that's just you deciding that. It might be that that's not the objective measuring point, or even the subjective measuring point, right?
Yeah, but obviously pain hurts,
I know.
right?
Yeah.
So it seems to me that that wouldn't be something moral
Why?
to do to somebody, because that person will feel pain,
So
right? It's something bad. It seems to me that it's
how do you know it's
something
bad?
bad. Yeah, I think I can't get too deep with this. It's just that person will feel it, and we can see that pain is expressing in most of us as something unpleasant.
Yeah, but how do you know that it's bad? Like you could put it on a scale and say that it's bad, is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm saying that if you do something to somebody and you inflict pain, that's a type of behavior. And then if you don't do that, that's obviously better, right? In terms of your stance towards somebody.
Yeah,
like
your
in terms of your
stance.
interaction.
Yeah, that's subjective. Like you're saying, I think this is better than that, right? So the minute you've got two problems, right? You're behaving as though morals are subjective, but the framework that you're putting them in is objective, right? So you're saying, I believe that one thing is more moral than another, right? Which is a subjective thing to say. That's what I would say. I would say, yeah, I believe that I think that some things are worse than others and some things are better than others, right? But then I wouldn't go and say, and here's how you can know and measure it. And there must be something that's at the top of that hierarchy. That is an appeal to objective morals, but we have to demonstrate that objective morals exist before you can appeal to them. If they exist outside of our mind, then they're objective, right? So the minute you describe putting morals on a scale that exists outside of our mind, you're trying to put it into an objective worldview, even though you know that your worldview is subjective.
Yeah, sorry if I'm being silent. I'm just trying to process, because I want to listen, right? I don't want to just skip over your words. Yeah, it seems to me that I just can't get you know away from this feeling that there are like, or I could even say reasoning, type of reasoning, that there are just better behaviors than
Yeah.
other.
It's called moral intuition.
Mhm.
Right? And it's developed through evolution, right? So we've, over the course of evolution, we've decided that morals should be based on harm, right? Because when somebody hurts me, if somebody stabs a pen in my leg, which actually has happened before, but if someone stabs a pen in my leg, like it really hurts, right? So I know in my head, this hurts. I don't like it. Now, if somebody comes along and spits in my face, I might say, well, I don't like that either, but it wasn't as bad as the stab in the leg, right? So our idea of what is better or worse, morally speaking, is just based on our experience and what hurts us more or less. But there are some people, like crazy people like Albert Fish, who got off by hurting himself, right? So like this idea that we can use pain as an objective measure doesn't really work. It's inherently subjective.
Okay. But so, okay, let's think it through. So logically, what would you say, that pain is immoral or moral?
Oh, neither. I don't think pain is a moral component.
Hmm.
So pain, there's so many different types of pain. So like when I'm talking in like words of morality, right? So like pain is how we make decisions in a subjective framework on what we want to allow, right? So if something causes me pain, I can get together with other people in my city and say, "Hey, this thing really caused me a lot of pain. Maybe we should prevent it from happening to me and to others." And we might say, "Shit, that sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Let's not do that again." And that's how we create these laws. We might refer to them as morals, but there's no way like you could take this practice that we've been doing for thousands of years and then make it objective. It's inherently a subjective practice that we're doing.
Okay. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I might have went off topic like a lot, but I just try to clarify something beforehand.
No, you're doing fine.
I mean, if so, if somebody would attack you, right? Obviously that person hits you, right? That would be an unpleasant situation, right?
Only if you don't want it.
Yeah, I mean, psychologically speaking, there are people that find pleasure in pain.
Right.
That's true, but yeah, it's
So pain's not a great threshold because you could want pain, which means it still comes down to your mind. And if it comes down to your mind, your wants and your desires, then it's subjective.
um well, yeah, I mean, it so I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult or something. It's just, it's so complicated for me to grasp, like to comprehend the concept of pain in a like non-immoral way.
Why?
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It just feels to me like it's it's just something bad.
It's just a product
Um,
of evolution. People who couldn't feel pain died. That's how you survived. Like you, something poked you and pierced your skin, and it because you could feel pain. You're like, well, shit, I don't need to do that again, right? So like pain is just an evolutionary adaptation. Anyone who couldn't feel pain didn't survive.
but does pain like hurt you psychologically?
They can hurt both, yeah, because your brain forms memories.
So psychologically is something bad to feel pain?
only unwanted pain.
But okay, I feel like we associate pain in most of cases with unpleasant
Yeah.
situations.
Yeah, that's what
So
pain
why
is.
so why wouldn't we label it as something that started from an immoral act?
Because it started from evolution. It's just an evolutionary trait. Like, we have pain receptors on our skin because if we didn't have them, we would all be dead. That's it. That's the only reason why we feel pain.
No, I understand why we feel pain. Like, it's a biological thing, but the psychological implications to me, are very, like, I'm very captivated by this. I'm not gonna be able to finish this discussion, unfortunately, because it's quite late here in the UK. But I've had a great time with you. Hopefully we can finish this conversation.
Yeah, coming back sometime. I'll be live again next week earlier in your time zone, so maybe you'll catch me at a better time.
That's gonna be perfect. That's gonna be much better. Thank you for your time.
All right, cheers, buddy. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Nice kid. Weird that he's stuck on this idea that morals are objective when all the data we have shows that they're not. It's like he's just got this intuition that it's objective, and I guess he never thought through it yet. The Deep Burrito, my friend, good to see you. It says, used to frequent a club called Sin. Oh, I would go there. All that led to was a really good time and going slightly deaf to loud music. Actually, Deep Burrito, I have reached a phase in my life where I could not go to loud music clubs. I don't want to. Even for free alcohol, I wouldn't go. First of all, I can't dance to begin with, but man, I can't do the loud music anymore. I think there's a couple signs that you're getting old, and I think that's one of them. I think I hit that threshold finally, but I'd still go listen, if you found me a club named Sin, I'd go just for the name of it. Sir Gamelot says, Justin, you cooked that ortho bro so bad. I never knew stoning women on their wedding night was a typology or foreshadowing of Christ. Sir, listen, I've heard a lot of excuses for Deuteronomy 22, a lot of them. I never in a million years would have believed that somebody would say Deuteronomy 22, the stoning of the woman didn't bleed, was a fucking typology. That's crazy. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Big Daddy, thank you for giving away 5 subscriptions on TikTok. I super appreciate that, friend. Fen's with us tonight. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, can we start some kind of a fund to get dictionaries into the hands of Christians who don't know the distinction between objective and subjective? Can anybody please get this kid a dictionary? Listen, I tried hard to get him to simply agree on terms. I've made him give me his own definition, and then he told me exactly what I said the definition was, and then he said that's not what it means. I don't know where we go from there. Scott Allen, my friend, thank you for sending out a $5 super thanks. And Sonus, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the 300 Argentinian dollars. Says, greetings and salutations. Do you think a Spanish version of the Bad Bible spreadsheet might be useful? I'm working on one for sharing in my language with Spanish links. Cheers. I think it would be useful. I don't know any Spanish, but if you were able to translate it, Sonus, into Spanish, I would 1,000,000% add Spanish or make a second one in Spanish. I'd have 2 of them. I would 100% do it if somebody was up for the task. I'm not capable though. I learned a little bit of Spanish when I was in Mexico, like survival Spanish, and that was about it. So I can't really translate text. But I appreciate the super chat and for the ask. Herbie says, I was rock hard for Doug and stayed hard for 1.5 hours. That sounds pretty good. It says, but sleep is calling now, heading towards 1 a.m. real UK time. It was fun to watch some of the live though. Well, Herbie, thank you for letting me know. Thank you for being rock hard. But as the doctor said, if you stay erect for too long, seek medical attention. And certainly you don't want to go into bed with that happening. That's not going to make for a good night of sleep. And Master Machete here says, I want to hear the better argument for objective morals at this point, direct from Justin. I basically gave it to him. The better argument for objective morals is just to say some bullshit that they exist eternally and that they're from the nature of God, not the mind of God. And then you have to make an argument for why the nature of God is independent and not dependent on the mind, which is another whole shtick. But it can get you there. Jennifer says, I think the words mean what I want them to mean. That's what the caller was doing. Like, listen, I don't like what these words mean, so they must mean something else. And Eric says, the origins of Yahweh, storm God to all powerful, seem so damning to Christianity. Is there a reason you don't touch on this more? Yeah, Eric, because it's unproven. I mean, Eric, I love you, buddy. Thank you for the super chat. But when we talk about the nonsense in the Bible, where like a lot of historians agree that yes, the Baal material is being co-opted and turned into Yahwistic material, but listen, you can't prove any of that. All you can do is prove that it seems like the texts were robbed and reframed, right? But these are on the level of conjecture, right? We don't have firm evidence. I think the evidence points in that direction. Like the evidence that we have, I agree with you. The evidence we have is that Yahweh was probably a minor deity in some Canaanite pantheon, probably from Midian, who was like a god of metallurgy, namely copper, and that he was co-opted into the Judean cult, and then eventually had to get smushed in with the Elohim cult, or the El cult, the Ugaritic Canaanite cult. And they smushed all kinds of stuff together because they couldn't have a polytheistic God. They had to have one God. So Tales of Levant says, if there was a Justin's Annotated Study Bible, I would buy it. Well, actually, there is going to be one eventually, Tales. I am working on that. We should have one eventually. And my friend Dade, good to see you, says Romans is objectively a clown, and I do agree. Braveheart's crashing out because I only have 634 viewers in the stream that he's in. I've got 1,000 in the other one, Braveheart, and 500 in TikTok. So there's a lot of people watching you crash out. Not as many in the stream that you're in, though. And Jesus says, I learned so much from you. Thank you, Justin. Well, Jesus, shit, that's a huge compliment coming from you, friend. And Icky says, Christians think objective and subjective are in a hierarchy since they think God is on top. They say God is objective, but that's mixing categories. Actually, I agree with you. That's exactly what they're doing. They're literally completely mixing up the categories. They have no idea what they're doing. They heard words being said in church, and they're repeating them here, not knowing. And just a couple more super chats, friends. Scribs says, your mind is imaginary. Prove me wrong. Well, I mean, if my mind is imaginary, then technically so is yours. So you don't exist. So there you go. Johanna says, does God give a new pope his unlisted number? Oh, that's actually a really good question, Johanna. This is the funny thing is sometimes the popes disagree with each other. So they must be calling a different Jesus. Like they got like a 3 instead of an 8 or something of that nature. And Kay says, your patience with Romans is unmatched, Justin. I had to walk away from my phone because I was so pissed. Actually, Kay, I was on the edge with Romans. He was that dumb and that slow that even I was like, I got to tap out of this thing. Frosco says, what punishment did Satan ever receive in the Bible? Well, nothing yet. He got exactly what he wanted. And in Job, we see he can still go talk to God whenever he wants. That's the craziest thing. He was rewarded. Satan was rewarded for his behavior. Of course, the reason for that is because he was doing what God wanted him to all along. This New Testament concept of Satan doesn't match the Old Testament. And Shishi says, can we put the cheat sheet on car windows during church services? Actually, I did recently in the merch shop do a cheat sheet desk pad for like a mouse and keyboard, but I don't have a big sticker. I need cheat sheet stickers that we can put on magnets. Maybe we can put on people's cars. And Vic, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, great show again with apologies like Thatcher. Being smart is like being a lady. If you have to say you are, you aren't. Actually, that's actually an interesting point. Well, maybe there's some complications in the modern age and how we define words now. That might not actually be true. But I understood the saying. I know what you're saying. Like what you're saying is people who are smart don't have to declare that they're smart. You can just tell by observing, right? So I'm with you there. I'm with you there. All right, let me get our next guest in here. We've had a couple people waiting in the TikTok queue, so we're going to get someone from the TikTok queue, then we'll grab again somebody from the YouTube queue. We'll go back and forth here. How you doing, Lord?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Lord, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm 28 now, and I am a believer.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
Jesus.
Okay. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the God of Christianity being real?
Well, the main argument I come to in my head is like the prophecies of the Bible and the history behind it.
Like what?
Where, for example, like the one that everybody knows that I'm just going to refer to is the prophecy in Isaiah.
Isaiah 53?
Isaiah 9:6, I think.
Well, Isaiah 9:6 definitely isn't about Jesus, but you want to go over it?
In Isaiah 53, is that the one that talks about somebody being like butchered and brought in disgrace and mocked?
Not really. That I think you're referring to Psalm 22.
Okay, we can go over Isaiah 53 or Isaiah 9:6.
Well, I'll give you a choice. Going over Isaiah 9 will take about 5 minutes. Going over Isaiah 53 will take 30 minutes. So it's up to you.
Okay, well, since I initially thought of Isaiah 9:6, we can go over that one and why you believe it's not in alignment with the prophecy.
So I think Isaiah chapter 9 verses 1 through 7 are a single unit. And so what we find in the chapter, it starts out, it says, there will be no gloom for those who were in anguish, although that's a fanciful translation. In actual Hebrew, it says that there is no gloom for those who were in anguish. So it's like present tense. It says, in the former time, he brought into contempt the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali. But in the latter time, meaning now, he will make glorious the way of the sea and the land beyond the Jordan, Galilee of the nations. And then he talks about how there's going to be like this military victory, right? It says, the people who walk in darkness have seen a great light. Those who lived in a land of deep darkness, on them light has shined. Now, the New Testament says that this prophecy is kind of hinted because Jesus moved to Galilee, right? So when Jesus moved to Galilee, it says he did so to fulfill this prophecy when it says that light was brought to the land of Zebulun and Naphtali, namely the land of Galilee. And you could say that the author meant to tie this in with the whole prophecy, because the prophecy kind of ends in verse 7, which I could agree. Listen, if you think that just the beginning of the prophecy was mentioned, but the whole thing is technically about the same thing, I don't disagree with you there, but let's keep reading it. It says, the yoke of their burden and the bar across their shoulders, the rod of their oppressor, you have broken as on the day of Midian. For all the boots of the trampling warriors and the garments rolled in blood shall be burned as fuel for the fire. This is like clearly military victory, like military language, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Right. Now, the reason why I think this is talking about military victory is because Isaiah's writing right after King Hezekiah has been born and is already going to be the next new king, or even as he's becoming the next king. And during this time period, Assyria already invaded, and they're actually at this point in a retreat, right? So Syria invaded. They took out Aram and Damascus and some of the northern tribes like Naphtali, Zebulun, and whatnot, and Dan. And now they're at this point when Isaiah is writing, the Assyrians actually have pulled out and they're fighting wars elsewhere, right? So my understanding is that Isaiah, during the time of Hezekiah's youth, is saying, finally, we have some peace. And here's why, right? Because the child has been born for us, a son given to us, authority rests upon his shoulders, and he is named Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Great will be his authority, and there shall be endless peace for the throne of David and his kingdom. He will establish and uphold it with justice and righteousness from this time onward forevermore. The zeal of the Lord of hosts will do this. So now my interpretation of the passage is that this is a pretty typical enthronement prophecy for King Hezekiah when he was announced to be the next king. We find lots of parallels to this, where kings like in ancient Egypt would have an enthronement prophecy, and they would be given like 4 or 5 theophoric names. So like this just reads like ancient.
That's not consistent with the whole scroll of Isaiah, though. He would be basically apostatizing his whole faith just in a single passage, because if he truly believes in Jehovah or Yahweh, whoever, and he confesses that throughout the scroll of Isaiah, then he would be apostatizing here, because the whole point of the relationship between Isaiah and God is that he's the one and only true God, and that there is no idol.
I'm not suggesting that there's multiple gods to Isaiah.
Yeah, but giving a man these titles would be contradictory to Isaiah's whole faith.
No, that's not true.
It is, because in the scroll. Okay, I want to hear why you think that.
Because lots of people in the Bible have theophoric names. It's just something you did in the ancient Near East, right? So giving somebody a theophoric name like El Gavor is not unique.
Yeah, but like it is unique. It's actually not heard of for a Christian to give somebody a theophoric name. It's actually not in the Bible at all.
Well,
for
it is.
somebody to give. Like, can you give me another example besides this passage where a prophet of God has given a man maybe titles of like Mighty God or Everlasting Father, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, you can get something like the name Hezekiah. His name literally means strength of Yahweh, or Yahweh is my strength, depending on how you translate it. You can get the name Gabriel.
Right, that's consistent, right? That's consistent with their belief systems. Is consistent with the Christian theology. To say that Isaiah here is mentioning a king, especially when he's prophesying. Maybe he is, right? But
you realize that theophoric names don't describe the king, right? They describe the God.
Okay, maybe that's my misunderstanding. So you're saying in this passage, he is giving glory to, well, he's talking about Hezekiah, but like glorifying him through Jehovah.
Yeah. No one's saying that the prophet is suggesting that Hezekiah is God.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what the Hebrew says, but it does say everlasting God. And when you talk about father is an important part of it, because only
it says
Father,
everlasting Father.
Right, and that's the thing about the term Father.
Is God the everlasting Father?
Yeah, because you can only have one life giver. But
I guess I don't see the problem. You know, these are not descriptions of Hezekiah, right?
So what are you saying? That they're just titles of Hezekiah?
They're not titles of Hezekiah either.
Okay, so I must be confused. What do you say? How does this relate to Hezekiah exactly? Like, how would those titles relate to him?
They don't. That's what I'm telling you. They're theophoric. They're descriptions of God. That's how theophoric names are, right? We find them in all ancient Near Eastern cultures. People had theophoric names.
Right. So the fact that Jesus was born thousands of years later to fulfill this.
But he didn't fulfill it.
Was he not born?
He was born, but he certainly wasn't king. It says in verse 7 that he's going to be on the throne of King David.
He definitely was king. He definitely was king.
Certainly
he was
wasn't.
King. I mean, above when he was crucified, I'm sure it said, here he's the king of the Jews.
They were mocking him.
Yes, because he claimed to be the
king. Being mocked as a king doesn't make you a king.
That's true, but even King Hezekiah knew that King Hezekiah, but Hezekiah, he knew that his position was something that was given by God. And
no one's disagreeing with that.
even when King Cyrus found the scroll of Isaiah later,
That didn't happen.
That didn't happen?
Not King Cyrus. You mean Josiah. And that was a Deuteronomy scroll.
So the Deuteronomy scroll. You're talking about the are we relating to the release of the Jews?
No, that's
the Jews.
That's King Cyrus, but King Cyrus has nothing to do with finding a scroll from Isaiah.
No, because King Cyrus encountered a relationship with God, because when he took over Jerusalem later in history, he found the scroll of Isaiah, and it basically
that didn't happen.
Stated. I'm sure I can find it right here for you.
Mm-hmm.
It says, hold on. Just so I can get it right. I don't want to just talk from Isaiah 45, I think, maybe. Let me see here.
So the prophecy of Isaiah indicates that Yahweh is leading King Cyrus to free the Israelites. That's in the book of Isaiah.
Right, it's in the book of Isaiah. Let me just make sure, because Isaiah was written in what BC?
Well, it was written over the course of about 200 years, right? So the first prophecy of Isaiah is roughly between 740 and 730 BCE. The last prophecy of Isaiah appears to be post-exilic, so maybe in the 5th century. So it's a couple hundred years.
And when did King Cyrus rise to power?
King Cyrus conquered what was left of the Midianite Babylon, or the Median Babylonian situation in 538, 539.
538, 539. So would that be before or after?
Before or after what?
The scroll of Isaiah. Well, you said it was written over 200 years. So what's your opinion?
Well, the scroll of Isaiah was written in pieces over the course of 200 to 300 years. So some parts of Isaiah would predate Cyrus, some would not. The second part, second Isaiah, Deutero-Isaiah, that mentions King Cyrus was written probably as King Cyrus was mounting an attack against the Babylonians and the Medians.
So this is a post. You're saying it's like it happened after, like King Cyrus already knew about this when he read Isaiah 45. King Cyrus already fulfilled these prophecies?
No, I don't think they were even prophecies. I think they were happening in real time. I think people were writing history as prophecies. The texts that we have all post-date Cyrus. They're all written in Aramaic style Hebrew, which post-date Cyrus.
And would you say King Cyrus was a Christian believing king, or was he more on the pagan side?
He's definitely pagan. In fact, he credited Marduk with the conquering of Jerusalem.
So what do you think his incentive was for releasing all the captives and building the temple for the Jerusalem God Yahweh?
That was his MO in all the nations that he conquered. In all the nations that he conquered, he set people free and he allowed them to worship their own deities.
So, well, as a Christian, as we understand the Bible, and I just want to get an understanding, because I'm sure you're very well educated, right? You know that we read these things in parallels. Like there's physical fulfillments and there's spiritual fulfillments.
Well, I don't think
for
so.
example,
I think spiritual fulfillments are rubbish.
Why would you say that?
Because they're nonsensical. They have no tie to reality, right? Anything could be a spiritual fulfillment, right?
Well, I can say anything could be a spiritual fulfillment, but not everything is prophesized. Like even the nation of Jerusalem, everything that's been happening to them, I would say that that's something that's been prophesized. I would say that the Bible leads to that. Even when Jesus talks about the lesson of the fig tree and the nation of Israel, and then that they will be scattered among the nations and they will be brought back and then they will get their land back. Like these are all prophecies. Like that's why we can.
Those texts post-date Jesus, which is the problem, right? You have no way of demonstrating that Jesus uttered any of those words.
Well, Well, that's the thing. Like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, like they're words in red, right? So they're not like Apostle Paul's words, just not like words that's been translated. Like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, they were all there with him.
Well,
And
Mark wasn't,
you know,
and neither was Luke.
well,
Theoretically, according to tradition, Mark is the cousin of Barnabas, mentioned in Colossians 4. He wasn't a disciple.
Okay, well, the disciples, right? Whatever ones of the disciples, like it was written in red, so we can understand that these are Jesus's actual words.
No, that's what I'm saying, is you have no idea if Jesus actually said that.
I mean, the fact that it came to be, we can have pretty much a decent amount of faith that these are the words of God.
No, because if somebody's literally writing after the diaspora, it's 100% that it's going to come to be. That's how fake prophecy works.
No, because even if that's the case, right, and they lived to 100 years after, these are fulfillments that are being fulfilled right in front of our eyes. Like 1948 is when Israel became a nation.
No, it didn't.
It didn't become a nation in 1948?
So you're referring to the prophecy, the so-called prophecy in Isaiah 66. First of all, that's not what Isaiah 66 says. It doesn't say that one day in the distant future, Israel will become a nation again. And I think when you use the words Israel, I think you're misusing the words Israel. You're using Israel as a physical land. I'm not. Israel is anyone that's an Israelite, whether they're in the land or out of the land. So the nation of Israel wasn't birthed in a day. They did get their land back, though.
I want to be clear that I was more referencing, I want to say it's like Matthew 24, where Jesus talks about the end time. I'm sorry, I'm fairly new to it, but like I know like Matthew 24, Jesus speaks about the lesson of the fig tree and you know the end times and what's to come, and even if these people wrote this after, these are all things.
Lord, I don't want to interrupt you, but if you go any further, I'm trying to save you. I'm going to save you some work by cutting you off. Sorry that I cut you off, but I want to save you a little bit of work, okay? Because in Matthew 24, he quite literally said that he's coming back. The second coming is going to be before that generation passes away. He talks about the signs. His disciples ask him about the signs of the end. He says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven. That's Daniel chapter 7. And then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So this is clearly the second coming. He talks about it again in the very next chapter. And then the part that you reference, he says, from the fig tree, learn its lesson. As soon as its branches become tender and put forth its leaves, you know that summer is near. So also, when you see these things, you know that he is near at the very gates. Truly, I tell you, this generation will not pass away until all things have taken place, or all these things have taken place. And those things haven't taken place, and he didn't come back within that generation.
Right. That's kind of my point. Like that wasn't for that generation. This is a prophecy. What do you mean it was for that? How can you say that? Like, what's your basis on that?
Because he says it. He says, this generation will not pass away. That's this generation. That's what that means. If it's a future generation, it would be that generation. If it was a future generation, it would also be a meaningless statement, right? If you just said, the future generation that sees this happening will be alive. That's a meaningless statement. Obviously, they're going to be alive. They're witnessing it happening. It's a meaningless thing to say. However, it does have meaning if you're giving a timeline saying, listen, this generation will not pass away before all these things happen.
So just to be clear, you believe that this passage is talking about the people 2,000 years ago and their generation, or do you believe that our generation is shared?
No, their generation. The generation's either 40 or 100 years, depending on what Bible passage you turn to.
So you interpret that as Jesus saying, I'm going to come back within the next 40 years.
Yeah, because he says the same thing elsewhere, and Paul taught that.
And where did Paul teach that he would be coming back in the next 40 years? Because that's not clear. That's not clear.
Yeah, First Thessalonians chapter 4, he says it. And then he also says it again in 2 Corinthians chapter 7. If you go to Thessalonians, he's under the impression that Jesus is coming back imminent, right? And it says,
Under the impression.
yeah, because that's probably what he was told.
I mean, that's that's how they were feeling at the time. Like, you know, they were able to see it first.
Yeah, they thought the world was coming to an end in their lifetime. That's why when he's questioned by the church at Thessalonica about those who have already passed away, what are we going to do? Some of us have already died, right? Some of our loved ones are already gone, right? So what are we going to do, right? How does this work with the eschatological scene? And so Paul writes to the church to alleviate some of their fears. And he says, "We do not want you to be uninformed, brothers and sisters, about those who have died, so that you may not grieve as others who have no hope. For since we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so through Jesus, God will bring with him those who have died. For this we declare to you by the word of the Lord, that we who are alive, who are left until the coming of the Lord, will by no means precede those who have died." So Paul is suggesting that he's going to be remaining. He says, we who are still alive.
These are, I don't know the words, but like I want to say parallels, like a double. I don't know when I want to say entendres, but when Jesus is, I'm sorry. This is Paul. Now, when he said that he was supposed to be coming back within the next 40 years, you can understand biblically that that's not the case, but
No, that is the case.
The lesson of lesson of the fig tree is not something that could be revealed at that time.
It is. It's easy. He's not saying it's a prophecy. The fig tree is not a prophecy.
Why would you say that?
Because he didn't say it was a prophecy. He said, take note from the fig tree, right? When you see the signs of harvest is near. So then, as you see these signs happening, know that harvest is near.
So when you think about the prophecies of the Bible, let's just say this, like when you think about the prophecies of the Bible, like there's prophecies of Jerusalem, like the actual land. There's prophecies that were saying that it was going to be taken down, destroyed, whatever, 70 years, not a brick left, things happen.
Oh, it didn't say that.
It did say that.
It didn't say 70 years. You're conflating the prophecy of Jeremiah 25 with what Jesus said.
Okay, well, I don't mean to conflate, but there are accuracies that, I want to say 70 AD, maybe.
No, because we have no evidence that any of those predated 70 is what I'm saying. But even if they did, this is not a unique prediction. In fact, the Jewish rabbis agreed outside of Christianity. They agreed as well that the temple had to be destroyed. They thought it was happening imminently. If you read Sanhedrin 97, I believe it's Sanhedrin 97A or B, I forget which one. But in Sanhedrin 97, even the Jewish rabbis that aren't part of the Christian movement think that the temple needs to be destroyed to fulfill the prophecy of Daniel. So like it wasn't even a unique prophecy, even if it was before Jesus, even if it was a legitimate prophecy.
Okay, so you take the basis of things were written like around the same time. So like these are kind of post dated events that people were recording. Like it's just like people were just recording it in the Bible. These aren't prophecies, but these are a record of events.
What I'm saying is, if you want to turn to prophecies, you should turn to prophecies that we know predated the events, right? So look at the prophecies about the Messiah. Those were given in the Old Testament. We don't have exact time frames on when they were given, but we know that they were given before Jesus existed, which means that's probably the best place to look. When you look at the predictions made by Jesus's and Paul's own predictions fail. In Matthew chapter 16, Jesus says again that some of you standing here will not taste death. So some of you standing here will still be alive when you see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom, on the clouds of glory with the angels and all that nonsense. Yeah. But again, that didn't happen, right? So Jesus was just a failed end times apocalyptic preacher. He was creating a death cult, man.
So okay, that's your perspective. So, but like, I just want. I know you already have like the mindset of like, okay, if there's spiritual prophecy, it must be mumbo jumbo because there's no physical manifestation of it. But like when Jesus was saying everything, everything was said in a parable, right? Which means that everything wasn't clear to them, right? Everything
So,
wasn't absorbed.
yeah, but why do I care what
Which
Jesus
means,
said?
well, you just have to understand the context, right? If Jesus is saying,
I
"Eat my
do.
flesh and blood," if Jesus is saying, "Eat my flesh and blood," he's not saying be a cannibal and if you're a cannibal, you'll live forever, right? Like there's a spiritual aspect to
Yeah, but Jesus
what
didn't give the prophecies.
Jesus gave prophecies.
No, Jesus didn't give the messianic prophecies. What I'm saying.
No, right, exactly.
Right. So the way Jesus spoke is irrelevant to how to interpret the prophecies.
So every prophecy, every prophetic Old Testament passage that might relate or completely talks about the coming of Jesus, or even in Daniel, like I'm sure Daniel's prophecies are. I'm sure you're pretty knowledgeable on it, and from
Daniel is
my
one of my favorite prophetic books, actually.
right. So from my understanding, right, and this is just what I'm taught, right. From my understanding, Daniel was the one who basically predicted the next couple hundreds years of what was going to happen from kingdom to kingdom, and that's what the vision of the statue meant.
He didn't, though, unfortunately.
So it was Assyria, the 10 kingdoms. You already know the 10 toes, one breaks up. Like you already know. Like I'm not even going to go into it, but that was my understanding.
Babylon, Media, Persia, Greece.
Right, and then Rome, I think, at the end.
Nope, Rome's not included.
Okay, so from my understanding, he basically got it all right.
He didn't.
What would you say in context to that? Yeah.
Well, because he didn't get it right? So even if you were being gracious and you agreed that the prophecy actually came from a guy named Daniel during the time of Nebuchadnezzar's reign, which it certainly didn't, but even if you did, he still didn't get it right. Because according to the prophecy of the statue, the Grecian kingdom was supposed to be the last. Also, Bertram, thank you for the fireworks.
But from why would you say that? Because there's a little horn that comes out.
Yeah, Antiochus Epiphanes.
Antiochus Epiphanes. Can you remind me what that is?
Yeah, Antiochus Epiphanes was a military leader of the Greeks, specifically the Greeks who came and conquered Jerusalem during the time period of Judas Maccabeus in the 2nd century, which is what Daniel chapter 9 is referring to, which is why like everything in Daniel, when it talks about events in the 2nd century, it magically gets those events right. When it starts talking about events happening in Daniel's time period, 300 years prior, it screws the pooch, has no idea what's happening in his time period.
But you got to admit that even if you believe that, that the last part was wrong, like up until then is pretty fairly accurate to the T.
Well, I don't think so. Not if it was given in the 2nd century.
But it wasn't.
Well,
but you believe it.
No, it absolutely was. Yeah.
So you believe that it was written after the fact?
I know it was. Yeah.
So in Greece time?
Yeah. It was literally written during the tail end of the Persian period, early period of the Greeks, or even towards the tail end of the Greek Empire.
Just check this.
So the reason why he knows about Babylon and Media and Persia and Greece is because it already happened. And we don't have any texts that would indicate that it was written during the time period of Nebuchadnezzar. The text that we have is written mostly in Hasmonean Hebrew, which wasn't instituted until after the fall of the Greeks. Small portions of Daniel are written actually in Greek. Those are mostly in the Dead Sea Scrolls, like the Daniel editions. And then we've got a small, like 2 or 3 chapters written in late stage Aramaic, that which you would expect if it was being written by somebody during the end of the Aramaic period, beginning of the Grecian period.
Okay. So I'm understanding. So you're saying if Daniel was are alive during that time period, then that basically invalidates the prophecies because he just basically wrote them after the fact.
Well, I actually don't think Daniel existed. I think Daniel is a mythological figure, and one of the reasons why I believe this is because Daniel, or Daniel is a mythological figure already in roughly that time period that would have been known in that region, which is why Daniel is compared to great figures like Moses and whatnot prior to his actual existence. So I think Ezekiel mentions Daniel. Hold on, a second, double check on that one. So there's one mention of a mythological figure named Daniel in Ezekiel. Even there we go, Ezekiel 14:14. Ezekiel is mentioning some figures. He says, "Mortal, when a land sins against me by acting faithlessly, and I stretch out my hand against it and cut off its supply of bread and send famine upon it and cut off from its humans and animals, even if Noah, Daniel, and Job, these three were in it, they would save only their own lives." Now, the reason why this is important is because, classically, the ancient Jews didn't believe that Job was a real person. I don't know if you knew this, but the ancient Jews actually understood Job as a mythological figure, and the story of Job was a theological story, not a historical story. It was about the theological point being made, and it's laid out like an ancient play, like what the Greeks would give.
Yeah, for sure. I can see that.
Now, some of them did believe in Noah as a real person, but the interesting thing is both Daniel and Job had parallels in the ancient Near East as being mythological wise men. So it seems to be that the author of Daniel was picking up on the name Daniel because it would have been significant to the audience. They would have known about it already. But I don't think the real Daniel ever existed.
Okay. It was to my understanding. You want to add to that, you said?
Sorry, what's up, Tiny?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I would like to add. What's up, Justin? What's up, Lord? How's it going? I was just talking to Rabbi Bert the other day, and he was telling me about how the archetype of Jesus is more Hellenistic than it is Judaic.
Oh, for sure.
And he was saying like the archetypes of Moses, Daniel, Job, like it's very humble beginnings, and then they reached a certain level of kingship, and it's kind of different for Jesus. He had very respectable or very like elaborate beginnings, like his birth. He was visited by the three wise men, and like his story became like a tragedy at the end instead of a success story. So that indicates that it's more of a Roman Hellenistic type of archetype than it is a Judaic one. And I found that very fascinating. I just wanted to add to that.
No, it's actually a really good observation. I think it is the case. The Gospels do a lot of stuff as well that you find in Greek mythology, which you would expect if somebody took the figure of Jesus and mythologized him.
Yeah. See, like as a Christian, like your understanding growing up is like, okay, like Old Testament written in Aramaic and like everything else, New Testament is like where Greek and everything comes later. Hebrew. So that's kind of like how I imagine it. So like it's kind of like, a paradigm shift to understand like the time periods and basically what makes sense contextually, era to era, and basically your perspective on basically why you feel the way you feel.
Right. So like I think my personal opinion is that I think Jesus was under the impression that Daniel was already fulfilled during the Maccabean revolt, and that he was going to fulfill the prophecy a second time, which is actually kind of the case. Like almost all the actual prophecies that are given to Jesus are like some sort of dual prophecy where like it actually wasn't about me originally, but I'm fulfilling it in like a spiritual sense, right?
Right. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. Like that's how we were kind of like taught to understand like everything has like a dual prophecy. So
Right,
but
but
like more physical and spiritual. But like you're saying that they're both actually manifested physically, right?
so I'll give you a little pushback on why I don't think spiritual prophecies or spiritual fulfillments are meaningful, right? Because to me, a prophecy does a couple things. It gives you typically like a clear timeline, or at least some kind of timeline, and then it gives you like facts, like so and so is going to do such and such, right? Which is why in Deuteronomy 18 you're told that if you think that a prophet is speaking from God, you can just test it and see if the prophecy comes true, right? Now, if you were saying no, the prophecy now has a second meaning, but the second meaning is actually divorced from the original context, and it's divorced from the original people that it was intended for, and the author didn't even know they were uttering the prophecy. It was even secret to the author. That to me, it sounds like you just don't actually like what the prophecy says and you wanted to say something else. And so you're saying, well, I mean, this sounds similar. And I'll give you one example and then I'll pause. But like, so for example, I'm cursed to root for the Cleveland Browns. So like if I said, listen, 2025 is going to be our year. We're going to win the Super Bowl, right? Now imagine that we end up winning a bunch of games and we even beat the Steelers twice. And then say we lose in like the second round of the playoffs. I couldn't then go and say, yeah, but we did win the Super Bowl because it felt like the Super Bowl. It was because the Browns are so bad that beating the Steelers twice is like winning the Super Bowl. That's the equivalent of giving a spiritual interpretation. You're saying it doesn't actually match the original context of the prophecy. It's just similar. You know?
Yeah, that makes sense because that's literally the basis of our whole theology, and that's why it's probably difficult to have dialogue with a Christian because, that's literally like we believe that everything is a copy and shadow, whether it is the temple, whether it is the words of prophecies. So I totally understand what you're saying. It just makes so much sense. It's clicking to me.
And now, just adding on to that, not to put more fuel on the fire, but like, so what the Christians did with Jesus, the Mormons did with Joseph Smith. If you go and look at the Mormon doctrines and teachings, like they are adding like third layer interpretations of the prophecies, saying that they were types and foreshadowings of Joseph Smith, right? Because once you've concluded that you can do types and shadows and foreshadowings, well, there's really no limit to what they could be about. They can be about anything.
Right. It literally that's the thing about it. Like I've been going through these parallels for you could imagine how many years growing faith, quote unquote, creating parallels and creating correlations. It really is endless. And when you really think about the perspectives of atheists and Christians, it's just so mind-boggling to me right now to be like, okay, it works in either way. It works in either way, and either way is just as powerful. It's so interesting.
Yeah. So the thing I would suggest is just spend a little bit of time thinking about this, right? So if Jesus didn't fulfill any of the prophecies literally, then it seems like the prophecies that were given just didn't come true, because like even like a famous one, about Jesus riding the donkey into Jerusalem, technically two donkeys in Matthew. And it says this was to fulfill what was spoken by the Lord, which is a quotation from Zechariah 9:9. But if you go to Zechariah 9, it's like really super clear that what's going to happen is it's going to be like an actual victorious king. It says, let me grab it real quick. Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. Then it says, he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he will command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. Well, like, shoot, once you include the next verse, that prophecy doesn't sound like Jesus at all. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Literally, like I said, it's like a paradigm shift to understand. Okay, so if I who's that, Ezekiel?
That was Zechariah 9.
Zechariah. Okay, Zechariah. He wrote that. Who do you think fulfilled that? Actually, just out of curiosity.
So I don't think anyone did. In fact, this is one of those prophecies that appears, as far as I can tell, is probably a legitimate prophecy. Now, there is some scholarly debate. In fact, there's a lot of agreement, not just debate. There's a lot of people in the scholarly realms who think that this prophecy was actually to it was about one of the kings at that time period. But like, to demonstrate who that would be, I think is an insurmountable task. So I'm willing to accept that it's just a legitimate prophecy about a king. Who the king is, I don't know. But if it's a legit prophecy, it just seems to have never been fulfilled.
Because you don't think that it actually happened. You don't trust the accounts in the New Testament.
Well, no, even if you believe the New Testament, it didn't happen because Jesus was never a king. And the prophecies clearly state that he's going to be a king in Israel and defeat Israel's enemies. Even Luke chapter 1 picks up on this. Luke chapter 1, Jesus is prophesied over when he's like an infant or even smaller. And Zechariah declares that God has sent a savior from his people to rescue them from the hands of their enemies and all that hate them so that they can worship Yahweh in peace. Well, yeah, that's what the prophets did declare. They declared that there'd be a victorious king who defeated their enemies, but just Jesus never did it.
So, okay, that makes sense. I would say he was, in a way, right, that he definitely was a king to a peoples who were like, he was a different kind of king. He's not your normal pilot. He's not your normal emperor, but he definitely was a king that's more described in the Bible. You know, not like a king of the world, but like a king that kind of transcends the ideas of man.
Right, but to me that's a meaningless statement, right? You're just saying, well, I know he wasn't really a king; he's a spiritual king, but like, I mean, that's just making an unfalsifiable claim. I can just say that I'm the spiritual king, and you can't prove me wrong.
I mean, I would believe you if you died and came back to life.
Well, I don't think Jesus did, and even if he did, I don't think that would be proof that he was a king.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
If Jesus died and came back to life, you still wouldn't think that he was a king of the sorts?
No, because like a king is a real definition, right? To be a king in Israel, you have to sit on the throne in Israel and act as king. And until he does it, he's not king. Now, you could say, shit, he's going to do it one day when he comes back. And listen, when he does it, when he comes back, he'll be the king. But until then, he's not the king.
But you would be able to clearly see that this is a king of life, right?
Oh, it doesn't say
They
king
have
of
some
life.
sort of authority. They have some sort of authority over life itself, right? I guess king would be like an authority term. So if Jesus died and came back to life, you would recognize some sort of authority, right?
No, I don't know if I would, right? Because if I accepted that Jesus died and came back to life, I would also accept that the other people claiming to die and come back to life also did.
I don't know anybody who claimed that.
Alcestis, Aristeas. There's quite a few people in the ancient world that died and came back. One of them actually, or two of them got caught actually. One of them by accident. One of them maybe on purpose. So there was a follower of Pythagoras that a lot of people thought was like semi-divine, named Zalmoxis, and Zalmoxis specifically faked his resurrection. He disappeared for about 2 to 3 years, made people believe he was dead, and then showed up again saying he rose from the dead. He got caught. But others, like Aristeas, have dozens of testimonies of people claiming to witness his death and then claiming to see him risen from the dead later, and even people after that claiming that the spirit of Aristeas came to them in real life. And they even had statues to Aristeas in ancient Rome, believing that he was elected into the divine council of the gods because he resurrected from the dead.
Well, well, genuinely, right? Genuinely, if you truly were able to see it for your own eyes instead of hearing it, seeing it, believing it, or trusting other people, and you genuinely saw that, would you recognize some sort of authority like that?
Listen, if I found a guy who resurrected from the dead and like had supernatural powers, I would certainly believe that this thing was supernatural. That's for sure. I have no reason to believe that it's Jesus, though, which is the other problem, right? So, like, even in your worldview, you understand that evil entities can manifest pretending to be Jesus, right? So this is the other problem we have is we'd have to find a way to validate that the spiritual entity appearing to me was in fact Jesus. But we can grant that it is. We could just grant that he did some sort of a trick that convinced me he was Jesus, right? Now, that may be true. He might be able to convince me that he is Jesus and that he did rise from the dead. One thing that he won't be able to do is convince me that he fulfilled the messianic prophecies because unfortunately words have meanings and he just didn't do it.
What about all the people who willingly died in the worst ways and got crucified and beaten and martyred? And what do you think was the incentive behind that, knowing that maybe it wasn't even true?
Well, I think a lot of them believed it. That's why they died for it. I think a lot of people are willing. I don't think a lot of people are so attached to their mortal life as you might think. There's a lot of people willing to get rid of their mortal life. But even like, there were martyrs even in Mormonism. Joseph Smith and his brother Hiram were both martyrs for the religion.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I guess.
And the same was true for the 916 people that died from drinking the Kool-Aid for Jim Jones, right? They were willing to give their lives.
Right, but it's not the same as crucifixion. Like the Romans hated, you know what I mean? They hated Christians. There was really no good reason to be a Christian back then. It just wasn't good for Christians. Like you were really tortured in the worst ways, burned at the stake, used as decorations, beheaded. Like I get drinking Kool-Aid, I get maybe being a martyr, but that's something that nobody wants to go through, especially if there's any inclination of that it's a lie.
No, they're still doing it right now. The people that are martyring for the faith don't think it's a lie. They think it's true. Same reason why Muslims martyr themselves for the faith of Muhammad.
That's true.
You know what I mean? Like people are always willing to martyr themselves for a religion.
Right. But it's not a choice of a Christian, right? Like we were martyred, right? Like we don't really want to die. We don't really want to be tortured. Like we don't really want to be, burned at the stake. But these are things that were put in front of us, and we had to make a choice. Like I get, dying for your faith, or but it just seems more plausible that the people who witnessed the resurrection, even the accounts that were written by the enemies of Jesus, like
who?
It feels more historically accurate, especially even that it's like 2025 and that we're counting. We have a whole yearly counting system since he's been here. It's like
the calendar system was developed by in the 1500s by Pope Gregory.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I just mean more like the general character, like the BC, like AD kind of.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah. That come like it was created and established, I guess, in whatever 15. But
by the church, though.
The Bible was,
the Chinese didn't do it.
Bible. You said the Chinese didn't do it?
Yeah, the Chinese didn't do it. The Jews didn't do it.
It was the church, right?
Native Americans didn't do it, right? I mean, obviously, the Christians who think that Jesus is like the defining moment in history they're going to redo their timeline,
right?
But we would expect that from the Christians, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you definitely would.
I mean, it just makes sense. That's like the Julian calendar, which was very similar to the Gregorian calendar. The Julian calendar was developed part of necessity, but partly because Julian thought he was that much of a badass. You know what I mean? He wanted to name after himself.
Well, same guy who developed the fries, the Julian fries.
I don't actually know. I don't know any fry lore, unfortunately.
Fries. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I really wrote them so much.
Well, Lord, I appreciate you coming up and having a decent chat with me. I think these conversations are fun for me and probably for everybody else. And these are difficult topics to talk about. And I remember being a young man in religion class. I had 12 years of Catholic school, and asking a lot similar questions, probably, and talking about topics that you're talking about now. And I remember I got to a point where I asked my teacher, I was like, well, it seems like we can't really prove any of this to be true. So like, how could we convince others that it was? And she's like, well, you can't. Like, it's not a fact, it's a faith. Like, you either have the faith or you don't. And she's like, I don't think you should be in the business of trying to prove factually that it's all true. I might find that you're going to end up in Disappointmentville. She didn't say Disappointmentville, but that's basically what she's saying. So, but I think that's a healthier place to be. So like, if you have a religion, I think it's healthy to be in the part where you're like, this is what I believe. I could be wrong, but it works for me, right? But the minute you get to a point where you're like, everyone else around me is wrong, they're all going to hell, God hates them, and now, I want bad things for them. That's where I would draw the line. I would say, okay, well, at that point, let's have a conversation about your religion, because I don't think you can substantiate your religion being true. Maybe you shouldn't be shoving it on everybody else,
Oh yeah. And this is exactly why I entered the live, because it's hard not to be taught from a bias when you believe something. It's so important to be able to have dialogue with, and you were fantastic. Like, you know what you're talking about. You were able to give me facts. You were even to pull up scripture, which is something that a Christian can appreciate, because not only are you talking from a historical standpoint, you're talking from a biblical standpoint, which goes hand in hand. So I can always go to anybody and ask for them or ask for more knowledge or whatever, but I don't want to consistently get a Christian bias.
Yeah,
does not help people.
Well, let me give you one. I'm going to give you one piece of homework that I think you may not appreciate immediately, but 10 years from now you'll appreciate. Okay, there was a study Bible that almost all the people who went to my seminary was instructed to get. It was like the top recommended study Bible. It was the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible. If you want to know like what actual academic professionals are saying about these passages in the Bible, I would get that study Bible. It's an academic level study Bible. It will give you homework, because sometimes the study notes, you have to learn new things that aren't in the Bible to understand the study note, and that happens sometimes. But it's a good it's a good place to start when you want to start diving into the religion and knowing, okay, what is true versus what is tradition.
Okay. I'll definitely do that homework. I got something to do.
Hey, man, I appreciate you coming up and being cordial.
Thank you. No problem. I appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Have a good one.
You too.
Big dubs for the guest for being courteous, I would say. Actually, I was surprised, shocked even. Sometimes the younger Christians are the ones that are kind of the most hostile. So, but he did great. It's not easy to hear that your religion isn't true, even if you're having a kind conversation. It's hard. It's a hard thing to hear. Let me grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest up in here. Also, my friend Tiny's with us. Tiny, good to see you, buddy. If you're not following Tiny,
good to see you too.
Tiny's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's one of my earliest friends on TikTok. I definitely recommend following him on TikTok while we're grabbing a couple super chats. And also, Tiny, are you on YouTube yet?
Yeah, I have a YouTube, but I don't really post anything on there. I mean, I could if I had to, but I don't right now. There's a couple video game videos from Red Dead Redemption and Just Cause, I think 3 or 4 maybe, but yeah, it's just some random videos I threw on there. But yeah, I'm on there.
Okay. All right. Dope. Well, give Tiny a follow. And Anthony's with us. It says, Doug fixed my erectile dysfunction again. This is amazing. More than once. He says, for the second time in the space of 2 hours. Praise Doug. I love you, Doug. Unleash the Kraken. Actually, we're going to do some Kraken tonight. It is Wednesday night. We're going to do some Bible study Kraken. But big W for Doug for fixing the ED. That's a major problem. You got stones. You should be rock hard. And Karen says, first dono. Well, thank you so much, Karen. I appreciate that. Or Kieran, am I saying that correct? Says, not my first stream. Love your work. I wish I had access to someone like you when I was young and deep in the evangelical community. Well, I get it. It's when you're deep in it, it's hard to find good information, especially when you're having questions. Because when you're deep in it and you're reading the Bible and you're having difficult questions and you go to your pastor doesn't want to give you difficult answers. Your pastor wants to give you the easiest answer that keeps you out of his or her hair and keeps your butt in the church. So there's not a lot of good places to go. Skywise says, have you ever done guest spots on other communities like The Line? I would love to hear your contributions there. So Skywise, I was on The Line once with Godless Engineer. I'm hoping to get back soon. I'm talking with Forrest Valkai about getting a time slot with Forrest eventually. But I'm sure I'll be on it again. I do regularly host on the Atheist Experience. My summer schedule is crazy on AXP because the time that they have available for me be on isn't great over the summer because my son's out of school and I'm with him. But once summertime's over, I'll be hosting quite regularly on the Atheist Experience. So you'll definitely be able to see me there. And I highly recommend dropping AXP a follow for more DZ content because we'll be lighting it up. And Chino says, man will never be free until the last king is strangled with the entrails of the last priest. Dennis Diderot. I've never heard this saying and I love it. I'm going to read it a second time because this is really good. Man will never be free until the last king is strangled with the entrails of the last priest. Shit, that's so fucking... I'm writing this down. This is so good.
Fantastic.
I can't believe
That's
I've never
amazing.
heard this.
I think I have heard it before, but I forgot who wrote it.
That's wild. It's such a good saying that I'm surprised. Okay, I'm surprised I've never heard it. It's so good. Okay, I got it written down. I'm gonna forget that. I'm gonna put that on on a sticker somewhere. That's what we need. We need a sticker with that. Great super chat, Chino. And Bean Dogs, my friend, welcome in. It says, glad you got to go full time. Cheers, man. Hope things are well. Do we get a 4th of July Christian cookout? Well, thank you for the thanks and thank you for the super chat. And guess what? We're doing an extra long July 4th barbecue. I'm actually going to be raising funds for my good friend AK Borealis. You'll get to hear more about her situation on Friday. AK's been a really tight friend in our community, and she is in a lot of need right now because of her chronic illnesses. She hasn't really talked about it much because I just don't think she wants to burden other people with it, but I caught wind of it. And so I want to do something about it. So Friday, we're doing an extra long fundraiser and we're going to cook for a long time and collect funds for AK. So definitely we're going to have a long day of debates on Friday. So get your Kraken ready. And Crucifix Me says, when God told Abraham to kill his son, he said, yes, faster than God could say, just kidding. So this is an interesting point because when Abraham was told to execute his son, I'm curious if he kind of muttered and waited on it and thought about it for a while, that would have meant that he's not completely faithful. So if we take the story seriously, it seems like the best way to read it is that he did say yes immediately. And if Abraham did say yes immediately that he would sacrifice his son, to me, that's not a good thing. That's a horrible thing. Day Leontari, thank you for the $1 super thanks. And also Fry says STDU. What? STD University? Base morals on subjective. Objective morals are on a greater basis. Standard unit? I don't know what your standard unit base morals are on subjective. Okay. I think I hear what you're saying, Fry. The default for morality is subjective. I agree, right? Anything outside of that needs to be proven, not conjectured. So I think I see what you're saying there, and I do agree with you. I definitely agree with you on that. And also Jack, my friend, says, Justin, you objectively hurt my feelings and literally stole my soul. Stay hard for Doug, brother. I'm sorry, Jack, if I hurt your feelings. I certainly didn't mean to. If I did, I give you my deepest and sincerest apologies. Apologies as hard as Doug. And Piao says, Doug, the greatest rock-type Pokemon that'll give Arceus a run for his money. Rock hard for Doug. Well, Piao, listen, I'm glad that you appreciate Doug. I apologize that I don't know Pokemon references, but the game was interesting when it first came to mobile phones, and then it got too complicated for my boomer ass, and I was like, okay, now it's too busy, too much happening. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go read a book. Atheist named Lilith, great name by the way, says, "How do we find the merch store?" If you're watching on YouTube, it's right there, just down below. It's right below you, friend. It's right there. And Epiphano says the Trinity was a church joke that went too far. Oh my God, like the life of Brian, yeah? Like, what if, guys, what if we told them it was actually like a 3-in-1 shampoo? I could see where that would go. Ben Cutter says, thoughts on Buddhism? I haven't had a lot of experience with Buddhism the same way I have Christianity and the Abrahamic religions. But my understanding of Buddhism is that it's spiritual. They don't really have a creator God concept like we have in the other religions. So that's why a lot of them are actually considered atheistic. Buddhism is got the 7 tenets are rather peaceful. So as far as I can tell, Buddhism is a better system to live by than Christianity. That's for sure. Hammond, my friend, says, talk to my friend about Jesus saying that he will return soon. I was really surprised that she hasn't heard about it. I'm a little shocked that more people haven't heard about it, because I first raised the issue on this particular passage when I was 15. But then again, this was the benefit of going to a Catholic school. We got to read the Bible and talk about this nonsense. But yeah, I can see why a lot of Christians probably never heard of it, because if you're a pastor, what are you not going to do? You are not going to preach on that because you don't want your flock to wander. R. Mutt says, imagine getting buried in a Burger King crown, and then 2,000 years later, a bunch of people come along, declare you were the king of birthdays. Oh, I've used the Burger King crown analogy before on this particular topic, and it always hits, and I think yours is even better. Because that's the equivalent of what happened. Someone came along, mocked him for not being a king, and then later like, oh my God, did you see that? He's a king. Okay. All right. Keep your panties dry, guys. Nature says, when refusing Yahweh, caller said, you can call my God anything. I yelled out some truly horrific words, objective abominations of desolation. That's actually a good thing to yell. The crazy thing is that they'll come in here and say that my God doesn't have a name, or I don't know what its name is. And then with just a little bit of poking, they'll admit that they believe in the Bible God and that the Bible God has a name. Bad Religion, thank you for sending out 10 subbies on TikTok. I really appreciate that, friend. And Smola says, bro typology is legit. Jesus diddled water into wine. I learned QWERTY home row in middle school. It's so real. Actually, that's an interesting point. You can get some places with QWERTY, the QWERTY keyboard. Not to be the same thing as, was it TTR or whatever they call it? So the QWERTY home row for those ancient people are how the QWERTY keyboard was laid out, and the home row is the middle, and it's got the little bumps in it for your fingers to rest. That was your home row for those of us who had to take real typing class back in the day. My first typing was, I'm not joking, literally on a typewriter. That's how old I am, friends. So we were also poor. We couldn't afford a computer. Mike says, will there ever be a DZ tour? Anyway, need someone to sign my pet rock. Actually, Mike, we were just talking about this earlier. I do plan on doing some meetups in real life. So there will be a DZ tour eventually, but it won't be during the school year. It'll probably be during the regular year. But good question. And Adele, my friend, great to see you tonight. Happy Wednesday night. Happy hump day. Says, happy Wednesday, friend. Just introduced a new friend as a fan to the channel over dinner. Keep cooking. Well, Adele, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad that this community can bring people together. And please have some good barbecue for me. It would certainly make my heart glad if you had some burnt ends or something delicious. And Smola come in and again says, if Jesus actually did come back, how would anyone recognize him? Which ripped ass dude from painting sculptures and or pane glass would he look like? So this is a good question, because if Jesus really did return, you wouldn't know it. He would have to prove it to you. That's the difficult part. Is how do you prove that? That's crazy, right? That's why we've got people claiming to be the resurrected Jesus, like David Koresh. Because like if you don't know what it looks like, you can just say any kind of nonsense. Patch Grabber says, I have a black opal that looks like it has the galaxy in it. I love black opal. Proof Doug is the origin of the cosmos. I show it to disbelievers so they suffer from an existential ennui from which there is no release. This is actually a really good idea. I need to get some black opal because obviously it's a manifestation of Doug. It's demonstrating that the universe is Doug and Doug is the universe. And Meg says, before I knew Doug, he manifested himself to me in a vision, and I got that tattooed as a family of stacked rocks with googly eyes, proof of Doug. It's a miracle of Doug. It's a miracle of Doug. Rock solid proof that Doug is Lord. And Kyle says David couldn't keep warm with blankets. Oh, the story of Abishag. Supposedly they traveled 90 miles north of Jerusalem to find a young maiden. Yep. Kyle, in the story in 1 Kings, it literally, is it 1 Kings or 2 Kings? I always forget. I think it's 1 Kings chapter 1. It got to be 1 Kings chapter 1. It says David can't keep warm. He's an old man. He's on his deathbed, right? So they search the entire kingdom for a beautiful woman to lie with him and keep him warm. And then they literally say at the end of it, she became the king's attendant and served him, but the king did not know her sexually. Oh, really? Is that the case? Yeah. If that's the truth, if you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you. That's insanity. You mean his 10 wives couldn't keep him warm? Insane. Peter says, I don't have to read is a string of words that should never leave a person's mouth. There's ignorance and there's willful ignorance. Loving the stream. Oh, Peter, thanks for being here. Obviously, as a prophet of Doug, you would enjoy the stream. Obviously, your name is the namesake of Doug. And Stephen coming again says, Jesus ahead of me in the bank queue. Jesus saves. Oh shit, that's actually a good joke. It took me a half a second to catch it because my brain is fried, but that's a good joke. If Jesus is ahead of you at the bank queue, you know for sure that Jesus saves. Maybe not the right Jesus or the right save, but I'm with you. Scylla Taxabit says, enthusiastic book plug. Okay, love it. Seeing Through Christianity, a critique of beliefs and evidence by Bill Zuscher. Cannot recommend enough. Like a junior cheat sheet in paperback form. Well, I'd never heard of it, so now I'm going to be plugging this into my browser and checking it out. It's called Seeing Through Christianity. Yep, I see it right there. Bada bing, bada boom. I'll put it on my reading list. I appreciate the suggestion and the super chat, friend. And Eric says, thank you so much for enlightening videos. Hail Doug and Sharon Stone. By the way, stay away from Sharon Peters and Betty Humpter. Suspect. I agree. You got to be careful, right? You got to be careful with some of these names. And Writing Jake says, hey, can you please debunk Isaiah 9:6 mighty God thing? Yeah, we talked about it earlier. They're just theophoric names. They're not descriptions of the individual. They're theophoric names. Also, Elohim doesn't always mean God. It's used dozens of times in the Bible to refer to somebody who's just a divine agent. Like it says in Exodus 7:1 that Moses is a God to Pharaoh. It's an Elohim to Pharaoh. Moses obviously wasn't God. That's ridiculous. He was divine. He was a divine agent, just like the king is a divine agent. But you don't even have to do that with Isaiah 9:6. They're just theophoric names. Phil Fun, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And also Design's in the house tonight. Design says, Are the slavers that had God's morals written on their hearts now in hell? If not, what good are they? This is actually a very good point, because if the Christians can do that, saved by grace, covered in the blood, but they're doing the slavery because God said so, to go to heaven or hell. They did what God said. So how would they know that God intended otherwise? Nathan Carter says, Justin, streams keep me sane post-surgery. God causing famine, killing randoms, no. Food scarcity hit the poor way harder. It implies God targets those without money or power. Ponder that. So we haven't talked about Samuel 21 in a while, and the famine sent to the Gibeonites. Maybe we'll hit that tonight, Nathan. That'd be a really good verse to bring up your point. And Dade says, bro has been thoroughly cooked on the point of inedibility. Stick a fork in him. Actually, I'm with you there, Dade. Great to see you tonight, Dade. If you guys aren't following Dade Murphy's channel, give him a look. And John says, I know you don't do sci-fi movies, but please go see Project Hail Mary. Thank me later. I'll definitely put it on my list. I can't say when I'll get to it, but I'll definitely put it on my list. I'm going to write it in a note right now. Project Hail Mary, and we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Frank says, this was my first live, and boy howdy was it fun. It helped me pass my janitorial shift in record time, and now it's time for bed. Rock on, Doug. Well, Frank, I'm so glad that you were here with us, and you were actually able to catch one live, and big W for getting to do something fun while you're at work and get your beauty sleep. All right, I'm going to read 1, 2, 3, 4 more super chats, and we get our next guest in here. Sorry, we got a lot of super chats. I want to get through all of them. Burner says, I don't know if my chat went through earlier, but much love. Well, Burner, unfortunately, sometimes people will send a chat and it won't go through. Sometimes they'll send a chat and it will go through, but I can't get to it right away, so they think it didn't go through. But anyways, Burner, thank you so much for sending an additional super chat. If your other one didn't go through, much love. It's super appreciated. Every bit of support for the channel, I super appreciate, even if it's 99 cents, friends. Every little bit keeps the channel running. And Noah's Lion says, headed to go plant a mailbox at my new house. May Doug give it sturdy foundation. Well, big W, you can beat your mailbox post with a Doug right into the ground if you get, depending on what type you get. So Doug can help you plant your mailbox. But congratulations on your new house, Noah. And Frank says, one more thing. Can you elaborate on Yahweh being a Midianite craft god associated with copper? I'll catch the explanation when it's clipped. Okay, so the Midianite hypothesis that he's created, he's a southern Levantine god of smelting, shows up kind of sideways in the Old Testament, how he's associated with bronze, brass, copper, and fire. But it also, we have lots of evidence from the ancient Midianite region that there was copper smelting down there where he probably developed. And so I've got lots of articles on this particular topic. If you send me a DM in my Discord, I'll send you all my articles. So I actually just sent a bunch of them to a friend a couple days ago. I'll send you the same articles. I've got a bunch of really good reading material on this topic, but the general idea is that Yahweh seemed to be a southern Levantine deity that was adopted by the Judeans that originally was associated with copper smelting. And Scott says, I will never understand how Christians commit their life to a book they don't know and don't understand. I was guilty of it when I was in the faith, but now I have deconstructed and I'm free of that. Well, I'm glad you're free of it, by the way. Thank you for the support too. And that's the thing is, when you don't know what's in the book, you can be convinced of its truthfulness because you haven't tested the claims, right? It seems true. It feels true. A lot of people think it's true, even smart people, right? So they can convince you that it's true, even though it's not. Also, Carlos, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Big W. Thank you. That's very generous, my friend. And also, as we said before, the memberships are the backbone of the community that really helps keep the channel alive. Now, we've had a lot of people waiting in our YouTube guest for a long time. So we're going to get the next in line, which is Nebraska Steve. Welcome in, Nebraska Steve.
Yeah. Hi, Justin.
How you doing, Steve?
Good.
Steve, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm well over 18, and I believe in the supreme Elohim whom I consider life's creator, whose artificially generated information signal is embedded in our genetic code that conveys the message of an Egyptian triangle's equation as a result of factoring out 37 from the atomic masses of the structural components belonging to the essential bioessential amino acids, which can be sufficiently be defined by their codons first and second base nucleotides. And in the Bible's first verse, Genesis 1:1, the Hebrew Gematria value of the phrase "in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth" is 2,701, which can only be factored by 37 and 73.
What's the value of the
based on this evidence of the Elohim signature being embedded in the genetic coding, perhaps we shall agree that the supreme Elohim is life's creator.
Not even close. We'll start at premise number 1. So what was your first initial claim? We'll start there.
Okay, so my claim is that the supreme Elohim's signature appears in our genetic code.
Okay, let's prove that first claim.
Okay, so if you add up the atomic masses of amino acids that are essential to life, and you factor out you
how many amino acids do you think there are?
There are 20 that are bioessential amino acids.
Right, there's 20 essential amino acids, and then there's others, right? We have non-essential amino acids, right?
Right, but all life has these 20 bioessential amino acids.
No,
and 8 of
that's
them
not true.
Can be sufficiently defined by their codons first and second base
That's
nucleotides.
not true. So we'll start there. Okay, so it's not true that all life has 22 essential amino acids.
Okay, most life has these. I'm not going to claim all life, but I believe that most life has these amino acids.
I disagree.
Okay. And why so?
Because you haven't proved your claim.
Okay. Well, anybody can look it up. I'm not going to debate over that, but whether all life has these or not, but there are these amino acids are sufficient. There's these particular type of amino acids that can be defined by
frogs only have 20 amino acids.
Excuse me?
Frogs have 20 amino acids.
Right. That's what I was saying.
That's not 22.
20 it's 20.
20 is not 22.
Okay. I never said anything about 22. I'm not sure where you're getting that number
That's
from.
how many essential amino acids there are, correct?
Okay. But that's not
actually there's only 9
code.
essential amino acids. How many total amino acids? Hold on. How many?
Okay. There are 8 particular type of amino acids that can be defined by their codons first and second base nucleotides.
So it says there are 20 common amino acids that are used to build proteins in living organisms. But it says there, according to the wiki page, it actually says there are 22 amino acids, not 20. It says only these 22 appear in the genetic code for life. So it appears there's 22, not 20, but that's neither here nor there because essential amino acids are different than overall amino acids. So are you talking about amino acids or essential amino acids?
I'm talking about the 8 amino acids that are defined, sufficiently defined, if you take their codons and first and second base nucleotides.
What do you think a codon is?
It doesn't matter what their third base nucleotide is.
What do you think a codon is?
You know the first and second, you know what amino acid.
What do you think a codon is?
Okay. So
Nebraska Steve,
codons are like the letters.
It sounds like you don't actually know biology and you're reading off a script. Like I can literally see your script in front of you, like your laptop is lighting up your face, right? So
right, yeah, you can see.
So you
see it.
So you don't know anything about biology, correct?
There's a paper that this is in that people that are written by scientists, by an astrophysicist and a mathematician.
Well, an astrophysicist and a mathematician don't know anything about biology.
But they've taken courses in biology, and they wrote this paper.
That's not true. You don't know that.
Called the Walsh Signal of the Terrestrial Genetic Code, and it is written by 2 scientists, Makakoff.
But neither
That's
of
a
them are
matter of-
biologists, right?
They are scientists,
But neither one of them are biologists.
and they have knowledge in biology. That's not their particular specialty.
So,
that doesn't make
but
them
neither
wrong.
one of them have expertise in biology.
That's not their right. That's not their expertise. Correct.
Okay, so two people with no expertise in biology wrote a paper on biology.
They wrote and they put it in a peer-reviewed scientific journal.
It is not.
Icarus is a peer-reviewed scientific journal.
And
they put this in this
Icarus
journal
what,
in 2013 or 2014.
What did Icarus say about it?
So Icarus, you can read the paper in this journal by these scientists, and they have found this information signal.
No, I'm asking, what did Icarus say? Like when it was reviewed, did you review any of the comments?
Yeah.
And what they say?
They claim that, well, the scientists claim they had to reconfigure the structure of one of the amino acids to unlock the signal. And so there's controversy on that point, but you can read about the criticism. You can review the peer review criticism, but I think they were warranted in doing that. That's how they had to unlock the signal, unlock the message. They had to. You don't
have to unlock messages. Messages don't need unlocking.
It's hidden, embedded in the code. And so what they did is they found the signal.
But there's no message or signal embedded in the code. There's no language in there.
There is a message it conveys if you factor out 37 from the structural components of these group of amino acids.
What do you think factoring out means?
Divided by. If you divide,
so if you divide
the atomic, if you take their side chain, their block core, and their total.
What's a block core?
Atomic masses. That's the main component.
But you're using words you don't know. This is not the best way to go about it. Like, listen, when you want to put together a coherent argument for something, you really need to have a handle on the material you're using, or else you end up looking foolish when I ask you just to define simple things.
Okay, so what was your question?
Well, what I'm saying is none of these words you just mentioned you know the meaning of.
Which word have I not?
All of them. Read your script again, and then I'll tell you each word you don't know the meaning of.
Okay. So the scientists have found the signal, this information signal. And I'm not going to, it's in a paper. You can read about it.
When I disagree. I don't think they found a signal, and I don't even think that's what the paper says.
Okay. You can look it up. It's a scientific paper, reviewed paper in a peer-reviewed journal, Icarus.
It's published outside of Icarus too. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's been cited. It's been cited numerous times.
Oh, I don't think so. Probably by hacks.
The
only places where it's listed are in like hack repositories, like Science Direct. It's not listed in any major biological. It's not listed in any biological journals that I can find.
Well, I think Icarus is an astronomy journal.
Right. Okay.
So
just so we're sure, they originally published a biological paper in a journal about astronomy.
Right. Yeah. Because
you don't see how ridiculous this is.
Biology.
Real quick, Justin, what was the name of the paper?
The name of the paper is called The Wow Signal of Terrestrial Genetic Code.
Yes,
and
that's correct.
The first author is in the Department of Mathematics in Kazakhstan. The other professor or the other author is at the Pheasant Cove Astrophysical Institute Observatory, Almaty, Kazakhstan. So both of them are from Kazakhstan. So we got two people from Kazakhstan. One of them seems to be actually credentialed, maybe, and one of them not. One of them looks like he just works in an observatory.
Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that they found this signal.
Found what signal?
In
You
the
can't
code.
even tell me what it is.
It's a signal that conveys a message of an Egyptian triangle equation when you divide out 37 from the atomic masses of the structural components that belong to
Which
these amino acids that
structural
are defined by their
components?
protons, first and second base nucleotides.
Show me the formula. Show me where you added up the atomic masses of all these structural
It's in the
components.
paper. It's in the paper I referenced.
Okay, so
It's
you
in there.
okay, so you just got trust me, bro. Then,
Yeah, trust me, bro.
well, that doesn't work here. Here we
Okay.
actually prove our claims.
Okay, it's in the paper, but
Okay. Do you think there's a reason why no biologist ever wrote about this paper?
So I found something interesting within the references.
it just doesn't make
there's-
them wrong.
Oh,
because
hold
they're
on,
not
hold on.
biologists. They're
Tiny-
good with
hold on,
numbers.
hold on,
and
Steve.
they
Steve,
have-
Steve, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's another person here. You can't hear him.
Yeah.
So Tiny, just so you're aware, the guests can't hear you, but everyone else can.
Okay, so I found one of the sources, one of the references mentions direct panspermia, which is a paper that is written within this data. And panspermia is the idea that life was seeded on the planet Earth by some sort of extraterrestrial life.
Okay, so Tiny is saying that according to the research done by these individuals, they're promoting shit, I always forget the name of it. Panspermia.
Or well, not necessarily directed, but it is panspermia.
That's what
the
he said.
seeding of life on Earth. And how did that get here?
By extraterrestrials.
Right.
And you just think
Elohim.
you think that God is the extraterrestrial?
Yes.
Okay, that clears that up. Does that make sense, Tiny?
Yeah, that makes sense. Another one of the studies is alien technology and genetics. That's in part of the references for this particular article. I think it's kind of fascinating. This sounds like a lot of different pseudoscience articles jumbled together to make some sort of claim that genetics is intelligently designed. When I think that's a stretch.
Yeah, actually, I agree. It seems like a mishmash of biological woo by people who have no actual expertise in biology, claiming that this is the work of extraterrestrials. So this makes it basically akin to ancient aliens for biology.
Right.
Yeah,
I think
which is silly.
Gregorio Tsoukalos would be all about this.
I don't know who Gregorius Tsoukalos is, actually. I'm surprised I haven't heard that
Or
name.
Giorgio. It's the guy from Ancient Aliens with the hair.
Oh, yeah. I didn't watch that show. I knew it was bullshit from the beginning. So, yeah, I never know the guy's name. Yeah. So, anyways, listen, this is not really a good argument to use because you don't really fully understand what the article is talking about, and we don't have time to read it on air. So, it's kind of a waste. So, you want to try something else?
Okay.
I mean, if you really understood the material in the article, we could walk through it and you could demonstrate the truthfulness of the claim, but it sounds like you can't actually walk me through it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I thank you for your time.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling in, Nebraska
have a good
Steve.
one.
Nebraska Steve,
Yeah.
do you call in regularly on the line and Atheist Experience?
Well, Forrest Valkai won't take my calls anymore on the line, and he's on there all the time. So for all effective purposes, I can't call into the line. But yeah, I've spoken with you before on AXP.
Yeah, I've
Atheist
spoke to you
Experience.
before. Yeah, you had crazy
Yeah.
conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
And you talked to
Well, I think they're crazy.
Dan and Sarah once on Truth Wanted on a Friday night, I remember.
Yeah, Objective Dan. I've spoken with him a few times. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, Nebraska Steve, thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for
Next time you bring...
Hey, you have a happy Independence Day.
Hey, you too, Steve. Have a good one.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
I thought that that was the Steve that calls in on AXP and the line, because every time Nebraska Steve calls us there, he's like, well, I've got this paper that says this crazy thing that validates my theory. And then he can never tell us or validate anything in the paper. So it must be the same guy. And turns out it was the same. Same guy. I mean, listen, he's always nice. I've never had an unpleasant conversation with Nebraska Steve, but man, just surfing the internet looking for weird papers is a crazy way to live. And I don't know why you would trust biology from two individuals who have no expertise in biology. That's like I've got a science background. I'm an electrical engineer, but like you wouldn't trust my medical advice. That's crazy. Well, let me read a couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Tim says, I'm agnostic, apathetic, atheist. Interesting. That's an interesting combination. I don't really know and I don't really care, but I don't really believe in God. That's fair enough. That is fair enough. You don't have to care about this topic. I care about the topic, but you don't have to. And Nerd Unleashed, thank you for $5 on Venmo. Nerd says, is an Egyptian triangle different from the Bermuda Triangle? Actually, I don't think... As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure all triangles are the same. I'm pretty sure. If you add up the angles of every triangle that ever existed, they would all add up to the same number. And Kenneth says, Anthony, don't forget another edict of being rock hard thanks to Doug. Hydrate. Actually, yeah, that's another thing. Doug definitely believes in staying hydrated. Tomorrow's going to be, or the holiday is going to be hot. When you're out there on the grill, have some water. And Tim says, meteors are martyrs, hurling themselves to the earth in the name of Doug. Hell yeah. What more proof do you need? Doug has martyrs as well. They're flinging themselves at various bodies. The rocks are literally crying out for Doug. And Fierce Interaction, thank you for the $10 super chat. Fierce Interaction says she, I don't know if it's a he or she, says they are rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you so much for being rock hard for Doug. And Germ says, I sent an upgraded version of your Jesus MTG card I made in Discord DM. Hope you like it. Keep cooking. Also, what the fuck is this guy's word salad? Praise Doug. It was a word salad, my friend. But thank you for updating my Magic the Gathering card. I look forward to seeing your edition of it. Maybe we'll publish another one. And Chant says, morality is objective because God decides what's moral. Imagine being stuck in heaven for all eternity with these people. I know. It's objective because God's brain says so, but anything dependent on a brain is subjective, and somehow that's not a contradiction. And you got to share space with these people? Guitar Sniper, great name. Thank you so much for the super chat. Is that 2,000 yen? Says Justin's knowledge and immediate recall ability is amazing. He's perfect for what he does. I do wish he would push guests harder on how obvious it is that the Bible, religion in general, is man-made. So Guitar Sniper, sometimes I do. I try to gauge it out. I try to gauge where the individual is and where we can go, right? And I know at a certain time period, some of them will check out. But like with that last guest that we had a long conversation with, he was rather cordial, and we talked about Bible prophecies and whatnot. I can't convince everybody in one conversation that they're wrong, but I think I can say enough that as they're seeing it, they're like, ah, yes, I can see the problems in this. And it's a process, right? It starts with one domino and ends with thousands of dominoes. You know, my deconversion with death by 1,000 paper cuts. But you're right. If they come in here and they're cranky and they're rude, I push those fuckers hard. I push them really far to the wall, partially for fun, partially for the audience. Jason White, my friend, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. He says, humanity has sacrificed so much potential in exchange for religion and the enigmatic creations of people. This is actually my point. And this is why we talk about this topic so much, Jason. I'm glad you brought this up because, like, one of the drawbacks to religion is it holds back progress. It doesn't just hurt people. It literally holds back progress. So think of like the early stages of stem cell therapy. The early stages of stem cell therapy was held back by religious zealots who thought that this was like akin to abortion and it was playing God and yada, yada, yada. It's the same reason why the Chinese got like a 10-year head start on CRISPR. And we're still debating on whether or not we're even going to allow CRISPR. It's crazy. I don't care. 313 says, hey, Justin, can you please do a bit tonight where you tell them, oh, you'll give them 5 minutes to prove their point. And yeah, actually, I haven't done that in a minute. IDK, I'll do it tonight for you. For you, friend, we're going to do it. Anthony says, Doug fixed my ED yet again. Love you, Doug. I don't know much, but I know Anthony's having a hell of a time. Over the course of just this broadcast, Anthony has had his ED fixed 3 times. That's miraculous. That's astounding. Stand up and salute to that. And Gracie says Tiny only needs 120. I know, right? All right, listen to this. Gracie says Tiny, my guest right now, only needs 128 followers to hit 10 grand on TikTok. Guys, here's the deal. I'm going to take another guest in just a minute. When I get done with that next guest, I need Tiny to be over 10,000. That needs to happen. Now, a lot of people here already follow you, but we got to get them over that hump. When you hit 10,000, you finally get bookmarks on your page. When you hit 10,000, you can finally join the Creator Fund. There's a lot of tools that open up when you hit 10,000. Let's push them over the hump. Let's get them past 10,000. And Peter says, Diderot is amazing.
Thank you.
Buddy, I love you. I love what you do on the app. You haven't been in my stream on my stage all that often, but we've crossed paths a lot, and you do great work here. But Diderot is amazing, says Peter.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. 18th century Enlightenment philosopher. I didn't know that. This is a new name for me. It says in his encyclopedia at the end of the entry on the Eucharist, it reads, "See cannibalism." Oh, that's savage. That is savage to make an encyclopedia where the end.
Dope.
I couldn't have done it better myself. That's savage. Okay, now I'm 1,000,000% going to have to look this guy up. DM me. Don't let me forget this name. I got to find these books. Yoda says we need to build Justin nerd reference cheat sheet for our comments. I know. I'm sorry. I need a cheat sheet for all the references from pop culture I don't know. It says, rock hard for Doug. Blessed is the sediment. Rocky by his grace. Yes, never forget the son of Doug and Sharon, Rocky, and their other children, Pebbles. And Jake, my friend, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, why does Jesus have holes in his hands? Cross ventilation. It never gets old with you, Jake. I love all your jokes.
It's so funny. Well, think about this, Justin. If his stigmata holes are from glory, then they're glory holes.
Yes, they're glory holes.
How it works.
That's just how words work. LA Silver Surfer sent $5 super thanks. I appreciate that, Silver Surfer. And Nikosi says Jesus came back. He's doing 12 years in Russian prison. Maybe if he did come back, we would deal with him in a way he wouldn't like. I know that much. And Kyle says, wow, that makes it even worse, already having 10 wives. Oh yeah, David had multiple wives, by the way. A lot of them. And Canbest, great to see you tonight, friend, says, don't know how to read anymore as words no longer means words unless I like the words. So that is the case, right? There are occasions, right, where words do mean words. And that's only if you like what the words mean. The words don't mean words is for when you don't like what the words mean. All right, let's get our next guest in here. Ken Best, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting, friend. Always good to see you. All right, let's see. We had waiting in the guest queue, if I am getting the order of the operations correctly, was the wannabe author. I can't pronounce the first name very well. We'll see what we can do on the name.
Hey, man. My name's Jose, by the way.
Jose, all right, gotcha. So, Jose, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Oh, you betcha. I'm well over 18. I'm 35, and it's not quite Jose. It's Joseway. So it's hose like a garden hose, way like a highway.
Fair enough. Okay, Joseway.
Yeah, exactly. That's gonna be as close as I'll worry about you getting it. Don't sweat it. And yeah, so I will be 100% transparent. I am not a Christian. If you would like me to defend Christianity, I can do that, but that is not my religion.
No, you just have to believe in a God.
Yep. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you have a particular God or generic God, or what kind of properties does your God have?
Yeah, so I'm Mexican. So I subscribe to the indigenous Mexica belief system of Tea, which you are probably most likely to colloquially understand as the Aztec pantheon. So the collection of gods.
Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So I don't know about this particular pantheon, so maybe you're going to have to fill me in a little bit. Is it like a limitless number of gods or a defined number of gods?
For the most part, we can operate with an understanding of about 200 gods. There's a closed pantheon of about, of 20 gods. But throughout the mythos, we subscribe and recognize the entities of about 20 different entities. Hopefully that helps.
Okay. Is there somebody at the top of the hierarchy? Is there like a god that spawned the other gods, or are they all like co-eternal?
It's not like Christianity insofar as like there's a head honcho boss that can dictate and control the universe and the other gods. There is a spirit that has manifested, but that spirit is not more powerful or in some way more authoritative than the individual gods with their properties.
Okay.
So there's very few, if any, one-to-ones with Christianity.
Do the gods always agree on things? So like, for example, if I said,
fuck no.
okay, so they're like the Greek gods where they disagree with each other on a lot of stuff.
Sure, yeah, the Greek pantheon is similar.
Okay, so then we'll get to some fundamental questions then. Are the gods good?
Some are fucking foul. And that honestly explains a lot of the universe far better than Christianity. I have nothing against Christians. If their story comforts them in times of crisis and it helps them get to bed, honestly, I have great Christian friends. I have no ill will for them. I think their belief systems are just as valid as most other people's belief systems. I don't know what your belief systems are, but I would say it's equally valid. I'm not going to criticize it.
Yeah, and that's super great. Like, and like if all the religions were like that, I don't think like you wouldn't see atheists up here having these types of debates, because like realistically, you know, the reason why we have these debates is because we have a lot of people living in this country that think that their business, their job is to force their religion on you, right? They've been called by God to make you a follower, right? But like, that's not universally true. Some religions are rather peaceful. They just...
Sorry, I'm assuming you're operating out of the United States, right? I'm not operating under that false assumption. Okay,
no,
just
right.
making sure.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the gods that you believe in, because I've got some curiosity. So as far as I can tell, there is in fact a version of the problem of evil that I've never got to run down, and you might be the perfect person to do it with. I've never, like, I don't often get to talk to a polytheist, so this is fun. Okay, so in monotheism, the argument from evil is like super powerful because you've just got one God and he's supposed to be all good. Now, it gets tricky when you have multiple gods and some of them are good and only some of them are bad, right? So
that's interesting. I've always felt that to be the definitive problem with monotheisms, right? Is like they can't answer the problem of evil very well or persuasively.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Yes, the problem of evil is like one of the Achilles heels. I think there are two fundamental issues with from monotheism that they'll never answer, which is the omni paradox. You know, all good, all powerful, all knowing, and then look at the shit here, which kind of leads into the problem of evil. But when you have multiple gods, it gets a little more complicated. So let me ask you a question, which is, are any of the gods in your pantheon like all good?
Not really, because then that would require kind of a collective consensus, some sort of cohesive within the community understanding of an objective good. And that is just not accurate.
Oh, so okay,
you know,
this is awesome.
All gods are equally powerful. All gods are equally powerful. All gods are owed their due, even if some of them are vile and control qualities and entities and physiological and natural phenomenon that are just part of the universe.
Sure.
Doesn't matter if it's good or bad. Phenomena is phenomena, whether you like it or not. And when you owe respect to the universe, you are more in line with the universe. You get a lot less cognitive dissonance. And so, yeah, you and me are both in agreement that Christianity has a problem that, like, you know, why is their all-powerful God not able to stop evil? Why does it tolerate evil? It seems like an evil God. I think it's logically flawed. I think it's superior when you have a pantheon and recognize that evil is just as powerful as good. Sometimes it wins, sometimes it loses, depending on the will of the gods. But again, I'm not here to shit on monotheists if it comforts them in times of grief. I understand that a lot of these monotheists, Muslims, Christians, definitely there are things that we could say about Judaism being weaponized these days to push agendas. But at the end of the day, on an individual basis, most of these people are not vile. Most of these people are just clinging to comfort when necessary to get through the day. And I take no pleasure in looking down at them just because they have a difference of belief systems or because I think it's sometimes kind of really silly.
Sure. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about I don't know, the things that tie your belief. Okay, so what problem or what concern with the world do your gods solve? And so, for example, like if you're a monotheist, God solves the problem of like, why is there anything here? Well, it must be from God, right? Do your gods solve that problem, or do they solve a different problem?
Well, I mean, the framing of the question is irregular in terms of trying to approach my worldview into it. But the best as I can do, I think, at this moment is just to say that like everything is solved by the gods. Every natural phenomenon, psychological phenomenon, every fiber in the cosmic realm is tied to the gods. So there's no distinctions or separations. So every problem is solved, but maybe also none of the problems are solved. You know what I mean? Like that's as close as I can get.
I think maybe I could ask the question better. I think what I'm trying to ask is, what problem does your pantheon solve that couldn't be answered through naturalistic means?
Well, I mean, I don't think the gods are a genie. Like, I'm not rubbing a lamp looking for solutions. That's pretty disrespectful to my relationship with the cosmic universe. Like, when I stub my toe, I don't go, woe is me. Someone needs to help me. Like, it's a responsibility of some other entity to solve all my problems, right? Like, there are solutions.
I'm not talking about those problems. I'm not talking about personal problems. I'm saying, what explanatory power do the gods give that couldn't be grabbed from science?
Right. So all of the natural phenomenon in the universe is explained and caused by the gods. Science is our attempts to understand their will, but there will always be trans-empirical realities, which science itself as a process, as a culture, as a living expression of the human experience will be limited in defining.
Right, but
and the gods obviously fit outside of there, but they don't live outside of science. They are also within it.
Okay. I wasn't quite what I was asking, so I'll try it again. What I'm saying is, what explanation are the gods providing that science isn't providing? Because science already has explanations for all these things.
Well, I see. Yeah, that's a great way to phrase it. I completely understand what you're getting at that point, right? So, a couple examples would be like, is there a spirit that resides within? Where does it go after we physically pass? That is a question the gods answer well that science doesn't know. There's a lot of things about the way that we interact with the physical world that the gods have done a better job of giving us direct information from, that science has been able to catch up with, right? Our ability to empirically measure has done a good job of catching up, but there's still some things that the gods have always known, that they've given us, that we're catching up with science.
Right? But fundamental to that answer is the implication that like spirits and things exist, right? But I don't believe in spirits exist or that we have souls, right?
Right. Sure. Would you like to talk about your belief systems so that maybe I can draw from it for comparisons to illustrate?
So I'm an atheist and I don't believe in any spirits. I don't believe in any transcendentals. I don't believe in any gods. So like if you're saying, well, the thing that the gods solve is this whole business with the soul, like, well, shit, I don't even think we have souls.
Right. So based on that, Are you saying you do not believe in anything that science hasn't yet proven?
Oh, no, I didn't say that. It's certainly possible
Okay.
that there are things that science hasn't discovered yet, but I don't believe in things just because science didn't discover them yet. I would still need, like, if you told me that there's actually aliens in another solar system that drink coffee just like we do, I would say, sure, it's plausible. It certainly could happen, but I don't believe in it because I don't have any evidence for it.
Yeah, I too was very hopeful that Nebraska Steve could really pull one off. I was very excited at first, but
he was out there.
Yeah, sadly disappointed me, but that's a shame. He came in swinging. I was amped. I'm like, ooh, let's hear this, and it was sad that it didn't.
Well, he just gets excited. I think I've talked to him 3 or 4 times now, and he gets excited. Like he found a paper, he spent a bunch of time on it, and like he's really convinced I found something good. And then it's not till he has to explain it, he realizes he doesn't actually know what it's saying. He can't really tell you the ins and outs of what's happening because, of course, he doesn't have any expertise. And it turned out the people who wrote the paper didn't have any expertise either.
Right. So you mentioned something earlier from your own belief systems that I'll point to. You said you were a fan of the Browns, and you have faith that they will win the Super Bowl.
Oh, I don't. No.
Oh, okay. But so you don't have any faith. You have no belief system in the Browns.
No, they're awful. They're terrible. All they do is bring sadness.
Why do you believe in them? You shouldn't. This is very irrational. This is illogical.
Oh no, that's just my experience, right? If you look at the performance of the Cleveland Browns over my lifetime, they are demonstrably the worst team in the NFL, not just in the NFL, sometimes in all sports in general. There's the reason why we call the stadium the mistake on the lake.
Right. So earlier in this TikTok live, you talked about how it's irrational to embrace pain. Pain is logically something that we avert unless we're crazy. Seems like you're self-inflicting a lot of pain by liking the Browns. It's very irrational.
No, I didn't say that. I said there are some people like Albert Fish, he was a serial killer who liked pain. He had a mental position where, he enjoyed the pain. He got off on it, right? Now, there are some people...
I have no problems with pain. I was just trying to consolidate what I had thought your belief system was. I thought there was a contradiction. I got no problem with pain. I'm not here to kink shame. If you like a little pain in your life, that's what works for you. I'm not here to kink shame, right? But it sounded earlier like you think it's irrational to embrace pain, and you still like the Browns, and so that seemed inconsistent. But I'm clearly wrong there. Yeah, I'm clearly wrong there. So my mistake. So where does what is the point of you rooting for the Browns?
Oh, it's fun.
It seems illogical. Okay. There we go. So if Christians get comfort from their very silly stories, which sometimes provide a tremendous amount of utility and comfort in times of crisis, like when people die, right? When horrors are inflicted upon the mind. What is wrong with that? Why attack that if it preserves them? You're just having fun with the Browns. You're not hurting anyone.
But Christianity is burning supposed witches at the stake, and for a long period of time they were. I
hope you can give me a more recent example than
they were executing gay people. They were enforcing slavery. They were enforcing segregation. They were executing heretics. If you look at the long arc of Christianity, I don't think it's a net benefit. They've been doing horrific things for a very long time period. They were one of the reasons why the bubonic plague was exacerbated, because they wanted to treat it with all these crazy notions of they thought it was like a spiritual entity causing the plague, and they were treating it rather than using science with mysticism.
Yeah, for sure. Science, I get what you're saying, that as a collective, there's a lot of evil that has happened. I would argue that a lot of that evil would have happened anyways if the institutions in power, independent of those Christians' beliefs, had a different belief system. They would have kept at it. That's okay. We can have a historical debate about that. I can point to a lot of other collectives of humans that did not have Christianity, that did just as vile and awful things in the name of other things.
Of other gods. Yeah,
Not
so like
even.
if you look at the majority of the ancient wars, they were waged by people who believed that their God was commanding it. Think of like the conquest of the Muslims, or you think of the westward expansion by the Babylonians and the Assyrians, and then by the Persians. Like all of these were God ordained events for them.
Right. I would argue that in all of these populations, you generally have a population that is religious, and those in power will often utilize that as a mechanism to extract whatever ends they want. So while I do believe that like the Queen of Spain was religious and did in some way believe in their Catholicism, I don't think that was the real component of the colonization of the New World. I think the colonization of the New
I
World
disagree.
would absolutely have happened. You don't think
the colonization of
the
the colonization of the New World, the enslavement of the natives, was literally justified using and the westward expansion by manifest destiny. They literally believed that they were the new Israel and God was giving them this land, and they needed to come out and clear the land the same way the Israelites had to clear out ancient Canaan. Like they were using religious rhetoric to do it.
Yes, and it doesn't seem like you're distinguishing between justifying and causing. I said it wasn't the cause. I already said that they use religion to justify. So you did not in any way refute or engage with what I just said, which is that the cause.
They used religion.
Economic and political.
They use religion to maintain all kinds of horrible practices that the humanists had already moved on from. And this is the problem, right? Because there's a difference between the religious and the non-religious. When you had the Enlightenment era and a huge movement of humanists, the thing holding it back were the religious people. The thing holding back science was the religious people. So I'm not saying that if you weren't religious, you were inherently never problematic. There were certainly some problematic people that were not religious in history. None of that's relevant. The problem is when you have a religion where the book says you can own slaves, the book says to murder gay people by stoning them. The book tells you that if a woman doesn't bleed on her wedding night, you can stone her. The book tells you that a man can have multiple wives, and that if a man commits a sin, it's okay for one of those wives to be raped as punishment for their sins. The book justifies all these atrocities, so that when somebody comes around and they're living in a Christian society and they're saying, look, according to my book, it says we're all allowed to do this. And everyone else is looking at the book and they're like, fuck, it looks like we are all allowed to do this. That religion is endorsing the bad behavior. And because the religion is endorsing the bad behavior, it amplifies it and it makes it go on way longer than it ever would have if there was just a bunch of normal Joe Schmoes.
I don't know how you can empirically prove that the colonization of the New World would have been less bad if it wasn't for Christianity specifically. There's no way to empirically prove that. But more to the point of what you just said.
Well, you nullify your own you nullified your own argument because you can't empirically prove the opposite. So it's a silly argument either way.
Well, I mean,
the minute you go to empirically proving what could have been in the past, it's a losing argument for both sides. Neither one of us can empirically prove a hypothetical about the past.
Agreed. So we're in agreement with there. I completely agree. You can't make those claims.
What I can do is tell you that the Christian church hunted down and killed millions of their own for petty feuds like baptizing people as adults, believing the wrong doctrines, reading books of philosophy that were banned, reading books of science that were banned. This wouldn't have happened without Christianity. You wouldn't have had millions of people murdered for being heretics if you didn't have a religion teaching that these people were heretics.
Again, I would state that there are atrocities that are committed outside of Christianity along the same timelines. So I think people are looking for excuses, and they use religion as one because it's a convenient one.
They're not looking for excuses to murder heretics. That's specifically a religious thing.
So let's talk a little bit about the origins of the naturalistic humanist order. Well, I mean, I don't know what I'm pivoting from. It seems as though I haven't really made an argument I've been chasing your thoughts, and so I don't know what I'm
Your
pivoting
whole
away
argument so
from.
far is that Christianity is not all that bad, but it was all that bad.
Well, it's not, yeah.
They
Yeah,
murdered
it's
millions of
not all that.
people. They fought many holy wars.
Well, I mean, I think the point of my argument, what I'm willing to defend and stand here consistently, is that like if an individual Christian, right, or even a holistic entity that calls itself Christian does evil things, I have zero qualms pointing that out. But by and large, the experience I have with Christians on an individual basis is that like they barely read their fairy tale book. They mostly cling to the things that are relevant. Exactly, you know that. They mostly cling to the things that are relevant to their day-to-day. I believe that a lot of bigoted people love the bigotry that they can find in their own interpretations within the Bible.
Yeah,
but they would find
and that's the
everywhere else.
problem. The
Look,
Bible is
I would
giving
point-
them the wind in their wings to do the things that are horrible that they want to do. That is the problem. Because when you
And I
start to
would
look at a
only-
holy book, you can't question the God. When the holy book says that you could own slaves, you can't question it. So when somebody comes around later and they're like, hey guys, I know we're in a Christian nation, but I don't think we should own slaves, they don't have a recourse. They look around and say, okay, you guys all believe in this book, and the book says you can own slaves. They have no recourse. That's why the biggest denomination in America, the Southern Baptist Convention, was literally formed to maintain slavery and segregation. Because the book says it's okay.
Yeah. Sure, and I can agree to that, and I will pivot the conversation now because I agree we're at a stalemate there, or I would happily formally concede the point because overall I would agree with you that Christianity is a force for bad or has done bad things in the aggregate. I'm not a Christian, right? But my stance is that like it is cruel to laugh at their silly stories when the individual you are laughing at has done nothing wrong. I do think there's a cruelty to it.
No, it's not
Now,
cruel
in
because the
terms-
same people I'm laughing at are the same people that will get up here and cuss me out because I don't believe their nonsense. The same people will stare in my face and say, you're a POS and you're going to hell and I'm glad for it. The same people will get up here and say that gay and trans people are deservedly going to hell and they're glad for it. Those people are vile and you don't know that because you haven't been in this space.
No,
You spend time, hold on.
Go ahead.
You spend time in this space and you will see the vile. Go to my video backlog and watch all the vile, hateful rhetoric coming out of these Christians' mouth. When I first got online, starting doing these conversations, I was like you. I wasn't looking to deconvert Christians. I was okay with Christians remaining Christians. And then I opened my mouth and started talking, and it turned out that they were vile, hateful, dangerous human beings that want to make our government as vile and hateful as them. So I switched gears and said, okay, if this is what we're dealing with, then we don't actually need this. Now, just because you haven't encountered it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Here in America, we're living in it right now. We have a bunch of sycophant, right-wing religious zealots trying to take over our government and relegate women to kitchens, make sure they can't get access to healthcare. They're literally kicking people off of healthcare right now. I know a handful of people that have already lost their healthcare because of the current government. 100,000 people are predicted to die in the next couple of years based on the current legislation that's being passed. All because these people believe that their weird Christian dream is finally going to come true. And it's not going to come true. So you may not be experiencing the bullshit from these Christians. We are. We're experiencing it right now.
And that's fair. You know, I'm not going to come in here and state the notion that I can speak authoritatively about your experience in this space. I can only talk about my experiences. I will say that, like, yesterday I had a debate with a young Earth creationist. You know, unfortunately for him, he was not that persuasive at compelling me on his belief system. But to be completely frank, on my limited experience, when I was waiting for about an hour to talk with him and listening to him speak and his guests and his chat and comparing it to your chat, there's been a lot more vitriol that I've heard from your chat.
Yeah. Do you know why they're like that?
because they've been hurt by Christians and they're
No,
reacting to
because they've been watching my live stream for the past 2 years as Christian come up here and say over and over and over again that women shouldn't have bodily autonomy. Women are less than men. Slavery wasn't that bad. Slavery is actually okay. We should bring it back. They've come up here and heard Christians say the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life, and they've heard it over and over and over and over again, which is why when we have a live stream, they know over the course of this 6-hour live stream, they will see multiple Christians crash out and say the most horrific shit on the planet. So what you're walking into is not a classroom. It's not a civil discourse. This isn't meeting somebody in Central Square and having a conversation. We're in the middle of a debate field where the people on two opposite ends of the spectrum are coming together and slinging mud at each other to see what actually sticks. In the middle of that, you've got some people here for actual discourse, which actual discourse does actually take place. But this is a boxing match. People are here as part of the entertainment. People are here cussing and shouting at the refs and calling the other players names. This is part of the entertainment factor of these live streams. We're not in a classroom. We're not in polite company drinking tea at a table somewhere. You walked into a boxing match.
Okay, I get your perspective, and that hasn't been reflective of what I've heard from you in the past while, and I've only been on the wait list for about an hour or so. Maybe an hour and a half. I don't know. Maybe you know better than I do. But in that hour and a half, more or less, I've been seeing pretty intelligent conversation. And I have been seeing like very polite theorists come up here and engage with you. I haven't seen that vitriol from Christians. I have only seen and I will give you the benefit of the doubt here, the reactionary vitriol from the chat that has been more vitriolic than my experience in the other chats, right?
Well, go watch some of my videos. I've got hundreds of videos in my backlog, and you'll see Christians saying the most vile thing. You'll see people from Islam saying the most vile things, saying it's okay to sleep with little 9-year-old girls. You'll hear it. It's all in my backlog. I publish the videos.
Okay, so my question then, because as you can tell, I am invested in intelligent conversation, and I think you've done an excellent job from your positions to argue intelligently, and that's why I've been excited and I've been waiting to get an opportunity to talk to you, because you have a sincerity heart in terms of not being a jerk, always trying to give people the benefit of the doubt. And so I've seen that intellectualism, that genuine desire for persuasion, as opposed to blood sport, boxing match, let's get heated, kind of just dunking on people in a nonsensical, trying to catch people in momentary lapses of intelligence, right? Like it's been in good faith.
Right, but that's the difference between the player and the audience is what I'm saying. I'm the player in the arena. Like I have to come in and give a good faith dialogue with everyone that comes with me. The audience is not having the dialogue I'm having. Half of the people here are here to watch a fight. Right? So they're going to be cheering, they're going to be shouting, they're going to be saying things to rally their troops, to rally their side. It's going to go both ways. It's just going to happen to go the other way towards Christianity more because most of the people here are my followers. It's my live stream. If we're in another live stream, if we go to a Christian live stream, it'll be the opposite. You'll see all these Christians saying horrible stuff about an atheist as soon as atheists enter the chat and start saying stuff.
Sure. Can I just respond to one of the comments? I'm getting accused here.
No, you certainly cannot reply to comments. You're here to talk to me.
Okay. Fair enough. I just I don't know what I can't contextualize what it means that I'm tone policing. I don't know what that means.
Tone police is when you come in and say, rather than arguing with the substance, I'm going to argue with how you're doing it, which is kind of what you're doing.
I see. Okay.
Like you're saying, rather than argue the topic, you're saying, well, I just don't like what you're doing. Well, okay. Well, you don't have to be here.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think I've said that, and that is not my belief. So I'm sorry if I've given you that impression. Again, I've been here for an intellectual exchange. I've been fascinating with your ability to do that, and that's what I'm here for. Again, I am a theist. I'm entertaining the notion of defending Christians because I think that's interesting, but I see now that that's not productive. I can very well defend my pantheistic beliefs if that is of better utility to your stream. I'm not here to troll you. I'm not here to. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like I'm here for a good faith conversation. I would love it if you could compel me or provide an intellectual thing for me to digest, to challenge myself on my belief systems. I like growing my belief systems. I am passionate, deeply passionate about the Mexica pantheon, the notions of Mexica spirituality. I would like to propagate it and see it reemerge within society, because as you would imagine, the past 500 years have been pretty rough for the train of thought and the philosophy and the spiritual belief system. So I'm very passionate about that.
Right. Okay. So here's what I would do. Right. So if I was going to mount an argument against your pantheon, I would start at the bottom. So at ground level, I'm going to have transcendentals, and then after that, I'm going to have souls, and then after that, spirits. Okay. So the problem, the gap between you and where I'm at is your gods are explaining these phenomenon, and I don't think that these phenomenon exist. So in order to demonstrate the validity of your particular religion, I think the first thing you need to do would be to demonstrate that souls exist, find an argument that works for that, and then demonstrate that also the spiritual world exists. And then after that, you can demonstrate that transcendental things like forms exist, like Platonic forms, because I think you'll need that in your worldview. So the problem is I think you've assumed that these things exist. And because you assumed that they exist, your gods are the explanation for these things. But if you start at the base and say, can I prove that these things exist? I think you'll find out that you can't actually prove it. It's something that you're taking on faith.
I am taking it on faith. Like, right. Do you think, like, that's the nature of religion, isn't it? Like, no. The point of religion is that it is unprovable.
No, that's not the point. The problem that we have, the reason why these live streams exist is because Christians will come up here, Islamists will come up here, I'll even get some Jews occasionally that'll come up here and say, it's a provable fact, and I'm a dumb, ignorant asshole for not believing what they believe.
I see. Okay. Well, I mean, in my experience, when I was a Christian, and my experience with Christians has always been a tenet of faith. Like when you are doubting God, they tell you to have faith, right? They don't say, no, here's an empirical peer-reviewed study that shows the facts of Jesus. They say to be a Christian is to have faith.
I agree. That's what they should say. But that's not what they say, unfortunately.
Okay, so then we have a difference of understanding of Christianity.
Right.
Because it seems as though you only want to argue, and I respect it, you only want to argue with Christians who believe, I don't know, I guess young earth creationism. Like they believe that it is a provable, like a scientifically provable fact that the earth is like 5,000 years old and that like women are inferior to men or whatever their belief systems are. Like they believe that it is just as empirical as modern science, basically. Those are the Christians that you're here to debate, not those who believe, whose belief system is founded on, we can't know, it's unknowable, so let's have faith in Jesus.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, because ultimately those people typically they're not very toxic.
I gotcha. Yeah, I'm not here to be toxic, right? And I'm sorry if that's not like entertaining for your audience. I'm not here to be toxic. I would love to discuss my gods more. I mean, I can't give you empirical data about the gods. My understanding in my worldview is that empirical science, the best knowledge and acquisitions of facts we have, are themselves testaments of the gods. The gods work through the science, and where science is limited and not yet reached, the gods continue to dominate. But I can't prove empirically through science stuff that science is limited in proving. Right. So I can't, obviously, yeah.
So what that means for us is we don't have a starting point, right? So my starting point is that you can't prove your religion to be true, and your starting point is no, I can't, which means we actually agree. Now, my goal is not to convert everybody into atheism. My goal is to make people think about their religion, why they believe it, and why it's not irrational that I exist.
Right, and I don't want to waste your time. Like, is there any kind of proof of the gods that I could give you that wouldn't rely on science, on the limitations of science?
Well, I think you could start with, if there was a way to objectively demonstrate that a spirit world existed or that something transcendental could exist, I would be open. Once you open the door to transcendentals, then you can open the door to what kind of transcendentals exist. But I think the problem that you have is, like, you've got an unfalsifiable pantheon, right? So the best you can hope for, which is like what other religious people do, is hope that, like, well, answered prayer might indicate that they exist, or prophecy, written prophecy could indicate that they're real. But outside of those, what you've got is just an unfalsifiable religion that you'll never be able to prove. And if it's unfalsifiable, it's not my job to prove it wrong, because there's no way to prove it wrong because it's unfalsifiable.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get that. So yeah, the gods exist outside of. What was the trans word you used consistently? I like using the word trans-empirical. You're using a different one. I'll look it up.
So transcendental is just kind of referring to something that exists like immaterially in like all possible worlds typically. So we would say like
it
God.
Seems like it's synonymous with trans-empirical.
Yeah, so like for example, if you're a Christian or you believe in some of the ancient religions, like Plato and Aristotle, they would have said something like, do you know about Platonic forms?
Not that much. I'm sure you know a lot more. I think I've heard the phrase, but I'm not.
So Plato had this crazy idea that, like, for everything that existed in the real world, the idea of that thing existed, but the idea exists in the real world. It doesn't exist just in your brain. So there's the idea of a chair. That idea actually does exist transcendentally.
Okay.
So it's this idea.
It's like the foundation of Plato's cave. I'm familiar with Plato's cave as a thought experiment. It's basically that, yes?
It's not quite the same as Plato's cave, but it's just a general idea that there are immaterial things that exist, and they just exist transcendentally. They transcend all matter, space, and time.
Gotcha.
Like they're not bound by anything in this world.
Right. Yeah. So it follows suit with my interpretation or understanding of trans-empirical realities, which by their very definition can't be tested or evaluated, right, within the physical world. I do believe that, like, exactly, you get it. Like, I will say, and I'm curious what your contention or your views are here, as far as the limitations of modern science. I think there was a recent study from astrophysicists that proved the world is unreal. It's an interesting one as far as the movement of particle physics. I'm curious what your take is on that, as far as that being the scientific consensus.
Yeah, so I don't think it's scientific consensus, but he did win the Nobel Prize, if I remember correctly. He won some really decent prize. But when the article says that the universe is not locally real, that has a different meaning than what we think it means. So I actually did read the article, and then I read a bunch of other stuff like, what the hell does this even mean? Because the article was way above my head. And what I figured out from reading the stuff outside of the article is when we say locally real, we're not referring to existing within reality. That's a different. So the way physics is using the word is not the same as the way we're using it colloquially.
I understand. Okay, so it's a matter of definitions. It doesn't have a broad destructive impact on the body of work we call like academia. Is the point of that? Like,
it didn't seem like he really upset the apple cart.
That's interesting. From the impression that I got, it seems as though the apple cart was fairly upset. But so I can be wrong here, and I'll do more research on it as well.
I'm going to give you a slight definition or a slight explanation of the terms. And it says non-local realism refers to the concept that the universe isn't governed solely by local interactions, meaning direct cause and effect. says where objects are influenced only by their immediate surroundings. Some aspects of reality may not have definitive properties until they're measured. And the reason why this is important is because it plays into quantum entanglement. What the paper is suggesting is that there's quantum entanglement that actually from a distance is affecting things locally, right? So essentially it's riffing on quantum entanglement and the idea that there's more happening than just being completely dependent on local cause and effect.
Got it. That's a pretty good explanation. That's better than my passing understanding of it. I'll do more research. That's fascinating. But thank you. I appreciate that. Listen, I don't want to waste any more of your time. Obviously, like I see now that that I might be doing that, and that is not my intention. Sincerely, I respect what you're doing here. Like you said earlier, it seems as though we're in an impasse, and it seems as though we don't have a bridge to fight over. Right.
Right.
That is what it is. I would be happy to discuss my Mexica pantheon in any way that is of utility to you. If you don't want to now, or if there's nothing to be said, if that's just not purposeful, no problem. I am always happy to. I also do not like the type of vitriolic Christianity or any type of religious rhetoric that comes from a oppressive perspective. And if ever you want a pantheist to chime in, I'm happy. Just as an olive branch of what I can do.
Like we've actually got quite a few pantheists in our Discord. It's a surprisingly common thing for people to believe in once they leave formalized Abrahamic religion. So we're the deconstruction community is not really against religion in general. We're against dangerous religions. Now, if you stick around long enough, you'll see what we mean by dangerous religions. Again, I've only been doing this for like almost 2 years, and I've got hundreds of videos on my YouTube channel of Christians saying the most vile thing ever. You can't see it because you're on TikTok, but if you go to my YouTube channel, I clip all these conversations. And so that's why we do this.
Even if I haven't seen that here, I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the ugly truths out there in society when it comes to religions. So I wholeheartedly believe you. Okay, yeah, I might join the Discord. That sounds like a fun space for me, potentially. That sounds great.
But if you have books on your religion, you're more than welcome to talk about the books, because a lot of us are readers. There's a lot of people in the community that are readers. So if there's good reading material on your particular religious point of view, I'm sure we would love to hear about them.
Books are hard. Proof is hard. Here's an issue I have within my belief system, right? As someone who's trying to propagate an indigenous belief system that has been viciously dismantled for the past 500 years because of government instructions, because of white supremacy, because of the colonial powers, because of Christianity, of course. Of course, that's part of it as well. A huge part of it. I like authority within this is difficult. I have to rely a lot on oral tradition,
right?
And a lot of the writing that exists is unfortunately coming from a whitewashed or even actively insidious perspective that demonizes and doesn't truly wish to understand the concepts very well. So the concepts of factuality and authority are themselves very dynamic and complex in terms of like the community.
Okay. Well, listen, buddy, thanks for coming up, and I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
Yeah, have a good luck, and thanks for taking me on. I appreciate it again. Have a good one, bud.
Cheers. Have a good one. I do like to hear alternative religions. They're fun. They're interesting. At least they are to me. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get another guest in here. Carnage, my friend, great to see you tonight. Says, are you currently hiring for a terminally online intern who can stage whisper explanations at you? Reply, jokes and turbo nerd references. I would love something like that. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's in the cards, but that would be great, actually. If I had a younger person who could like whisper all these online and pop culture references to me, so I don't look like an old fuddy-duddy. But unfortunately, I think I just have to resign myself to understanding that I'm an old fuddy-duddy. I'm okay with it. Like, it's not a problem for me. It's more of a problem for you guys because I don't get your references. But listen, I love you guys anyways, and I hope you're enjoying yourself. And Carnage, thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. Great to see you, friend. But yeah, I mean, maybe I'll open my Discord and you can Discord me all the terms that I don't know. We could work that out. We can make that a reality. Terry, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Hala Furphy in the house tonight. Great to see you, friend. Thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ debate memberships. That's super generous. And remember, if you got a membership there, you should have access to the deconstruction cheat sheet. So definitely take advantage of that. And I did put in the gift shop or the shop, whatever you want to call it. I made a large, like 30-inch desk mat that's got a bunch of the cheat sheet references on it. So you can just have it on your physical desk underneath your keyboard and mouse. It's pretty cool. Sandwich Prince, thank you for the $10 super chat, says that polytheist sounded pretty confused. I guess it makes sense if having one God is confusing, imagine 200. How's that for vitriolic? Praise Doug. So this is a one thing I've talked about only a little bit. So if you read the ancient writings from like the early philosophers, it's funny because they talk about how the gods disagree. And like, well, one God says this is good, another says this is good. Sometimes they fight against each other. And so they have a lot of interesting conversations about like, well, how do we know what is right and wrong? Because like one God might think it's right, one God might think it's wrong. One God does this, one God does that. So I think the problem you get into with polytheism is that you have to default on the idea that morals are kind of like this vague concept, and that even the gods don't know what they are, right? So there's some stuff happening there, but polytheism is one of those religions that I think most the ones I meet understand that they can't inherently prove it. It just makes the most sense based on their already held belief system. Helping Mega deconstruct. Good to see you, friend. Says, why is this kid here crying about something he doesn't believe? I think we figured it out towards the end because he used to be a Christian. I think he's got a soft spot. Says, can I have the time back that word salad kid wasted? Hail Doug and Sharon stuff. Well, helping Mega, we got through it now. We're on the other side. We're going to get another believer in here. And Design says, oh, you want to talk to people that believe their God isn't imaginary? Sign behind Justin's head, audible sign. That is the thing. That's the goal. Like, so I should have said it, but this is the goal. The goal is to talk to people who think they can prove me wrong, right? I would love to have just polite tea conversations with people, just not here online. And Flux, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, Justin, using the term fuddy-duddy makes you sound like a fuddy-duddy. Isn't that the truth? I can't hide it. It's in me. It's in my vocabulary. It's in my DNA. You can't hide your age. People know. Space Lord says, martyrdom. I discovered that I'm the grandkid of John Fox. I didn't know that. Holy shit. Author of a huge Protestant history of martyrdom, 1563. Sorry, everyone. Space Lord, that's really an interesting fact. I think most Christians grew up and read Fox's Book of Martyrs, or at least knew about it. I remember reading it. I read a lot of the books on martyrs. I even read the martyr books published by DC Talk. Remember, DC Talk put out their Jesus Freak books, and a lot of the stories in there were martyrdoms. Marduk, thank you for the super chat. Says that quote about the entrails is written by Dennis Diderot, one of the guys that wrote the encyclopedia. He was a key figure in the Enlightenment age. So I did write down the quote. I'm going to write down his name before I forget. It's Dennis Diderot. There we go. And I'm going to look up this guy's stuff later. But yeah, guys, the Enlightenment age was pushed forward by deists, atheists, humanists. It wasn't pushed forward by the religious zealots. It just wasn't. Thank you for that. I appreciate that message there, Marduk. And Kay says, Nebraska Steve does not represent all of Nebraska. We aren't all complete morons. Proud, educated Nebraskan Kay. I didn't know you were out west in Nebraska, but hello over in the cornfield. I hope you're doing well. That's how we envision Nebraska, is just a bunch of corn. But I trust you that some of you are educated out there. Evan, my friend, thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. It says Psalm 91 says, angels will bear you up so that you will not dash your foot against a Doug. Praise Sharon and Doug for no toes stubbed. And this is what we've said over and over again. You saw one set of footprints in the sand because Doug doesn't have feet, because Doug doesn't want your feet to be hitting him. He wants your feet to be on him. So you'll never get 2 footprints. At most, you'll get 1. Sometimes you get none because sometimes Doug is carrying you. And Space Lord says martyrdom. Oh, sorry, I read that one. Sorry, this is where I want John. John, my friend, thank you for gifting out 5 memberships. That's generous, my friend. And Algorithm, great to see you tonight. It says, as a fellow Nebraskan, I didn't know you were from Nebraska either. I have to say, yeah, we have to claim Steve. We're all knuckin' futs over here. That's all, folks. That I can envision you saying that as I'm reading the chat. Good to hear from you, friend. Great to hear from you. And name I can't read in Arabic says, who created sperm? Well, it certainly wasn't Allah, because Allah says it comes from between the ribs and the backbone, and we know that's not true. But thanks for the super chat. ZB, thank you for the super chat. It says, please crowdfund Battle of the Gods game. Oh, interesting. How awesome. Seriously, though, thanks for making your channel. It helps many people. Well, ZP, thank you for the support in the channel. And I would love to see like a Mortal Kombat, but for the religions and the gods. I'd pay money for that. I don't play games, but I'll play that game. And 2 more super chats. LLK says, philosophically minded Christians insist on God's aseity. I can't even pronounce it. But Job 2:3 says that Satan incited God to destroy Job. How can God actually possess aseity when the Bible says that Satan incited him? So you pointed out another good contradiction, right? If God already knows what he's going to do in the future and he can't change his mind, then obviously he can't be incited to do anything. The Bible is so full of contradictions. All you have to do to find them is read them. And you did. You just read a little bit of the book of Job and you're like, well, that doesn't fucking make sense. Because the book's full of it. It's irrational. Thank you for the super chat, LOK. That's actually a good one. I'll have to use that sometime. Todd, thank you for the $9.99 super thanks. I really appreciate that. And last one, rock hard for Doug, my good friend. Great to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, you know who loves everyone on the entire third rock from the sun, even the Browns? Doug and Sharon Stone. Amen. And guess what? Guess what color they are? Typically Doug and Sharon are brown. I'm not saying that Doug and Sharon root for the Browns. I'm just saying, what a coincidence that Doug and Sharon are brown. It could mean something. You never know. It could be typology. It could be foreshadowing. You know what I mean? All right. Let me get our next guest in here. I think Kyle and then Danger have been waiting the longest. Let me grab Kyle and then we'll grab Danger. It's hard to tell. Some people, actually Snappy's been here forever, but his thing, we'll get Snappy next. He's been here for a while. I think his thing recycled and put at the end of my queue in YouTube. But I've seen his name in here for hours now. He's got to be at the front of the line. Kyle, welcome in.
Hey, how's it going?
Very good. Thank you for asking. Kyle, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes to both.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
It wouldn't be a spiritual God. It would be like a liquid form of God.
A liquid form? Like Kraken?
Like dripped on a piece of paper and you spend like 12 hours with this guy? I'm just playing.
I don't know. I don't know that reference.
I'm talking about psychedelics, but anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Sorry. And you put it on your tongue? Yeah, sorry. The reference was too covert for my dumb brain. Sorry about that.
No, bro, I've been watching you for probably every bit of 6 months daily, and is a few questions all right?
I give you 2 questions, and I got to get someone here I can cook.
Okay, now I am the one that you said, hey, hit me up and I'll get that Bible verse removed from your head.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I have a mom and she's like, both of her parents are like in an institution where they're mentally not okay. And my mom obviously got a portion of that, down the line. And I didn't know if you had any advice on how to deal with, she's all for conversation until I hit her with some real real difficult questions, and then she wants nothing to do with me for a week, and then so I didn't know if you had any advice on how to make a relationship work with that.
Well, I can tell you what I do. So I've got family members that enjoy these discussions, and they're okay with where it leads. I've got some family members like my mother. My mother is a firm believer. And I think having these types of conversations with her would cause her a lot of emotional stress. And she's in her 60s, and like the reality is, like, she doesn't want to do anyone harm, and she doesn't believe, she's not a zealot, like she doesn't believe it, like she has to force everybody else into it, and she's perfectly okay with me not believing it, right? So I have no, I don't have a motivation like to deconvert my mother, because I'm like, it's not hurting anybody, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Now, if I had a sibling though, or a family member who was kind of toxic, and they did kind of like go out of their way to like push their viewpoints on people, I would probably make it a point to challenge them and to push them as far as I could in our conversations. But if you have family members that are in a religion and they're not toxic, I don't think you should try deconverting them. And here's why. So there's a couple things in the Bible that are true. And here's one thing that was true. Jesus said, I don't know if he actually said it, but there's a saying in the Bible where Jesus says even a prophet is not honored in his hometown. And it's a really old saying. We're like, listen, your family knows all your flaws. They saw you pick your nose. They saw you eat your boogers when you were 3. They saw you eat that worm. They know all your problems, right? So when it comes to something as important as religion and like the afterlife and all that nonsense, they want to go to someone that they view as the professional. They don't want to go to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, even in my family, there are people that like, they would rather talk to their pastor, who doesn't have any education, no degree, than to talk to me, even though I have a formal education in this, right? Because that's who they trust.
Right. Well, I asked that because I know some people, like with a certain mindset, they just have to have something to cling on to. And like you said, I agree with all of it. Now, for my second question, would be the one I think about the most is I don't really like to claim atheism. That's just a little hardcore in my deconstruction right now. But I am agnostic. Where do you think the world? Because some beliefs keep bad people from doing bad things, and where do you think the world would be if religion was like non-existent?
I think when it comes to where the world would be if religion didn't exist, I think science would be more advanced.
Right.
That being said, it's hard to know what the moral systems would be like. My impression is that moral systems would be much more sympathetic than they are today. And you could point to, like, for example, you can point to people like Stalin, who was violent and awful and also an atheist. But one of the reasons why he was so extreme with what he did was because he was reacting to the damage religion already did. You see what I'm saying?
You.
So if religion didn't already exist, Stalin wouldn't have done all the shit he did.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, that was my 2. I would definitely put you out there more if I didn't get so much hatred. I'm in Southern Illinois, and
don't worry
everybody, bro, if you ain't with their views, they just want nothing to do with you, and I'm all for it. But
I get it.
I wish I could share you more. But go cook some people, and I'll keep watching.
Thanks, God. Appreciate it. Good to hear from you.
Hey, thanks, bro. Hey, see you.
It's hard being in red territory and not being Christian. I think I got like 4 or 5 super chats. We'll get our guest in here. Lord Farquaad says, try God of War game. You fight the Greek pantheon. Oh, it's a real game. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. It's a real game? I should consider it. I have to think on that. I'm going to pray to Doug on that one. Adding games into my schedule might not be the thing to do right now. Johnny Barrios, my friend, thank you for the 666 over Cash App. That's not what this says. Sorry. Johnny Barrios just sent me 666. Hail Nero. Thank you so much, Johnny. Good to hear from you, bud. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're giving some mean tattoos. Hard Work says, thanks for having our back tonight against the pantheists. Case in point, Mormon BYU used to administer electroshock therapy to cure homosexuality. Isn't that crazy? The amount of things they thought they were going to fix with these pseudoscience cures was insane. The early stages of electricity was actually pretty wild. I didn't know about the BYU electroshock though. I knew that other religions were into that kind of stuff. Rainbow Wolf says, question, what do the prophets Muhammad and Joseph Smith have in common? They're both liars and frauds like Jesus. They both had child brides. They both had more than one wife. They both technically had sex slaves. They both wrote their mythology based on older mythologies. A lot of stuff, actually. Anyways, Rain. Oh, you got the answer. Visit hell and ask Jeffrey Epstein. That's okay. That's a pretty good answer. I thought it was a serious question. That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good. Okay. Okay. I've got a couple more. I apologize. I don't want to get backed up on this. Flanker, my friend, sent in another super chat, says, why is it so hard to get theists to understand that saying a god did it explains nothing, can't even show it as a candidate, and ends all thought? So this is what Matt Delhoney says a lot, right? Before you can posit God as an answer, before that's even possible as an answer, you need to demonstrate God's existence, right? If you're saying that God is the answer without knowing that a God could or would exist, you're putting the cart before the horse. So I agree with you, Flanker. And Kulu says, ask caller about his religious human sacrifices. Actually, I didn't think about that. I should have. According to ancient lore, they were in fact sacrificing people to their deities. But fair point. I missed that one. That would have been good. Vara says, namaste, Justin. I know it may sound weird, but you could give a walk around through the cheat sheet, or could I? How, when, and what to use based on the situation. This is a good idea. Okay, here's what we need to do. We're going to schedule a live stream where I literally walk through the arguments on the cheat sheet, the ones that are most effective, the ones that are not as effective, the ones I like the most, why I use them. Vara, holy shit, this is a great idea. I don't know why I didn't think about this sooner. Okay, stay tuned, friend. I'm going to schedule, it won't be Friday. Friday's our fundraiser. But stay tuned. Here in the next couple of weeks, I'm going to put together a live stream, and we're going to go over the cheat sheet in the live stream and demonstrate how it's so effective and how to use it. I think you'll like it a lot. Cher's oldest daughter, my friend, thank you again for another super chat. You've been super generous, and says, I used to host a show literally called This is Fight Club. I didn't know that. Number one rule as a panelist was to stay out of the chat while on the panel. That's a rule here too. The chat is the chat. We are animals. Rock hard chat. That's the goal. Listen, so like when I'm with you, Ashera, when I go to sporting events, like half the fun is like calling the other team names and shouting at the refs and all that stuff, right? So when we get people here in the stream, they're going to behave in a similar manner. Part of this is educational. Part of it obviously is entertainment, you know? All right, we're going to get Snappy up in here. How you doing, Snappy? Snappy? Snappy, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, no, did Snappy turn his volume off? Snaps? Hello? Snaps? I'm sorry, Snaps. Oh, they dropped. Okay. Well, they're halfway dropped. They're not in the queue anymore, but it shows them on my screen. That's weird. Something's wrong with their Wi-Fi. Must be really, really bad. Let me reload the box and see if that fixes it. We'll reload the box, see if Snappy's back. Now, I don't see Snappy. I don't know why it shows Snappy still on screen. That's crazy. That's so weird. What is happening? Okay. Well, anyways, Snappy's here with us for now. Snappy's here with us for now, whether Snappy's here or not. We'll grab the next one in line. I think it was Reverend Danger. How you doing, Reverend Danger? Oh, hold on. Reverend, did you have a microphone selected when you came in? Because I can't hear you talk. Somehow Snappy's still in the box. What is happening? How is Snappy? How is Snappy here? Snappy's not even in. This is crazy. I got to reload this scene. This is weird. Let me see if I can edit this item real quick and get Snappy out of here. There we go. Now Snappy's gone. We got rid of Snappy. See if that takes care of our situation here. Okay, let's grab. Did Danger's not? No, Danger's with us. All right, let's grab Danger. Danger, how you doing? It looks like you're only halfway connected to the stream right now. Oh, and he dropped. Okay, so he's not connected. A lot of technology glitches over here. Now I can hear someone talking. I don't even know where it's coming from.
Hello?
Somehow Snappy is still connected and he's not even on the screen anymore. Hold on. Welcome in, Snappy. Oh, how you doing, Snappy?
Hey mate, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, what's the good word, Snappy?
Yeah, beauty. Sorry about that. That was a bit. Yeah, I was just having difficulty with the loading. Yeah, it's sorry.
Snappy, are you a believer?
Yeah. So I am. I don't have a. I don't have a specific religion that I do believe in. I was raised Catholic, but I don't. In terms of my overall faith, I would say I'd align more closely to deism. So I do believe that there is something out there, some sort of supernatural force. What that is, I don't know. I don't make any claims to know. But I do believe that.
And he lost his connection again. Snappy, if you got Wi-Fi, I need you to connect to Wi-Fi because your connection's in and out, buddy. Snappy, your connection's not great.
Yeah, I got to fix up my connection. I apologize for this. This is frustrating.
Okay, so you believe in like a deistic God. Does the God have properties?
Properties? What do you mean by properties?
Like, is it a thinking agent with like mind, will, and emotions, or what?
Yeah, so I do have a couple of theories for that. So I do see that there is the potential for both, I would say. So I guess my first theory, I suppose you could call it the sort of matrix theory, really, is the idea of that, a simulation type of universe. The idea behind that, and this is just purely, speculative, theoretical.
Well, let's not worry about the simulation first. We want to talk about the properties of God, right? So does your God have discernible properties?
Discernible properties. So in terms of a form, I would say just like a type of, I don't know, I assume my idea would be like a type of spiritual form, but what that is, I don't know, and I don't think we're supposed to know. Like I think that's the point of life, is that. So my idea around life is that, like as a hypothetical, say if we get to the point where, which who knows, could be possible with technology in the future. Say we get to the point where we can live for.
Well, hold on, we're still talking about God, right? I'm trying to figure out.
Oh yeah, I know.
What your God is like. I don't care what he's doing. I don't care what you think he's doing yet. I want to know what you know about the God. What do you know about the God? What can you tell me about its character, its nature, its properties?
Well, my idea of God is more closely aligned to deism. So a being that can give motivation and guidance through reflection, but no physical intervention in the world whatsoever. I don't believe in any type of miracles, physical miracles, anything like that. There's too much crazy stuff in the world for that to make sense, in my opinion.
Okay. Now, what does your God explain that can't be explained without your God?
Good question. So I think that for me, and I've got no way to prove this, but so it's just a theory, but for me, I can't, the idea of, so, this is a good analogy for what I'm trying to describe is how, the idea that everything in the universe can't be created, matter can't be created or destroyed. I think the same thing, just from my hypothetical logic, applies to beings in that, I do believe in a soul, whatever that may be, and that can't be created or destroyed. And that doesn't apply just for humans. That's, any and all beings.
So it sounds like the thing that your God explains is in fact the spiritual realm, because your God doesn't explain the material realm, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if your God is giving an explanation for the spiritual realm and not the physical realm, then we would first need to establish that the spiritual realm existed. Can we do that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do believe that. I don't know how, I can't prove it, but I do. Yes, I do believe that.
So that's step number one, right? So before we can move forward with any type of argumentation for your God existing, we would need to establish that the spirit world existed, because you think that the reason why your God needs to exist is to explain the spirit world. Well, if you don't believe in the spirit world, then your God is essentially useless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the whether or not, where that spirit world would be and how that exists, I can't tell you that, and no one can. It's potentially in the future, hopefully we could, get to that ability to be able to understand that. But yeah.
The Buddhists believe in a spirit world. They don't believe in a creator that created it, though. Why would I accept your explanation over theirs?
Well, I have a lot of respect for Buddhism, and I think that I was trying to say earlier, with the whole matrix theory sort of thing, that I think that it could be possible to have a spiritual realm that is potentially the idea of non-sentient sort of way of power, of some source of power that is non-sentient, that has some natural mechanistics that facilitates life. So that's definitely a potential one potential theory, absolutely. But
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if you can have a spirit world, and the spirit world is just eternal, just like the universe is necessary and it's eternal. If the same is true of the spirit world, or spirits in general, right? then I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the need for positing a deity to originate the spirit world, because as far as I can tell, all that does is kick the can down the road. You're like, well, the spirit world exists and it couldn't exist without God, which I don't think that's a claim that we can substantiate. But even if it did, once you posit that it came from a God, well, now you got the same problem. You're like, well, who created God? Because you haven't really solved the problem yet.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I think that comes down to the whole infinity concept, in that like like the whole idea of infinity is bewildering in any sort of question. Like, how can time always have been and always will be? That's a baffling thing that it just hurts your head to think about it, as it should. And so I sort of think about it along that sort of vein, in that, like, and this is just hypothetical, and I do think that the Buddhism theory is equally as plausible, in that it could be that there's no creator, and it could be just a spiritual sort of natural power potentially.
Well, let me pause there, because you said something good, right? Like, so you have two possibilities. There's a world with spirits, and it could be the Buddhist world where there's no creator God, but there is spirits. It's equally plausible that there's a deistic God. Okay, so we've got two equally plausible worlds. The next question we would ask, well, which world has the least amount of assumptions? And I think the Buddhist world has less assumptions, right? In the Buddhist world, there's a lot less things they need to explain, because really everything is just a naturalistic phenomenon. Whereas in the God world, now you have to explain a lot of things. You have to explain why your God created anything to begin with. You have to explain where your God's been, and why he doesn't reveal itself. You know what I mean? Well, I'm sure you do. Everyone does. Everyone has theories. All I'm saying is that based on like a poor man's form of Occam's razor, what I'm suggesting is if we have two equally plausible explanations and one has a lot less entailments, it seems like the one with a lot less entailments is probably the simpler and more plausible explanation.
I mean, if something's complex, it doesn't mean necessarily. If something is complex, it doesn't mean that it's not true. But I do get what you're saying. I think my this is probably important for me to explain, is that. And this is one thing that I do find very frustrating with zealots and theists, is that a lot of zealots like to focus their faith on the whole, I guess, mysticism, and put a lot of what's the word I was looking for? Similar to mysticism, like that, the regalness, that whole behold, that awe-inspiring sort of idea. Whereas my idea of a deity or a God is more, like the song, like, what if God was one of us? Just like, it's, if you take away the mysticism and just think of it in terms of a sort of practical idea, like, and what I mean by that is I don't know if you've watched Rick and Morty, but like the idea of, if you have a creator that could create life and has potentially created us, and that could be infinite in itself.
Let me ask you a couple questions.
Ramble here, but yeah.
Do you believe in the afterlife?
I do, yeah.
Why?
So a number of reasons. So I do think that there is a soul that all beings have that. The idea that we just fade to nothing, I find that hard to believe. It just it doesn't seem logical to me.
Let's put a pin. Let's put a pin in there, and let's. I know it's hard for you to believe, but for now, we need to tackle this before we move further, right? So, what would leave?
Yeah, sure.
What would lead you or somebody else to believe that we live on after our physical body dies?
I mean, I have no way of proving it, but I get, yeah. So I have there's no physical way of me to prove it at all. It's just that I can't seem to like the only one sort of theory that I have is, as I said, is that just like matter can't be created or destroyed, I think that beings, there's no plausible reason that I have to believe that beings can't be destroyed, created or destroyed either, if that makes sense.
Oh, all right, but I think you're okay. So if I said, well, matter can't be created nor destroyed, therefore the tooth fairy can't be created or destroyed, is that a logical inference?
No, but
right, because we don't know that tooth fairies exist yet. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you're saying like, well, I believe we have a soul because matter can't be created nor destroyed. Therefore, our soul must not be able to be created or destroyed. But we haven't established that there's a soul yet, right? So the stuff that makes us
I get your, sorry.
The stuff that makes us, like our fundamental particles won't stop existing. They'll just go into something else. Like they'll go into the ground, they'll go eventually into a tree or a flower or a bird or something. So like I don't believe that we completely cease to exist, but the idea that there's a spirit inside of us that somehow needs to live on because our chemical makeup changes, I don't see a good reason to believe in that, because we've done a lot of studies looking for souls. Like we've done a lot of near-death experience studies and out-of-body experience studies. And every time we do one, what we discover is that people are really convinced that they're leaving their body, but they can never validate it. They can never see something that they would only see if they could leave their body. And like, I've got a couple links. I need to add more to the deconstruction cheat sheet, but there's been a couple studies. And one of my favorites is there was a laboratory study where they took people and they triggered out-of-body experiences, and they wanted them to do something simple. They wanted them to leave their body and just turn around. That's it. All they had to do is leave their body and turn around, and then they would see something that they couldn't see if they were facing the other direction. So they triggered the out-of-body experiences. People reported leaving their body. They reported even turning around, but none of them, they could never validate the thing that they should see if they were turned around. They can never do it. But in their mind, it happened. And so, like, because we have these studies, the studies seem to suggest like all these spiritual experiences are hallucinations happening in the mind, not in real life.
Okay. Yeah. And yeah, that is interesting. You know, that it is, yeah, it's, I definitely agree with you. There is, it is difficult to, or maybe impossible, currently at least, to be able to prove something like that. I do wonder perhaps if it is possible to prove at all, because I wonder if maybe that, when just contemplating the purpose of life, I think to myself, maybe that's the point, in that, like, and what I'm getting at there is, with the whole Matrix idea, is that if life was to be created and the whole purpose was for it to be so immersive as so that people are immersed in it and don't and focus on that life, and in that life it would perhaps be important to make it indistinguishable from anything else, because if you know that there is another place you go when you die, then all of a sudden that detracts from the life you're living.
Let me ask
If
you a
that makes
question.
sense.
If the clock, it's almost midnight here. It's 11 something or another. When the clock ticks midnight, let's imagine that the God you believe in ceases to exist. Like it just gone, just fucked off, right? What would change between right now and 1201? What would we expect to be different?
Well, I mean, because, and I'm not saying this just to, be clever. I think this is just a contradiction with how I see spirit, like the idea of spirits, because my idea of spirits and God being a spirit is that they are like, they can't be destroyed. So like the idea of God being killed, or any spirit being killed, for me is just the same as saying like to destroy matter. It's like you can't do that.
But they're
you can't destroy
immaterial.
matter.
Souls are immaterial, aren't they? That's the whole point. Souls are supposed to be immaterial. They're not connected to the material world, right? So like if God,
No,
I'm not,
no, they're not. Yeah.
I'm not saying you're a spirit. If God himself, if he decided at 12 o'clock he was not going to exist anymore, and then we woke up at 12:01 and looked around us, what would we see that would be different, and how would we know?
Do you mean like if God was like immortal, like in our world?
No. If the God you believe in, the deistic God, right? If at 12 o'clock, when the clock struck midnight, if he just stopped existing, and then we woke up from a nap and looked around, what could we notice would actually be different? Would we notice his absence?
Well, I mean, from the okay. Even though, even though, as I was saying, just like I don't think spirits can be destroyed. I will it's a good exercise to go through. So, but yeah, I'll what was I going to say? So the So from a deistic perspective, I do believe, and I completely will understand the counter argument to this, which is that I do believe that through prayer and reflection that you can get motivation through God, or or whether it's God or praying to dead relatives or that sort of thing, and that again is completely anecdotal. No proof of that. It's just something that I do believe, just based off that idea that I was saying, that I do believe that the spirit is eternal and that wherever it goes, I'm not, claiming to understand it or whatsoever, that we can connect that way, through how I can't tell you that, but it's so to answer your question, if God or some being was to stop existing physically, no, I don't believe that, because as someone who believes in deism, I don't believe that there's any physical intervention from supernatural. But from a prayer, or reflection perspective, I guess theoretically you wouldn't have perhaps that same connection through prayer.
Okay, so the answer is if God ceased to exist, he wouldn't be answering prayer anymore.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what the rate of answered prayer is?
I mean, that question is we neither of us, no one can really determine. Like, if you're talking about something physical, like prayer for something physical, then the answer for that would be 0, because as I said, I'm a deist.
It's almost none, right?
Believe it.
Yeah, it says.
But I already said that I don't believe that at all.
Right. So the deist God doesn't intervene; he doesn't answer prayers. Right. So if your God disappeared tomorrow, it would look the same as today. No prayers being answered. Right. Praying to dead relatives is irrelevant. Your dead relatives still exist in your worldview. We're talking about God. Right. So your dead relatives, their spirits, they still exist. Right. I'm not saying that. Right. What I'm saying, if the God, if he disappeared, what would be different? And it sounds like the answer is probably nothing. Right. So if there's
it's a big question. Yeah.
What I'm suggesting is that if there's no difference functionally between your God existing and your God not existing, I think the easy answer is that your God doesn't exist. You can still believe in the spirit world. I'm just saying that the God concept doesn't make sense anymore.
Well, I mean, what if though? Like, I really should have written this down because I've thought over this and I had the words for this, but now I'm tongue-tied. Like, what if? And the way this can sound reductive, but it's not. Like, what if you had like the idea of a God is just the same as an idea of a leader, and what I mean by that is that it doesn't necessarily have to be that like both. Sorry, what I'm getting at is that both could potentially exist. So what if you had
both what?
So yeah. Sorry. I got it. What if you had like a natural spiritual power that is not sentient, but that can be harnessed by a spiritual by a spirit, and they can utilize that in order to create things, or in order to, and this is pure theory here, and then you could be like the idea of God could be not necessarily that God created everything in the universe, but that he simply used what was already there in if that makes sense. So he didn't create the universe, but could influence it. And that's just one theory that I've got.
Do you know what my question was?
Yeah, it is whether or not, like, if God disappeared at midnight, if that would have an influence.
Yeah, so I guess from your description, I can't seem to figure out what God is doing and what we need God for that isn't already being done and isn't already explainable elsewhere.
So like I was trying to say that, like God would be no more of a necessity than any other soul, any other spirit, and what if God is just the same title, in the same idea as a king, in that there's no necessary one different people can take that position, you know. So
Yeah.
like I don't
So
like.
so if your God is a spirit that just happens to be like the leader of the other spirits, not the creator of everything, then the reality is you're a Buddhist and you don't believe in God.
But can like if someone is a leader and takes that title, is that not and is that not God then?
No. God is defined as like some kind of divine entity that creates all thing. Everything that exists somehow was created by him, you know? Or we could at least some things were created by him. Right, but
but my sorry, wait.
I'm just if he's just a spirit that like went to the gym for a long time and got really powerful, that doesn't really sound like God to me. Listen, Snappy, you got some things to think about. All right, I don't want to belabor the point. Come back sometime soon. Let's continue this conversation. I want to get one more person in the conversation that's been waiting for a long time. But I really appreciate you coming through, Snappy, and working through the audio problems.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, sorry for the audio trouble at the start.
It happens.
But yeah, I guess you know, just to summarize, what I was getting at is that, you know, like the idea, you know, like the song, you know, what if God was one of us? I think like,
Sheryl Crow, yeah, great song.
Yeah, that idea sort of resonates with me. Is that like it? Yeah, like God. I see God, like the idea of God as someone of influence rather than a creator. And I do think like one last thing, I'll be real quick, is that if there is a spirit realm, hypothetically, and we go to that spirit realm and there's no end to that, and you're there, and I think the idea of life is that in a spirit realm such as that, you would get, like, I think, you know, boredom wouldn't just cease to exist because you're in another realm. And so my idea of life is that in itself, that boredom itself can become absolutely drive people insane. It does in real life. So that's my idea of life, and that doesn't make life less important, but it's still my idea of that it is a journey that because if you're in a realm where you're living, you know, forever and ever and ever, eventually it'd drive people insane. So that's a theory that I've got, but I'll leave it there. And think it.
We agree on that at least. Snappy, thank you so much for coming up and chatting, buddy.
No worries, mate.
Cheers,
Thank
friend.
you. Have a good one.
Well, it's nice. It's interesting to have a change of pace there. Bridget, thank you for the $5 over Venmo. Bridget says, holy MF waffle from that guest. Good to see you. Well, good to see you, Bridget. I appreciate the Venmo. Let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. We got $5 from Josh. Josh, my good friend, great to see you tonight. Says, why do these theist word salads always contain the same nonsense ingredients? Main ingredients is wishful thinking and no nutritional value. It is interesting that you bring it up, that the word salad doesn't contain, like, it does always contain so common vernacular. There's so many common words that they use. It's like there's a recipe, there's a Betty Crocker recipe book that they're using. And Fry says, when they say just one theory, could you correct them with the term hypothesis? It gets misused so much with too little pushback. Well, yeah, that's a tough one because... So it depends on if you're talking about science or if you're talking about non-science, right? In science, a theory is an explanation for something, whereas a hypothesis is like, well, maybe. here's something to think about. But in everyday life, like when you're not talking about science, like a hypothesis and a theory are not that far apart. I think most people are using them synonymously, even if they're using them wrong. And I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I know they're not the same words. I get it. I know they have different meanings. I get it. But I just don't want to waste time on semantics when the semantics are tiny. You know what I mean? I prefer to waste time on big semantic meanings like subjective and objective. Alosa, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, forget the trees, look at the beans. Hell yeah. Listen, beans, the musical fruit, the more you eat, the more you toot. The more you toot, the better you feel. So eat your beans at every meal. They're good for you and they're delicious. Josh Barba says, my uncle told me he didn't believe in evolution. Oh, that's interesting. His reason was because he hates to think that he's just a monkey without a tail. We aren't special. So I get this. This is an argument from incredulity. I just can't believe something. But we all know that arguments from incredulity are fallacious. So there's that. Reluctant atheist, my friend, says, just up for work to blah to think of anything but wanted to support. Well, Reluctant, thank you so much. I get the same thing sometimes. I'm watching a live stream and I'm like, listen, I ain't got nothing good to say, but I'm going to support anyways. Well, I appreciate that. You guys really make the channel go round. Like if it wasn't for super chats and memberships, the channel wouldn't be here. So thank you for everyone who super chatted and subscribed. It means the world to me. You can also like and share the videos. That helps immensely. And thank you for the 14 ZAR, Noth. And also, Noth, thank you for the other 14 ZAR. ZAR says, Jesus loves you. He exists and is for you. And you would be wrong, unfortunately. I mean, I'll take your money for you to be wrong. That's fine. But just know that you're wrong. And saying Jesus loves you is the most meaningless thing you could ever say here because we've actually read the Bible. Anthony says, dough did it again. Rock hard. I think you mean Doug. I love some dough, especially cookie dough. But you're right. Rock hard for Doug. Love to see it, Anthony. Thank you for being rock hard for Doug. And Jason the man, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, serious theological question. I love these. Inside joke. Can Fistianity and Doug's religion coexist? Bloop, bloop, and praise Doug. Okay, Jason, bloop, bloop, motherfucker. Okay, I'm a Fishton. You're referring to Pinkbeard, formerly known as Sebastian Cole's religion, Fishtianity. And I don't know what to tell you other than I'm a Fishton. So bloop, bloop to you, brother. We're in the same religion. It's okay. Doug doesn't mind. Doug loves it. Doug loves it. All right, let me grab 3 more super chats. Jeffy, thank you for the super chat. It says, hey, Justin, there is a fighting game called Fight of the Gods featuring different gods. It's more like Street Fighter, but SF is better than MK. Okay. First of all, Street Fighter is great. Mortal Kombat, I think, is better. You can disagree. I cut my teeth on Street Fighter, but I fell in love with Mortal Kombat. That being said, Fight of the Gods sounds amazing. Is it on PC? If it's on PC, I'll find it. Hold on. I'll find it. I have a couple expectations. One is that Yahweh's a bitch, but it looks like it's available for Nintendo Switch. I made a rhyme. I'm going to check it out. I appreciate, Jeffy, the recommendation. Big W. And Jonathan says they don't call it Bible for nothing. I see what you did there. Rock on. We are rock solid. Well, rock out for Doug. Doug will rock your world, friends. And Carlos, my good friend, thank you so much for the 500 MX. Thank you so much, friend. You're always so kind and so generous. Carlos says, yes, pour some more Kraken in that glass. Salute. Well, salute to you, my friend. We're going to walk through the next guest with a healthy dose of Kraken already in the system. So thank you for being here. This should be a lot of fun. Once I get a little bit in the Kraken, things get exciting. All right, let's talk to Danger Aware Chief Information Officer. How you doing, Danger?
Hello, my name's Ray, if you want to use that instead. I just didn't want to come in with, false intentions for you so that you understood who I was to begin with.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
Ray.
I'm not a Christian.
Well, it's good to see your face anyways, Ray. You've been in the guest queue for quite some time, so I appreciate your patience.
I'm a longtime watcher, and I appreciate what you're doing because you're doing what I have done all my life. Now, you called yourself a boomer earlier. I take offense
W to you for doing the work.
Because I'm a boomer, and I have a unique situation in that my stepfather, his oldest son, and my older brother are all ministers.
Okay.
And so I was being groomed to be a minister as a child. And at the age of 14, I read the Bible. And in fact, the other day I sent you a t-shirt idea. Don't try to convert me. I read the Bible.
Yes. Yes. I know what you're talking about.
That was me. So anyway, the only reason I got on here today is because you were mentioning abuse in the church. And I'm the Chief Information Officer for Danger Aware. We're a nonprofit for the prevention of abuse by using play and entertainment. And we're non-secular. I mean, we are secular. I mean, we're non-religious.
Non-religious, okay.
We're completely secular. We have religious people who work for us. Don't get me wrong.
I'm looking at your website right now, actually. Danger Aware. You guys have a website.
Organization. Yeah. And so as an organization, we're not pushing any kind of religion. We're pushing how to learn the early stages of abuse. But over the last 4 years, since we started, I've been doing a lot of research. And unfortunately, the percentage difference between abuse in the churches and not is negligible. Less than 2%.
What do you mean?
And I mean that it's not a religious issue.
Okay, well, let me see what you think about this. So I recently pulled up some statistics of underage sexual assault and where they happen.
Right.
And what I discovered was that there were 2 locations where sexual assault were the most frequent, and they were the most frequent by a long shot. Number 1,
school and church.
Well, number 1 was church. Number 2 was school. So I thought to myself, I thought to myself, that's interesting. Let's look at the percentage of Americans that go to school and the percentage of Americans that go to church under the age of 18. And what I found was that there are 3 times the amount of underage 18 people that go to school than there are underage 18 people that go to church, which means if going to church is more likely to result in SA than going to school, but way more people go to school, that means going to church is much higher on the probability of likely to be SA'd.
Right. But when I'm talking, we're talking about all forms of abuse, not just SA.
Oh, I'm just talking about SA. I don't know about the other forms.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been studying for 4 years. And because we started Danger Aware, and we're not nonprofit people. I'm a locksmith computer programmer. My sister is a bookkeeper for her husband, who is a locksmith, and that's how we started. So we're not nonprofit experts. We simply know there's a need, and we're trying to change the world. But anyway, it's about even with SA. The reporting is self-reporting in every instance.
Right. So this is the problem, is the data is a little bit unreliable.
Exactly. But worldwide, overall, abuse happens to everybody. It really doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor, religious or not, healthy or sick. It's a human condition. And now, there is a big difference with the churches. And when we're looking at these numbers, it's numbers of reported instances by victim. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not saying, okay, victim A was abused once and victim B was abused 48 times.
Right.
No, we're saying we have two victims. Okay, so when you're in the church, most churches, let's not go with all churches, but in most churches, any kind of abuse like this, it's part of the society or culture to hide that abuse having happened, not only from the rest of the public, but even within the church itself.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what allows, victim B to have been abused 48 times, where victim A reported it right away because they weren't conditioned to forgive and forget and forgive and forgive and forgive and forgive and forgive. And that's where the major difference between secular abuse and religious abuse occurs. Not in the numbers being reported, because it's self-reported.
Sure.
And there are so many people who never report it. Since we started Danger Aware, we have had people in their 70s and 80s come up to us and say, what you're doing is amazing. Here's what happened to me, and I've never told anybody.
Oh, I've heard that a few times, actually. Yeah, it's hard to listen to.
And then they go through their story, and I'm a victim of religious abuse, and I'll go into that if you want, but I don't need to. But it's not the same as SA, but it's still abuse. Okay. Mm-hmm. And anyway, I didn't want to talk about all that. I just wanted to cover that when you talk about abuse, I'd rather you stress that the religions allow it to completely be ignored and repeated. Whereas in the secular instances, it's not a community of people trying to keep that person quiet.
So that's a fair point, because I've seen exactly what you're talking about. I've seen in my time in ministry and in my time in church, dozens of young women, even young men, get assaulted or abused or harassed. And then because the church is so afraid of their image, that they have to manipulate the situation to prevent the person from coming forward, because it would, quote unquote, hurt the church. It would hurt the cause of Christ, right? So a lot of times they don't come forward. And if I had to use a personal estimate, just my personal life, I would say that's at least half of them, which is a lot.
Well, we know statistically 4 in 10 children in churches are being SA.
Right.
4 in 10.
Yep.
3 girls and 1 boy for every 10 children.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we have similar numbers in every other metric. It doesn't matter how you try to disassemble people, the instances of abuse generally falls within 2%, no matter where you're putting your markers. And so the difference is not the individuals, but the instance of repeated abuse again and again and again. And let me get into mine. I'm sorry, but when I was 3 years old, my mother punctured my right eardrum with a bobby pin. Either my mother or one of my sisters. I have 7 sisters and 4 brothers, and I'm number 11. So it bled until I was about 10 or 11. Okay, it would get infected. They would drain into my throat. And my mother was a true believer. Like I said, she married a minister after my father passed. And so every time I would tell her my ear's bleeding, it hurts, and I'd be crying. And I'm talking about 3-4 years old. She would pray. She would make a big production of praying. And then she'd say, well, do you feel better? And being raised to tell the truth, I'd say no. And so then she'd call the minister over. And he'd come over and he'd sprinkle holy water on me, and he'd take oil and anoint my forehead, and he'd get out his great big Bible, and he'd read some obscure passage to my mother to, cement her belief. And then, pray and pray and pray, and then say, do you feel better? And I'd say no. And so then they'd get on the phone and they'd call the entire congregation over, or at least anybody who wasn't working or whatever at that moment. And they would all come over to our house, and they'd build a prayer circle around me. And then they would start praying and lamenting and screaming to their God, oh, heal this child of the demons of pain. And at 3 and 4 years old, I went to bed with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in my ear because of the infection would cause back pressure. So I'd hear just my heartbeat constantly. And with that whooshing going on, I'd try to go to sleep, and I'd have nightmares. And of course, after being prayed for to release me of demons, I would have nightmares of demons. And so by the time I was 4, I can remember sitting on my mother's lap outside on the back porch, my sisters running around singing Starlight, Star Bright, first star I see tonight. And I asked my mother, what are stars? And she says, well, the Bible says it's the veil of heaven, and all the heavenly host is looking down on us. And I looked her in the eye. I was 4 years old, and I said, but what are they really? And then she said, well, scientists believe that they're just like the sun. They're just so far away that they look tiny, just like car lights off in the distance look tiny. And that one, I believed her. I believed her second explanation. I did not believe anything that began with the Bible says from the age of 4 on. Now, I wanted my mother to be right. I wanted her God to be real. And so I tried doing what you did. I studied the Bible. And, like I said, I was being groomed to be a minister. And my older brother, 6 years older than me, he was going to seminary when I was 14. And I went ahead and started reading the Bible at 14, straight through. I didn't stop. I went all the way through. And by the time I got to Deuteronomy, I was done with religion, and I know you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, Deuteronomy is a train wreck.
Yes. And just reading Deuteronomy, you cannot get to Christianity. That's all there is to it. You read Deuteronomy, it eliminates any possibility.
So here's what I say. Read Deuteronomy, read Ezekiel. You'll never get to Christianity. You can't do it. It's impossible.
Exactly. Yeah. Anyway, I've said what I really came to say, which was, stress the point that the religions allow the abuse to be repeated.
Right.
As opposed to that it's worse there, or they do it more often, because they don't do it more often. They just have a culture of keeping it quiet. No matter who it is, no matter if it's in the church, it's got to stay in the church. What happens in church stays in church. And
it's true.
So, I worked in Vegas for many years, so that one came up right away. But
we do agree, right? The reason why it's more common is because it's allowable, right? So
because part of the culture.
Right. 100% agree. Yep.
Yeah.
It's a good point, Danger.
Anyway, thank you, Ray. My name is Ray.
Right.
Anyway, like I said, I'm not representing Danger Aware so much as I'm the chief information officer. I've tracked all this information down. And, if I can put a plug in, we have a brand new game out. It's called Respect My Personal Space. It's 3D printed. So we're only able to produce one per week, approximately. So we're asking 3D printing people to print one out and donate it to your local school or kids club or whatever.
Well, send me the 3D model. I will print some.
All right. Well, just visit our website. You said you were on our website?
Yep.
Look at right at the top. It says our new game, tabletop game, Respect My Personal Space, is out. And go ahead and print one out and tell me what you think about it.
For sure. I appreciate it. Ray, thank you so much for coming by and saying hi.
I appreciate and let me talking. Yeah.
Cheers,
I
friend.
appreciate it. Oh, and just before I came on, when you're trying to get snappy, just so you know, I could hear him the whole time. He was here in this room. You couldn't hear him, but I could hear him, and you guys could not hear me. So I don't think it was him. I don't think it was you. I think it's you two. So
it could be. So I've
just letting you know.
I've got separate rooms within Video Ninja. It's kind of weird how it works out, but there's I think it was because his connection was bad.
Well, like I said, I heard him the whole time.
Right. Because
he was talking, yeah.
It could be Video Ninja.
Anyway. Yeah. Who cares?
All right. Thank you so much, Ray. I appreciate it.
Have a great night. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And we'll see you later. And don't try to convert me. I read the Bible.
I would never. Great to hear you, buddy.
All right. Bye.
W. Ray for reading the book at 14 and saying, fuck that. I wasn't that intelligent. Patch says, love to know if Catholics can rank different ways. Love to know if Catholics can rank different wafers based on transubstantiation potential. My guess is you'd only get 1.3 Jesus per Triscuit tops. Okay, so you're not wrong. Here's what I know, though. That motherfucker better be yeast free. If you don't know anything about the book of Exodus, if you don't know anything about the book of Numbers, the one thing you need to know is no yeast. Get that yeast out of here. So that's all I know. Get rid of that yeast. Any Eucharist without yeast is pro Yahweh, I would suspect. That's what I'm thinking. That's just what I'm thinking. Interesting super chat though. Interesting. And Josh says, ugh, sigh. Well, you're not alone, my friend. And Design says, collar is about to grow or beg for the return of the brain they had before this call. I don't know which one. I'm on number 2. Number 2, I think. We'll see. I do remember having conversations at that stage in my deconstruction, and it took more than one. It took more than one to get the option number 2. And Jeremy says, my neighborhood barber got arrested for selling drugs yesterday. I was a customer for 6 years. I never knew he was a barber. Here's what I know. If you're in a profession and there's no customers and there's no money, but the business is in business, they're doing something illegal. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. And rock hard for Doug, my friend. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. So actually, true story. So actual true story. I grew up in the middle of Nebraska on a farm surrounded by cornfields. This checks out. And went to a one-room schoolhouse. Needless to say, it took me a while to see the light of Doug. Listen, sometimes we have stereotypes, and they exist for a reason. And it tickles me deep down inside when you confirm our stereotypes. Thank you, Rockhard. Thank you so much. And Kyle says, ever heard of Dion Fortune or Helena Blavatsky or the Theosophical Society? I have not. These are all new names for me. I know when I'm on live stream, I sound smart. I sound like I know a lot of things. There's a lot of shit I don't know. There's so much shit I don't know. I don't know any of those things. I'm sorry, Kyle. I'm really sorry I don't know anything. I can't add anything to that. And then Shara says, if you believe in an afterlife, then ask where was your spirit before you were in the balls and uterus. Prove the before life. You would have had to be somewhere. So this is a good point. Because people who believe in an afterlife, a lot of times when they're deistic, it's on feelings. But if our spirit lived on, then there needs to be a good explanation for why we don't remember their pre-life, not the afterlife. It's a tough one, right? And if you believe in reincarnation, meaning we are reincarnated over and over again, then when did the first incarnation happen? And why? These are difficult questions. There's no good answer for them because we would know them already. John says, wow, what amazing patience. Sorry. John says, wow, what amazing patience. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Sometimes I dig deep down inside and I find the Doug inside of myself and I find patience. It's not always true, but I try. John, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you for super chatting, my friend. And next from Space Lord again, my friend says, who is your God and what does he do? Arnold from Kindergarten Cop. Who's your daddy and what does he do? One of my favorite quotes from Kindergarten Cop. I love it every time I hear it. Kyle says, I don't believe I have an answer as to why this OBEs don't work. I mean, out-of-body experiences don't work. And I'm going to work on something I will have, or hopefully I don't forget, I will have it next live. Okay, so Kyle, on OBEs and NDEs, find me material. I'd love to see what you can come up with. I know there are individuals or anecdotal evidence suggesting they're true, but I'd love to see what you come up with because the actual studies demonstrate that they're not true. And Shady Bite says, if we evolved from monkeys, then why is there still monkeys? Oh, fuck. You can't be serious. We didn't evolve from monkeys. We evolved from a common ancestor with monkeys. It happens to be, though, that even if we did evolve from monkeys, it doesn't necessitate that monkeys no longer exist, because just because somebody breaks off from the evolutionary tree, it doesn't mean they go back and murder everybody else behind them. That's not how that works. I can't believe this comment is happening in 2025. I can't. Shady, do better. Please do better. Please do better. And last one from Mike. Thank you so much, Mike, for the $10 super chat. It says, you are hard at work for Doug. I am. Praise Doug. I am hard at work for Doug. We are not the same. Wait, what? You are hard. Oh, this is a good joke. You are hard at work for Doug. I am hard at work for Doug. We are not the same. So I am hard while I am at work, which I am now. I am hard for Doug at work. He's saying he's hard at work for Doug, meaning he's working hard for Doug. This is a good play on words. Maybe one of the slickest play on words I've seen, Mike, in a long time. So I appreciate the wordsmithing. I appreciate the super chat. Thank you for being here, friend. And I thought that was the last one. Stop sending super chats, friends. Stop it. Frank says, just now getting on. I need at least 2 more hours of cooking. Sorry, Frank. I'm cooked. My brain is fried. I've already had the Kraken. It's past my bedtime. I was supposed to be done 25 minutes ago. I appreciate being here, though, Frank. Love your friend. Take care of yourself, but we gotta wind it down. And Guitar says, take a drink on me. You're old, pal. Listen, I got a little bit left. This one's for you, Guitar. And there she's gone. Last of the Kraken. Now our last super chat. Jack says, if we were made from dust, why? Fucking A. If we were made from dust, why is there still dust? Checkmate, Theus. This is amazing. Jack, this is a good work of the words. This is unbelievable. Jack, this is really good what you did there. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, friend. Okay. Waking Bones, stop sending super chats. I'm going to bed. Waking Bones says, stop sending super chats. I'm sorry, you're not you're not my God. I'm not your God. I'm not your mom. I'm not your parent. I can't tell you what to do. But I gotta go to bed. I gotta go to bed, guys. I gotta go to bed. Reverend says, stop sending super chats. Oh wait, that's duplicate. We're primates, great apes. You cunt. First of all, I'm a cunt. It's my bad. Second of all, you're right. We are apes. We're not monkeys. I didn't say we were monkeys. I didn't say that. We descended from a common ancestor. We are apes. I agree with you. And Flux says, if you're related to your cousin, then how come your cousin still... Nah. No. If you're related to the cousin, how does your cousin still exist? Oh, fuck. That's so good. That's good. I don't know what to say. Yeah. Kyle says T super chat. Listen, Kyle, I don't know what that means. I'm going to read 4 more super chats and I'm done. Don't send me any more super chats. I won't read any more super chats. I love you though. Thank you for all the support. Fucking me. Jammin J says, am I late? You're late. You've already seen the Kraken run its course, my friend. We're done. And Walking Bone says, but you are daddy. Sorry. Oh shit. Am I daddy? I didn't know that. Listen, if I could be your deconstruction daddy, I'll do it for you. This is our last one. We can't read anymore. I got to go to bed, friends. Text says, I'ma destroy you on a debate. You just wait, my friend. I will deconstruct your whole channel. Jesus is real. Everyone will bow to his name. Well, you're wrong. Isaiah says everyone will bow to the name of Yahweh, not the name of Jesus. Tech, you're insane. You couldn't be more wrong than what you've just said. Please come back, and I would love to cook you, but I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. But Peter says you have to read this. LOL. Much love. Peter, I love you.